Cheers, see ya. Boys. I have just finished in Portugal. There you can see the Portugal flag. Got a train, night train, from Lisbon to Spain to Madrid. So I'm going to start running right from the station. Italy now, yes, there we go. Italy. Running through the streets in Malta, in Valletta. Is it the 6th marathon? Nicosia in Cyprus, which has had its own problems of separation, division. In Greece, in Athens, Sofia, Bulgaria, day 8. Here in Bucharest, in Romania, running on the snow. This is Hungary. Hungary is in Budapest. The February 11th, and 11th marathon. You see, it all ties up. And this is Slovakia, Bratislava in Slovakia. Off to Vienna. Each one I get up and I'm thinking, Zagreb, Croatia. Here we are. Slovenia. Ljubljana. Is this marathon 14? I think this is, when I've done this, it'll be the halfway point. Thank you for supporting. So, I'm in Prague, Czech Republic. I think it's the 16th of February. In Warsaw, Warszawa. So in Vilnius, which is in Lithuania. In Latvia, Riga, about 10k to go. Running in Tallinn and Estonia. And I'm not running, as you can see. I'm staggering. Finland, Helsinki. Almost finished marathon 20, thank you. Just finishing in Stockholm in Sweden. Here in Copenhagen, there we go, the UNICEF. This is the biggest warehouse, humanitarian warehouse in the world. Berlin, Germany, capital city. In Brussels, Belgium, Luxembourg. Marathon 25? Yeah, 25th marathon. It's 25 days. Sounds insane. February 26, marathon 26. Out of 28. Netherlands. Amsterdam is canals. There's canals everywhere. Canals. So, this is it, 27th. 28th is tomorrow. And been running through Ireland to Dublin. So I'm in France, I'm in Paris. Let's get the French flag in there. There we go. And 28th marathon, 28 days. I said I'd do it, and I have. It looks like I'm going to do it. So that's nice. It's nice to stick to your guns. I'm almost at the end. Marathon 28. I'm going to do a gig now. Do a stand-up gig. And look at this. Da da da. People say, oh, you must love the running. I love the stopping. It's not a body thing, it's a mind thing. It's so good to be here. Goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there.
We'll be strong.
I'm going to kick it off right now and let's get this going and get the first marathon in London going. Cheers, see ya. Boys. I have just finished in Portugal. There you can see the Portugal flag. Got a train, night train from Lisbon to Spain to Madrid. So I'm going to start running right from the station. Italy now, yes, there we go. Italy. Running through the streets in Malta, in Valletta. Is it the 6th marathon? Nicosia in Cyprus, which has had its own problems of separation, division. In Greece, in Athens, Sofia, Bulgaria, day 8. Here in Bucharest, in Romania, running in the snow. This is Hungary. Hungary is in Budapest. The February 11th and 11th marathon. You see, it all ties up. And this is Slovakia, Bratislava in Slovakia. Off to Vienna. Each one I get up and I'm thinking, Zagreb, Croatia. Here we are. Slovenia. Ljubljana. Is this marathon 14? I think this is, when I've done this, it'll be the halfway point. Thank you for supporting. So, I'm in Prague, Czech Republic. I think it's the 16th of February. In Warsaw, Warszawa. So in Vilnius, which is in Lithuania. In Latvia, Riga, about 10k to go. Running in Tallinn and Estonia. And I'm not running, as you can see. I'm staggering. Finland, Helsinki. Almost finished marathon 20, thank you. Just finishing in Stockholm in Sweden. Here in Copenhagen, there we go, the UNICEF. This is the biggest warehouse, humanitarian warehouse in the world. Berlin, Germany, capital city. In Brussels, Belgium, Luxembourg. Marathon 25? Yeah, 25th marathon. It's 25 days. Sounds insane. February 26, marathon 26. Out of 28. Netherlands. Amsterdam is canals. There's canals everywhere. Canals. So, this is it, 27th. 28th is tomorrow. And been running through Ireland to Dublin. So I'm in France, I'm in Paris. Let's get the French flag in there. There we go. And 28th marathon, 28 days. I said I'd do it, and I have. It looks like I'm going to do it. So that's nice. It's nice to stick to your guns. I'm almost at the end. Marathon 28. I'm going to do a gig now, do a stand-up gig, and look at this. Da da da. People say, oh, you must love the running. I love the stopping. It's not a body thing, it's a mind thing. It's so good to be here. Goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there.
All will be strong.
we're running Brussels in Belgium today, a Marathon 24. So we start Marathon 24, just took the knee for Black Lives Matter. And we are attempting to make humanity great again. We have a new president in the United States of America, President Biden, and Vice President Harris. And we head forwards into the future. This is a turning point. And if we choose to make it a turning point, it is a turning point. Whether we want to continue down the point where lives are, people are struggling in the world and other people are having an easier time. I think we have to head to the place where everyone has a fair chance in life. That's what I'm trying to fight for. That's 7.8 billion of us, and that is a lot of numbers. That's a lot of people. We were 20,000 people 200,000 years ago, and now 7.8 billion. I am knackered beyond knackered, and let's start with doing a bit of walking, because I've woke up this morning and I would really like this to be over. I have another 8 marathons to run. I've already run 23 days. And I'm kind of over this. But people are supporting Izzard.com to donate. Thank you, people who are putting money in. We tried to break 100,000. We have broken it. We have broken it. We have broken it. It's past tense. We have smashed that. What are we up to? We are up to 114,000 pounds now. I'll give you that. And 14000. Boom. That's 150. We've broken 150,000 US dollars, and we're coming up to 130,000 euros. About 128 at the moment. So there we go.
Wow, that's fantastic.
Yep, it's getting there, getting there. Got to break 150. Oh. And we're celebrating Brussels and Belgium today. The Belgian flag, black, yellow, and red. As you can see ahead in front of me, that's the European Union flag, and that's the United Nations flag. And it's interesting, the German one is also black, yellow, or black, gold, and red. And but that's horizontal. And the Belgian ones are vertical. So it can get a little tricky in there, confusing, aren't they? I'm not sure why, if they're supposed to be similar colours. I think one might be yellow, one might be gold, but anyway. That's what's going on there. I am knackered, as I said, but I will be talking to Lavina Abbott, who is a fan, a supporter from the UK, has donated at Izzard.com, or with a text. And you can send it in the UK, if your phone is UK, 70810 is the number, 70810. Just write TEN and £10, Bush, off it goes. And 20, TWENTY, and £20 will go off. Or you could do multiples of that if you're crazy, if you want to do that. If you haven't got the money, keep the money. If you're struggling, then keep the money and get yourself and your family to a good position. If you have got some disposable, please come and help us, the world, make humanity great again. And we're celebrating and highlighting 5 great charities, Care International, care packages around the world. Covenant House doing great work with young adults, teenagers and young adults, getting them off the streets where they're homeless, they have addiction problems, and they get them into a better frame of mind. They get them to stay with them, and they even fund them to go to university. If they feel they have the potential, and we talked to someone called CB, it's a very powerful interview, and she got a first. She got a first, and is now down in New Orleans. So that's an amazing story, a great story there. So from Covenant House, Fair Share getting food around the UK that's being wasted. Farmers always have to overproduce to a certain extent. They never know what the demand's going to be. So to an extent, there's a certain amount of wastage that unfortunately comes in to that equation, where some of it may not be taken up. And Care and Fair Share, they grab hold of this and they make sure that it's getting out to particularly young kids in families with low-income families, and we know that's needed. Marcus Rashford also doing great work there. Then there is neglected tropical diseases, which include leprosy and elephantitis. 1.7 billion people suffer from them, and the Unite to Combat NTDs, neglected tropical diseases, is one of our charities who we're highlighting around the world, and also Walking with the Wounded. People from our forces who are suffering from mental health, or physical health problems that have come from being in the services, and can just be having a difficult time getting back into society, problems with Crown Prosecution Service and its criminal justice. These things can happen. So Walking with the Wounded works well with them. So these are the 5 that we're highlighting, and as you donate money, we can help them and make humanity great again. Oh, but I'm going to be fighting a real tiredness today. I don't know. It doesn't feel like other days. I'm not sure. We've also got snow going on everywhere, so that's what that is. And Sarah, yes, let's bring Sarah up. Let's have a talk. Oh, I'll just if you can get up facts and figures on Belgium and Brussels, and I'm just going to run through the whole list of what's today. 1:30, Lavina Abbott. No, keep Sarah up. That's okay. We can keep Sarah up. And 1:30 talking to Lavina Abbott. At 1 o'clock talking to Shua Basharan from Care International, Yemen, a gender specialist in Yemen, is the country of my birth. And then at 1:30, now let me get the pronunciation, Leven Shia, is that right, Sarah?
Yeah, I think you said that right. Yep.
Leven Shia, a comedian from Belgium who works with my promoter Mick Perrin, and so we'll be talking to them, hopefully from Belgium. I assume they'll be in Belgium today. 2 o'clock, the Where the Runner podcast interview with Ad Harana, and wow, there we go. This is going to be a difficult name for me to pronounce with my dyslexia. Ad Haranand Finn I can pronounce. Ad Haranand, there we go. Not too bad, but it just looks like lots of H's and N's in there. Anna Duran, who is a fan and supporter from Brussels, at 2:30. 3 o'clock, Chris Tromans, 80 Days Around the World Treadmill Challenge. Last August, I think they did 80 marathons in 80 days, which is crazy, because 31, I think, I'm doing special sense. So we'll see. 3:30, social media questions at 3:30 today. 4 o'clock, do we know more about 4 o'clock and 5 o'clock on that list? Sarah, can you see that list?
Oh yes, I might see more than you. Yeah, Loiso Gola at 4 o'clock, who's a brilliant South African stand-up comedian.
Right, okay. That'd be lovely to get all those details in there.
Are you missing those bits?
Yeah, it's not on my screen.
Ah.
Do you not see my screen?
Ah, they are being updated remotely, Dave says.
Ah, right, okay.
So that's why it's got a little bit of a gap for you at the moment, but not for me. So at 4:30, David Harewood. Yeah.
Very good actor I've worked with. Well, he's in Treasure Island with me, or I was with him, and the UNICEF ambassador as well from UNICEF UK. 5 o'clock. What's the details there?
5 o'clock. Let me see if I can see on here. Yes, Rob Griffiths, who's a sports coach, lives in Dorset. I think Tim might be on with Rob.
Right.
I'm
Okay.
guessing because yes, Dorset, the link, and he's been coaching for 40 years.
Very good. Those details just need to get those on the screen at the beginning, so otherwise I don't see them. And then Chris Moyles, DJ and presenter Chris Moyles. Anyway, Chris Moyles in the UK, people know Chris Moyles very well, and also an exercise runner as well. Talking to him at 5:30. So that is what's happening today. Yeah, and I am now going to hit a button and do an early pit stop. Sorry guys. Here we go. Quick pit stop. Back in a bit. I will have penne alla arrabbiata. Goes. Yeah, well, you want to try? Do you know who I am? All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. Make Humanity Great Again is a title that came into my mind. I don't know where that came from. Maybe it's a play on something or other. All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. Okay. So, trying to get everything going here. So, I want to get these marathons done. Last night I did a show in German. Not too bad. Not too bad. I'm going to get an order today for the English show, which I'll do for the rest of the week, except the 28th. One more show in French. 28th, I'm going to run a virtual marathon for Paris, and so that gig will be in French, which I better practice.
Do you think the French one will feel easier after the German ones?
It should do. Let's try a bit. Il y a 1000 years. 1000 years, 1000, 1000, no, 1000, yeah, 1000, 1000, it's 100,000, no, 100,000, 100,000 années. Yeah, I'm doing a bit of German, 100,000 années. Nous étions seulement des singes humains. Ooh. Yeah. Talking about monkey people.
I've just realised, sort in French is 100, yeah?
Yeah.
So, is that where cents come from? Like, say,
Yeah.
American cents? Because there's
Yeah.
100 cents in a dollar.
Yeah, I do believe so.
Yeah.
But it's also Latin based.
Yeah, okay. No, I just realised that.
It's yeah, there was centime in the old days, and in French, and for the franc had centime. But yeah, the cent, yeah, one part of 100. When someone says 1000 grazie, it's 1,000 thank yous, which is
quite a lot.
Thank you very much. Seems like
Yeah.
and I wonder if I could say 500, 500. 500 thank you, just half as much. No.
Yeah.
2 thank yous. Due
Half a thank you. Or,
grazie.
yeah.
Just grazie is 1 thank you, and 1000 grazie is 1,000.
That is a lot, isn't it?
Jumps over.
Yeah, I guess people might be annoyed if it was only 500 thank yous. Oh, yes, 500 thank yous. Half the thank yous of usual.
Well, maybe they'd appreciate it more because you're actually choosing 427 thank yous.
Yeah, you could be very, very specific. Well, I could do some facts if you like.
Yes, let's do facts.
Unless you want to do the beginning video.
Oh yeah, let's do that.
Yeah.
Beginning video. When? This is a beginning video from Brussels. Is it Dave upstairs?
Yeah, ready.
Yeah, when you want, throw it on. So, it is Belgium, it is Brussels. And you see the colours, if you go to the German flag, they're horizontal stripes of similar colours. And the Belgian flag is vertical. And the German one is horizontal. So, you can get those back to front. But, we are in Brussels, and it is 24th marathon. My right ankle is playing up. This is not what we want, because I think if you do more marathons, you think you're getting stronger. But no, was the left Achilles, and now it's the right. It's the right ankle. It's mucking me about. So I'm just going to have to deal with that and get it done. 24. Only going. So it's 28. Only 3 more after this. Wow, countdown. Looking forward to a lion at some point. And I'm always pretty perky when I'm talking. Well, before I start things, but then the energy starts draining away. So, make humanity great again. Let's get our totals up. Let's do this. And thank you for supporting. Okay, more later. Yes, that's interesting. When I was saying, oh, this is all going to be done in a few marathons time, and little kids out there waving to the kids. Yep, you can be down here if you're doing a COVID-safe walk, your exercise today, or your run. You can stop off at our windows, and you can wave, and you can make a donation. £5, little pay station we have here, £5. You can beep beep, just like one of those things, and off it goes. You can do 2 if you want, if you're crazy. But that's good. As we raise more money, I keep forgetting what we're up to. But yeah, you're going to do facts and figures, Sarah.
I'll do some facts, yeah.
140, just about 115, let's say. 115,000. Far away.
Okay, so here are some facts. So this is in Brussels particularly. It says, although Belgium has its fair share of beautiful churches, the Basilica of the Sacred Heart is particularly special. Not only is it the 3rd biggest cathedral in Belgium, but it ranks as 5th in the list of the world's largest churches and is the largest Art Deco style building in the world.
Oh, there you go.
It was constructed at the end of the 19th century. It was intended originally to represent a royal district. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, you can head up to the cupola to get a panoramic view of Brussels. And it's also got 2 museums inside it, so it's huge.
Right.
It's very nice. Look up some more facts. So it says, the Belgian capital is a prime location for stakeholders in the art world, whether it be the numerous art galleries, design and art festivals, museums showcasing the Flemish primitives and the world of surrealists, or cultural hubs serving as a platform for emerging and established talent. Brussels is carving out its own reputation as a reputable art destination in Europe.
Very good.
So yeah, some lovely buildings. It says, an exceptional example of Art Nouveau and home to a variety of plant life, the royal greenhouses of Laeken were commissioned by Leopold II and designed by Alphonse Balat in 1873. So it says, for 3 weeks in April to May, visitors can catch a rare glimpse inside the spectacular glass and cast iron greenhouses and explore the vast collection of plants and flowers. So kind of a similar thing to Kew Gardens here in London,
Yes.
I guess.
Gardens.
So the beautiful giant greenhouses. Ah, Tintin, of course. Here we go.
Or Tintin.
Tintin, yeah, in
French.
French. So it says Tintin, or Tintin, and his dog Snowy are 2 of the most iconic cartoon characters representing Belgium's stake in the 9th art.
The dog is
9th
Milou.
art.
It's Tintin and Milou.
Oh, in French.
Yeah.
What does Milou mean in French, though?
I don't know if it means
Ah.
that, but what it means if it does. But
Because I don't think it's a direct translation,
No.
is it?
that'd be Neige.
Yeah. Which it is, or was doing earlier today here in London.
Yeah, what's
Stop now.
It stopped. But yes, Tintin. What does it say about Tintin?
So it says, from museums to comic murals, there are several areas to witness the saga of the boy detective and his partner in crime. The original Tintin statue was created in 1975 by Nat Nugent and was located at the Wolvendale Park in Uccle. but after years of vandalism, oh, that's a shame, was then placed in the Ukul Cultural Centre. In 2011, a new version of the original statue was created and can now be visited in the Grand Sablon.
Why would they do vandalism?
And there's a picture here of a lovely mural as well, a Tintin mural on the side of a building. Yeah, Tintin is a big export. Is Tintin internationally known?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Waving to people outside. Yes, Tintin is international now. Around the world, Spielberg did a Tintin film.
Oh, of course, yeah. There's a reference here to Magritte. It says, while the Magritte Museum holds a significant number of works by the renowned surrealist René Magritte, individuals can also get a glimpse of the artist's home within the small commune of Jette. This place is where Magritte resided for 24 years and would paint more than half of his work. The House-Turn Museum is a biographical look into the life of Magritte and his wife Georgette, complete with photographs and letters by the artist. So there you go. Right, I'm going to find... oh, this is nice. Car-free Sunday in Brussels. Every year in September, the Brussels region closes for traffic from 9:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. for one Sunday.
Oh, wow.
Most cars are forbidden from a few of Brussels' main streets, and the usually jammed streets become a boardwalk for pedestrians. So it says it began as an initiative to bring awareness to the environment, but it's now an opportunity to go out and participate in numerous activities hosted by local organisations who take advantage of the shops that have opened just for the occasion. Oh, that's lovely. Going to do some more general facts. Actually, I'll do a couple more because then we have our first guest.
Yes, indeed.
This is quite enjoyable. Like, I've started looking up traditions that only happen in certain places. So I found some for Belgium. Okay, here's an interesting one. Masked orange pelting figures at Carnival de Binchi. It says instead of pulling out floats or throwing tons of beads on Mardi Gras, the small Walloon town of it's probably Bash. I'm not sure. Binche celebrates by trotting out bizarre figures in colourful outfits, wearing wax masks and weaving bundles of willow twigs. Folkloric as can be, the tradition has been around since the 14th century. Nobody knows where the strange creatures called gilets come from, or why they insist on pelting the crowd with oranges. But as far as entertainment and identity building go, the whole town works together to put on a show. This is one for the books. So there you go, throwing oranges at people.
Which they catch and eat, or?
Yeah, it doesn't say. I mean, there's a picture and it does look a bit terrifying, but there you go.
Mandarins or tangerines, mate.
Yeah. There's giant ones, navel oranges. It's like cannonballs. Okay, I'll do one more tradition. Oh no, that sounds horrible. Let's see. Okay, here we go. A giant omelette. Here we are. The one in Abbeville might be more famous, but the Wallonian village of Malmedy is just as proud of its giant omelette festival. Every August, the members of the town's omelette brotherhood don towering chef's hats, break 10,000 eggs, and start frying their pride and joy in a skillet 4 meters in diameter. Christ. A marching band and clucking chicken mascots entertain people while they watch the cooks stir with their giant wooden spoons and wait for an omelette piece to come their way. That's bonkers. Wow. There you go.
Yeah, that sounds... I suppose any traditions, we must have a whole bunch which are rolling cheddar down the cheese down the hill.
Yes.
People chasing after cheese.
And we, people get badly injured, don't they? Falling down the hill trying to get the cheese. Yeah. I mean, yeah, we have plenty.
Do they have to get the cheese? Is that the thing?
I think they just have to be the first of the... But I think they actually know they do have to get the cheese, yeah. Yeah.
Eddie, I have the menu for you.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Lavinia.
Hi Eddie, hello.
How are you doing?
I'm good. Und du, wie geht's dir?
Ich bin sehr müde. Is that tired?
Ja, das, I can
Müde?
imagine. Das kann ich mir vorstellen.
Yeah. It's tough. So I did my German gig yesterday, but today we're in Brussels, so we have to go French or Dutch,
Yes.
I'm afraid. So,
I watched your show in Vienna.
oh wow, yes. And how was it?
Great. Ich habe eine Stunde lang gelacht. I laughed for a whole hour. It was great.
Stunde.
I learned a lot about Heinrich the Achter.
Yeah, Heinrich the actor. Well, you may have known. Were you? I take it you sound like you have an English accent, but you have lived all over the place, haven't you?
So I was born in London, and then with my family we moved to Switzerland, then Germany, and France. I grew up mainly in France,
Wow.
in a town called Ferney-Voltaire, which is on the border with Switzerland. It's the town where Voltaire, the famous philosopher,
Yeah.
spent the last 20 years of his life. So I went to French school. My mother's French,
Right.
so.
Oh,
that's-
cool. So I've got my French shows. You probably know 28th. Not that I'm encouraging. Well, I'm encouraging you to see it if you wish, but it's here. When I run Paris, je vais tous les spectacles en français. Le 28.
Oh, yeah.
So that would be formidable, yeah. So how come you moved so much? What was?
Well, it was basically my dad's work. He was in finance, and he was sent sort of all over the place to various companies he was working for. But it's a great thing because as a kid, it's easy to learn languages, much
Yeah.
easier than it is when you're an adult. Your brain's a bit like a sponge. So I always enjoyed it. I loved moving to new countries. I found it really exciting. I love languages generally. So
Do you think it's just the sponge thing? I have a theory that when we're young, we don't understand humiliation. We don't understand embarrassment so much, so that if we get it wrong, the other kids of your own age are not equipped to go, no. Oh, what the hell are you talking about?
yeah, that's true. Yeah, absolutely. I think also, it becomes a means of survival, learning the language.
Yes,
because, I think I was 5 when we moved to Germany, and I was, trying to make friends, and so I had a rather odd, peculiar way of learning it. Every time someone spoke to me, I would just repeat what they said to me. So if they said,
wow.
"Oh, wie heißt du?" and I'd be like, "Oh, wie heißt du?" And so that was my way of learning. And then I realized, it wasn't very easy to make friends that way. So I actually used humor. I would try and make them laugh so they wouldn't, sort of disarm them, so they wouldn't have any chance to make fun of me. And I would do that by doing impressions of the teachers. Whenever they'd leave the classroom, I would just go to the front and do all sorts of, give them a bit of a show, and that would make them laugh. And so that's, and gradually I'd make friends. And I think as a kid, yes, as you said, you're sort of perhaps less self-conscious, I think, when you're learning a language.
Yeah, and well, it's interesting because you're going into countries where people already obviously had the language, depending on what age when you went in. So that's could have been, but the survival thing gets you through that. You just got to fit in if you're going to live there. And I take it you lived in Germany, Switzerland, France for a number of years in each one, or was it very quickly moving back?
So Germany for 3 years, and then I was in France from the age of 8 to 18, and then I came to the UK to study. But then I went back to Paris to attend drama school, and I've sort of been back and forth quite a bit. But I've been living in London now for the last 3 years.
Right.
But can I ask you something about you when you learn languages? Do you find that your personality shifts a bit between language? Like when you're speaking French, you're a different Eddie compared to Eddie who speaks English or German.
I don't find it does. People have talked about this. I don't want it to shift, but I also haven't noticed it shift. But maybe that's because I don't want it to shift. I mean, what I want to be is the same person. I say different words. Well, I say, different words, but they mean the same thing. I'll still talk about the same things. I'll still be me. I'm sometimes very quiet. sometimes quite flamboyant, but I don't see much change. Do you feel there's a change with you?
I feel like I think when I for example, if I'm annoyed or just a bit angry, I'll tend to want to speak more in French. It will just come out more naturally. I'll just blurt something out in French. Yeah, I think I mean, I don't think my personality changes, but I think if you're, if I'm talking with French friends or German friends, I think the conversations might be slightly different, or yeah, I'll have a different tone, maybe, maybe have, I don't know, different jokes. Say, I think you sort of adapt to the culture of the country, I think. Well, that's how I feel anyway.
I feel I didn't want to. I feel that, we should be individuals, and wherever we go, we're just the same, but we say the same kind of things in different words. That's kind of what I wanted to do. Yeah, I haven't tracked that very clearly, but, I'm performing in, well, the German show will be the same as the French show on the 28th, and that is the same as normally the English show, but at the moment I'm doing the English show as a best-of selection, which is slightly different, but I find I just come up with material, well, this is stand-up, but I try and come up with material that just is universal, and that's about 90% of things you can talk about are universal. Haircuts, sex, supermarkets, politics in general. If you get into specifics about a politician, a sports star, anything that's known in one country, they may not transfer to the next country, but if they're internationally known, then they will. So that's how I do it.
So, did you say you were going to learn Arabic as well?
Yes, I see that you're learning Arabic. So how is that? I was born in Yemen, in Aden. So how is it?
It's hard, but I like it because obviously it's quite a difficult language. I mean, it's totally. The alphabet is quite difficult. I've just finished learning it.
Right.
And it's interesting because every letter will change depending on its position in the word, whether it's the beginning, the middle, and the end. So it's really fascinating. I find it fascinating, but I mean, I know it will take me several years. But
you're learning it from books and teachers, as opposed to
children's books.
But from immersion, because immersion, I think, is the best way to learn any language.
Yes, I agree.
Can you not get a gig there? Can you not get something? I don't know if I see exactly what your work is, but my thing is to go and perform there in Arabic, either in Cairo or maybe Beirut, and do a whole lot of gigs so that I have to get good, and I'm hanging out with people. Can you do that, or you're not in a position to do that at the moment?
Not yet. I would love to go, and as you said, I would love to do a total immersion course. Or go there, go to Beirut. I'd love to go to Beirut and just, spend a couple of months there. And I think that's the only way to learn, really. I think if you're stuck behind a computer with a book, it's not, a few hours a week isn't enough. So, but yeah, no, I think it's the way forward.
Yeah.
Have you got some Arabic already? Did you say you?
No, I do them one by one. I can't. I mean, shukran is thank you, and God willing, and assalamu alaikum, peace be on you, which is kind of ornate but very beautiful thing to say to people. But yeah, I haven't, because I tend to concentrate. Spanish is the next one I'm trying to bring up, but I need to get my German better. Ein besseres Deutsch.
Besseres Deutsch, yeah. Es ist nicht einfach. It's a tricky language, but it's also quite a logical language. So
yeah, I do find that it's quite logical.
It is.
Buchhandlung. A bookhandler is a bookshop, so you can see where it came from. And the Angles and the Saxons brought it in way back when.
Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's I find that you can also, there's so many words I really like in German, like gemütlich or toll, and I find there's not that sort of equivalent in English. There's lots of nice words that I like to use in German.
What's gemütlich mean?
Comfortable.
Gemütlich. And why is the not the equivalent in English? Surely comfortable is the.
I just feel that there's just words that are that lend themselves better to certain contexts than others.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Doesn't quite actually make sense to me. Because are you saying that you feel they sound more like what comfortable sounds like?
I think perhaps there's some words that would sound better in a certain context, like some German words sound better. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's how I feel about certain words, and I can't always find the English equivalent for a certain word. I'm just saying the word gemütlich because I quite like the word gemütlich. I like the sound of it. So.
I hear what you're saying, but it does seem that if that means comfortable, you could use comfortable in English, and comfortable sounds pretty comfy to me. I mean,
I just said gemütlich, but.
Schadenfreude, we don't have a word for that. So
Schadenfreude, yeah, that's another one. I was going to get that one as well. Schadenfreude,
but
yeah.
I find, sometimes things that don't go with us. We have such varied swear words as well. I quite like freezing cold is arschkalt.
Yeah.
Very expensive is arschteuer.
Yeah.
Using the word arse in there. Arse expensive and arse cold. I think that's kind of fun. Yeah.
Very, very rich language. I mean, it's and I find that you can sometimes, if you don't know a word, you can try and guess it by assembling various words, and you can make a word that will kind of convey the meaning that you're trying to.
Yes, I tend to walk around the thing and come in from another direction. Is my general trick on that. But yes.
There's
So how come you're in St Albans at the moment?
Sorry.
How come you're in St Albans at the moment? Is that where you are?
Yes, I'm in St Albans because, my partner and I were living in North London at the start of the pandemic, and we decided we were going to move out like a lot of people. So we've been here since June, and it's lovely. It's a very pretty little town, and it's quite easy to get into London.
Yeah, my dad was evacuated there in the war.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. So,
and
Izzard.
So that's interesting. Were you you say you were born in Yemen? Did you spend a few years out there, like as a child, or?
Well, I call myself tail end Charlie on the family because Dad was there 8 years, Mum was there 5 years, my brother 3 years, and I was only 1 year. So born in '62, unfortunately left in '63, but it meant a lot to the family because our parents met there, married there, and both me and my brother were born there. So it's quite. Without it, we wouldn't exist. Both my mum and dad choosing to go to this far away place and take a posting. Mum was a nurse and Dad was an accountant. So, and then they met and that was it. So, yeah.
Do you think you'll be going? Would you like to go back there? I mean,
I have. We went back with Dad in 2008. But it was still tricky then, even though there wasn't a civil war on it. It was tricky. But the idea that certain people and Al Qaeda, I think, were training up in the mountains and certain kidnappings and stuff.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to get tourism going, but huge stretches of beach with no one on them, which are kind of amazing.
And it's like one of the worst humanitarian crises going on there right now. It's terrible.
No, it's very rough.
I wanted to ask you about this book. I don't know if you've read the book called Born to Run.
Yes, I know the book. It's about running with a tribe up in the mountains, isn't it?
Yes, the Tara Mahura tribe. A friend of mine just recommended the book to me, and it's really interesting. To the tribe. It's an ancient tribe, and they can basically do long distance running for like two days.
Yeah.
In one session, they run something like 320 kilometers in 24 hours, and they run using wearing very thin soles, just very basic traditional sandals.
And do they go in a big circle or so that they come back to where they started, or?
No, I think they just go from one. I don't know. I don't think they do a big circle. It's their way of traveling and going hunting. And I think for them, running is like it's almost like a form of prayer. And they run to build ties with their community and with other communities, and they run also to hunt deer. They have the ability to hunt down deers and wild turkeys. So I hadn't heard of it. I think it's quite amazing. They sound
It is. It's quite out there. Yes.
very yeah.
I'm not sure if I'm going to do that. I think I just want this one to finish at the moment. So that's where I am. You've written a script about a Jewish family surviving in Nazi persecution.
Yes. So so that was it's based on a true story. It's happening in Salonika in northern Greece during World War II, and the story is about a Jewish family that survived as an entire unit. They survived the Nazi occupation. Salonika used to have a big Jewish community before the Nazis arrived. There was something like 60,000 Jewish people living there, and they'd been there for centuries. And by the time the Nazis left, there were hardly any left. They'd literally just annihilated them all. So the story is about this family that go into hiding for 18 months, and their survival depended on so many factors, on the whole network of people that they had to trust, because during the war, obviously there was there was great famine, and a lot of Greeks actually collaborated with the Germans. Because they needed the money, or they themselves didn't want to get killed. So it's a story that was actually given to me by a friend of mine who's doing a PhD on the topic. It's unpublished, and I read it 5 years ago, and I was absolutely blown away by the story. And I really decided I wanted to make it into a film, because they had so many narrow escapes. It's crazy, and it's interesting because you see how people at the time, how they reacted. We sort of tend to learn history as being with the baddies and the goodies, but actually you find out by reading personal stories that actually there were some Greeks that collaborated, some Greeks that risked their lives to save Jewish people. The family that I'm talking about, they had a Nazi officer that was billeted to their house at the start of the war, the occupation, and he said to the family, "You've got to leave because you're going to get killed. I shouldn't be saying this to you, but you've got to leave." History is made up of all sorts of complex characters, I think. So it's interesting to read these stories, I think, and to show the complexity of people.
No.
So I mean, I've written. It's 200 pages long, and the script.
Yeah.
I'm trying to obviously narrow it down to 120 pages. It's hard though.
For a first film, you're probably going to get it to 90. That's.
Sorry.
If it's your first film script, you're probably going to get it down to 90.
Well, I've written other film scripts, but this is my first feature.
How would you? What are the other film scripts? If they were, surely all film scripts are feature films, or were they not feature?
So they're film scripts that I just wrote myself. I did 4 short films.
Short films. Gotcha. Yeah.
So I like to. I've lived in Berlin. I've lived in West Africa, and every time I've sort of lived in a country, I like to do a film about the place that I've lived in.
Right, gotcha.
Based on the stories from people I met.
Cool.
Usually tackling social and political issues.
Yeah.
So I find I love storytelling. That's why I love traveling. Just to I've met some fascinating people traveling, and I've always wanted to been quite curious about, kind of like you were saying, reaching out to people and hearing their stories, their personal stories.
And what can we learn from you, and what can they learn from us? That's the way for humanity. That's the way humanity's got this far. You're co-founder of a charity established during the first lockdown. Talk about that. Hertz Young Leaders. What does Hertz mean?
Hertz Young Leaders. Yeah. So it's a newly founded charity based in St Albans. We just got registered last November, so we're fairly new. Our mission is to basically empower the young disadvantaged people in Hertfordshire who've been left behind during the pandemic, and we aim to do so by providing educational and early intervention programs. There've been a lot of this pandemic obviously has affected a lot of people, but Hertfordshire isn't always perceived as an area of deprivation, and actually statistics show that 10% of residents in Hertfordshire live in severe deprivation, and in that 10%, 25,000 are children under 17. So there is, there's definitely a need for some sort of support system in place.
And if Hertfordshire is seen as richer, would not the councils of these of the richer parts be wanting to help, or do they not care?
Well, the thing is, what happened is that there are various support groups in place, but not something that actually meets the needs of the schools and the disadvantaged kids.
Right.
You're right, though. I mean, this is why we're going to start a crowdfunding campaign. We're trying to raise money for the time being. We were due to start. To roll out we have what we call the COVID recovery program. We were due to start in January, but obviously we can't now because of lockdown, so we're going to have to postpone that. But in the meantime, we're putting together a program to help the kids that were selected for that were enrolled with our charity. We're going to find a way of supporting them in the meantime until they can go back to school again. And how
come Herts, if you're in St Albans, it's St Albans, not Herts, Hertfordshire, isn't it? Hertfordshire.
Oh, sorry, I hear that, sorry.
How come you've based it in Herts, Hertfordshire?
Hertfordshire.
Is that Herts is short for Hertfordshire, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, and how come it's based there?
So the founder was from here. She's the one who had the idea to set up this charity. She at the start of the pandemic, she volunteered for another charity in London that was supporting young disadvantaged kids, young black boys, and she was so inspired by their work that she decided to set something up here as well, something similar.
Oh, in St Albans.
In Hertfordshire, yes, yeah, in St Albans. Well, we're based here, but we do, we will work. Hopefully, we'll open more centres across the county. And
I didn't realize. So Hertfordshire is St Albans. I thought it was over to the west. Hertfordshire. This is in my geography. Hertfordshire's not to the west, no.
No, so St Albans is in Hertfordshire, yeah.
St Albans is in Hertfordshire.
Northwest,
okay.
Yeah.
Because I thought Pinewood Studios was in Hertfordshire.
Yes, they're not far actually. I think it's like 10 minutes from here, I think.
Oh really? Okay, my geography.
Yes.
I thought St Albans. I have to look at a map now because I thought that St Albans was further over to the east in my mind. Very good. Okay, well, it's great setting up charities. We're all in favour of
that.
Yeah,
I think the problem is that there's been an educational gap, between disadvantaged kids and the richer, their more affluent peers. There was already a big gap before the pandemic.
Yeah.
Something like 1.5, they were 1.5 years behind in learning at this, before the pandemic, and that gap has just widened.
Yes.
And it's just gotten worse, and it's going to have, a detrimental impact on these kids for years to come. So it's quite, it's urgently needed. They do need some, support system. So the program that we've put in place, we called it the 8-week recovery program, and we're going to basically provide extra tuition after school, focusing on maths and English, and then also Saturday, we've got the Saturday leadership program, which involves creative activities, sports, and field trips. So the idea is to basically, help these kids build their confidence, provide a space, a safe space where they can, learn new skills, play, and, become the leaders of tomorrow.
Yes,
because we want to bridge that gap, between the rich kids and the poor kids. There's,
a fair chance in life. A fair chance in life should be the right of every person in the world.
Absolutely. It's a human right for kids to have access to, quality education, you know, and more opportunities in life. So
Yeah.
that's what we're working towards, and we're hoping, you know, depending on the results, you know, the outcome, we're hoping to build it into something
Very good.
bigger and spread a bit further.
And is everyone at the moment you're on full lockdown? I take it like everyone else.
Yes, sadly, yes. So, you know, keeping busy. Not being able to run much, but I do, you know, I do try and keep fit by go walking every day for about an hour.
And you can't run because of the
Well, I
situation.
just
of
had
lockdown?
I had back issues, nothing
okay.
major, but my back was hurting, so I had to stop for a while.
Gotcha.
But you know, running is walking is great.
Yeah, no, it's if you can't run.
It's, you know, great way of decluttering the mind, and I always get ideas for stories I want to write about when I'm
Yeah.
walking.
Alrighty. Well, you take care. Thank you for talking to us.
Thank you. Thanks, Eddie.
Good
Good
luck.
luck.
Helping the people in Hertfordshire. All right.
Thank you. Bye.
Take care. All right. So that was Lavinia calling in from St Albans. Got charity working there, working with young people in Hertfordshire who are not getting the help they need to have a fair chance in life, which is something we want to fight for. I'm going for another loo break. Sorry, kids. That's what I'm going to do. Back in just a second. Loo break.
It started with a box, and 2.8 million more just like it. Rations meant for war would now help those victimized by it. Passed from hand to hand, they moved together across land and sea, to a place where everything was broken, where everything had been lost. The box revealed its gift: food, survival, hope. The knowledge that someone, somewhere far away, wanted to help. Goodwill put into action, a world embraced, and yet only the beginning of the story. The need was bigger, deeper, more fundamental. It still is. A chronic absence of food and clean water. Hunger, starvation, desperation. Sickness that racks young and old, mounting pressure on communities already in distress. The ones who can change the world for the better, stripped of their gifts. Every path blocked, and seemingly no way out. But as understanding of the problems grew, our simple box changed. It now turned to the roots of suffering, to empower those at the brink, life flowing back into communities, nourishment sustained, the seeds of hope planted. Communities freed from sickness, the good building on the good, powering the engines of change. The future we will all share, built on a simple truth. That when you give of yourself, you can be the difference in people's lives. You can help deliver lasting change. Its colors are different. Its mission has grown, but it's the same care package. The simple box that gives us all the power to change the world for good.
NTD. It's not terribly descriptive. Needlessly tricky denomination. We need to disentangle, need to define, nothing to declare, National Turnip Day, never tickle dinosaurs. No, that's daft. Now the disclosure. Neglected tropical diseases. Not that difficult. Neglected though? Deserted, disenfranchised, desperate, dying. No, that's dreadful. Now these diseases need to discontinue, need to disappear. Never mind the difficulties. No more tedious delays. Now's the decade. Nations together declare no to disease, no to discrimination. Nobody treated differently. Neglected tropical diseases. End the neglect.
So let's talk to Shua.
Yeah, put me through now.
Thank you. Hi, Shua.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm okay. Sorry I was a bit late. I just had to nip to the loo because I'm very
It's
exhausted.
okay.
I get very tired. Oh, so now you are a working for Care International in Yemen. Are you in Yemen at the moment?
Yes, I'm Yemeni actually.
Oh wow, excellent. And which city are you in? Which town or city are you in?
I'm in Sana'a.
Sana. Well, you may know that I'm from Aden. I was born in Aden. They may have told you that, but I don't know if they did.
Yes. And I'm actually originally from Eden. I was born in Eden.
Oh wow.
But I lived, yeah. This is why I found it interesting to have the interview with you.
Yeah. Now, do you call it Aden or Aden? Because I thought it's Aden in Arabic.
In Arabic, it's completely Aden, like this, very strong Aden.
Aden.
But
Aden.
yes, yeah. So in English, well, it's a bit soft.
Okay.
Aden or
Aden, yeah.
Aden. Yeah.
I know. I thought because I want to learn Arabic, so I thought I should pronounce it like Arabic people do and say Aden. Aden.
Thank you.
That's
Yeah.
because it's written in my passport, and I'm very proud of it. Because my parents met there, and they got married there, and my brother was born there, and I was born there. So we are very thankful to Yemen, and it's having it's a very tough time. I know. So tell us, you're a gender specialist. Tell us about that. You're helping with young girls, young women.
Actually, what I'm doing with CARE is that I support all CARE programs, either the humanitarian or the development in gender mainstreaming. So mainly my role is to ensure that we are fulfilling CARE commitment to gender equality and women empowerment. Making sure that women are targeted as beneficiaries, but also as humanitarian worker. And with the woman economic empowerment, and we also do supporting women political participation within the peace process through our program, Women, Peace and Security. So my capacity is to support CARE to ensure that women are there and we are supporting them within the context without causing any harm or provoking the situation for them.
I understand. And how the situation in Yemen at the moment is very tough with COVID. Is that adding extra problems? I assume it is.
Yeah, as you know that a conflict escalated in Yemen since 2015.
Yeah.
And since 2015, it's been the conflict has caused the worst the world's humanitarian situation, and which make people almost 80% of people are 80% of the population are in need of humanitarian assistance.
Oh my God!
And the protection of civilian is getting worse and worse. So the situation is really deteriorate for a lot of people. Salaries have stopped. The economic is deteriorating. The local currency is also devaluation. A lot of issues or challenges Yemeni people is facing. Displacement happened with huge number. So almost 3 million people are displaced. So all these challenges, and then we had the COVID-19 with no clear data, no clear instructions from some authorities, which make it like people were like, so what we are facing, a new death. Every day we are facing death. So the situation is scary, but people are just dealing it as a new challenge that we are facing every day.
Yes, I know. I'm so sorry, because it's the land of my birth. I'm very sorry that this is happening. And your story is amazing. So you have a master's degree in international development from Bradford University.
Yes.
So how did that happen? When did you go to United Kingdom, the UK? When did you come over?
I did my master in 2003, 2004, and I was a Chevening alumni, which is a scholarship from the foreign ministry, UK foreign ministry,
right,
and managed by the British Council.
Right.
So people usually apply, and who succeed go and get covered for the whole year, and I was lucky to get it.
Wow, well, excellent. Well done to that. And where did you do your ordinary degree from before you did your master's? Where did you take that?
My school was in my primary and high school was in Thais. In a private school that did do and used to do English. English was the first language in that school.
Right.
And then I did my university in Sana'a University.
Sana'a, okay.
And yeah, So I'm a kind of a national person because I was born in Aden. I studied in Taiz, and then I did my university in Sana'a.
Yeah.
And I worked in different areas in Yemen. So yeah, I'm a kind of a national person.
Well, well done to you. Excellent.
Sorry?
I said, well done.
Thank you.
Congratulations for doing that.
Thank you, thank you.
'Cause,
Thank you.
And to come over to Bradford and get a master's degree is just fantastic. So I salute you. And Care International, they are, are they based in Sana'a, or they're also based in Aden as well, or is it mainly in Sana'a?
The country Care have the country office in Sana'a,
Right.
but we have 5 area offices.
Yep.
One in Aden, which is also manage Abdallah, Lahj, and Abiyan. And we have an office, area office in Taiz, which manage Taiz and Eb.
Right.
And another office in Amran, which manage Amran and Sana'a Governorate.
Right.
And then we have an office in Hajjah in the north, which manage Hajjah, Al Mahwit, and Al Hudaydah. So one country office and 5 area offices.
Okay. Okay. Now I'm going to ask you an unusual question. Seeing as you were, how long did you live in Aden, when you were growing up before you left?
I didn't live in Aden. I was born and maybe I was like 5-6 months, and my family has to leave Aden.
Right.
Because my father he was a political activist.
Right.
Against the British colony. I'm sorry.
Okay. No, that's okay. That's okay.
And I was born after independence.
Right.
And my father, there was a lot of clashes between different political groups in Aden at that time.
Right.
After they got independence.
Yeah.
So what happened is that my father, his life was at risk, so he had to leave Aden and move to Taiz. So we left around. I was still baby at that time. So I didn't live in Aden specifically.
All right.
But my mother, God bless her soul, she insisted that every summer we spend it in Aden. And even we were living in Taiz and then in Sana'a. My parents, they kept all the tradition and culture of Aden. So when I speak Yemeni, anyone will notice that I'm from Aden immediately.
Gotcha. I understand. No, because I think I was born in Al Barika. I think they call it Al Barika.
Al-Breka, yes.
Al Barika? Is that how you call it?
Yes.
Where the refinery
Yeah,
is.
Al-Breka.
Barika, where the refinery is.
Yes, there are refineries. Yes, it's Al-Buraiqa. And I think there was a big camp for the British at that time there.
Yes, there was all the houses which now Yemeni people live in, of course, and so they should.
Yeah.
But that's where one of those, my mum and dad lived in one of those. And the refinery.
Okay.
So if I tell people where I'm from, I can say Al Bareka in Aden. Is that correct? Okay, that's good. Good. to
Yes.
know.
Yeah.
I like
Yes.
to know that. Also, I want to learn Arabic, but I want to play many Arabic countries because I do a comedy show, which is hopefully, fun, but also intelligent. But I've been told that Egyptian Arabic is very good because they make the films, and most people could understand Egyptian Arabic. If I came to Yemen, I'm speaking with an Egyptian Arabic, would that be understood? Would that work or not?
Yes. Yeah. Actually, Egypt, they produce a lot of movies, a lot of drama, and they were the first country in the Arab world to produce movies. So, like when the Arab people start knowing cinema and drama and TV, we used to get only Egyptian.
Right.
So this is why it's widespread all over. So anyone around the Arab country will understand the Egyptian delegate because it's what it's. We watch TV, theater, drama,
Yeah.
and it's with the Egyptian delegate, so everyone know it.
Yes, that dialect. Yes. Well, I will.
Yes.
So if you were advising me, you'd say it's a good idea to learn Egyptian Arabic if I want to go to many.
Yes, sure.
If I wish to go to many different Arabic countries. Okay. Okay.
And I hope one day you will come and visit Eden.
Oh yes, I did. I was there in 2008 with my father and my brother. We came back. We wanted to.
Oh.
Oh yeah, no, it's strong with us. So we want to be back. And obviously, people say at the moment you have COVID. There is the situation as well, the conflict situation. So it's too dangerous at the moment. But I still. This is why it's wonderful to talk to you. I'm from Al-Baraka, yeah?
Al-Baraka.
Al-Baraka.
Yeah.
Al-Baraka in
And actually, CARE, Breka is one of the areas that CARE target with our humanitarian intervention, especially with the WASH, because there is a lot of rural areas
Yes.
in the district, and CARE did more than one project there for water, sanitation, and hygiene promotion.
Gotcha, yes, watch. Sanitation, hygiene. Excellent. Well, it's wonderful to talk to you. I'm very impressed with what you've done with your life and with your father. Your father was right to be a political activist and to ask us to leave.
Thank you.
Because, you know, we understand there's a lot of us, the next generations, who say, yeah, we went around taking places as colonies, and that's not how it should be. So well done to your father, and well done to you. And shukran, I should say.
Shukran jazilan.
So you take care, be safe, and thank you for talking to us today, Shah.
Thank you for choosing Yemen to talk about it.
Not at all. I always will. I will always fight for Yemen. Cheers.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. I'm from Al-Baraka. So, I think it's the shining place, I think it means. And forgot to ask her that. I think that's what it does mean. So, yeah, that was good to talk to a Yemeni person in Yemen who's from Aden, now lives in Sana'a, and that's the country of my birth. My dad was an accountant with BP oil refinery there. Mum was a nurse at the BP hospital. And that's how they met back in 58 and got married in 59. And my brother was born in 1960. I was born in 62. And that was for the 8 years of my dad from 55 to 63. It was Dad's time there. So yes, good. Okay, so that's CARE International. Now, if you'd like to help me and help CARE International and help us try and get people around the world into a better situation, please do go to eddieizzard.com and donate. You can hit the donate button and boom, off it goes. Credit cards from anywhere in the world, wherever you're watching in from, or if you have a UK phone, 70810 is the number. 70810, that's the texting number. And if you want to give £10 or £20, you just either write 10 T-E-N or 20 T-W-E-N-T-Y. And then the money will accordingly go off with your phone. So that's a very easy thing to do, which I've done myself. You get a return text very quickly. Oh, God, I'm tired today. Why am I so tired? Maybe last night I used a lot of brain fuel to do the show in German.
Yeah, we should also point out you have run 23 marathons, so
Yes,
I think you can be tired.
23 miles. Master's down. Going back to a walk. Sorry, just if I think about it, my brain drops out.
Do some more facts.
Yep. Facts and
That's always fun. Should we do some more interesting traditions? Not that I want to make it
anything you want.
too tradition heavy, but there we go.
You do that. I'm just gonna retie a shoelace.
Okay.
Carry ahead. Go on.
I will find a good one. Ah, here we go. The Mayboom vendetta between Brussels and Leuven. It says every single 9th of August, a tree of joy, or Mayboom, must be planted in Brussels before the clock strikes 5 p.m. If not, it would be a surrender to the people of Leuven. A shame too great to bear, at least according to the Brusselaars. Oh, it's people from Brussels. Brusselaars.
They got to do what?
They've got to plant a tree of joy before 5 o'clock.
And what is a tree of joy?
Well, it's in inverted commas, and I think, let's see if they will tell us. It looks like a big pole in the picture. I will read on. The ritual of the maypole. Okay, yes, maypole. There we go. We have maypoles. The ritual of the maypole stretches back all the way to the early 13th century, when the people of Brussels claim that they were celebrating a wedding when they fought off an attack from the Leuvenars and planted a beautiful young beech to celebrate. The Leuvenars, on the other hand, remember quite acutely that they stole the true maypole from Brussels in 1974, so it was never up by 5 p.m. that year. They too have been planting their one and only true maypole with a big folk feast ever since. Oh, it's like a...
You say 1974?
Yes.
That's very recent.
It's very recent.
Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. I'm not sure. It said the ritual stretches back to the 13th century.
Sorry?
So it says the ritual stretches back to the 13th century. Yeah, but then in 1974, the other town stole the maypole from Brussels. Right, okay, so it's a tradition from the 13th century, but in 1974, the Leuvenars maintain that the people of Brussels didn't manage to put it up by 5 o'clock because they stole it. So, and they've been planting it ever since. Maybe the one they stole. Oh, it's all going on. There you go. Maypole theft, essentially.
Yeah, that seems like people with too much time on their hands.
We have maypoles, though, don't we?
Yeah, but not going to steal.
We're not going stealing them. There you go. Brussels and Leuven having a big stealing maypole fight. So there we go. Oh, Dave's just made a good point in my ear. This is celebrated in August. There should be August poles. That's very true. There you go.
What is in August?
This thing of putting the maypole up.
Well, it's not August. Yes. But,
Yeah.
Well, what, don't we do maypoles in May?
Yes, but these guys are doing it in August. But with a maypole, so we'll have to ask some local people.
Something to do with fertility and stuff.
Yeah. Because with maypoles, there's, or at least how we have maypoles, there's all like streamers coming off the top. It's like a big pole, for anyone who doesn't know. Big pole, streamers coming off the top, and then people hold one of the strands, and then everyone sort of goes round in a dance in a circle and kind of weaves those strands then round the pole as they go. That's kind of what we do.
That symbolises the coming together and reproduction, maybe?
Yeah, maybe. I'm going to look it up.
Yeah.
Maypole. Meaning. There you go, that's probably it. Let's see what it says. What does the maypole symbolise? Okay, we'll look it up. Wikipedia will tell us. Okay, it says the festivals may occur on May Day or Pentecost, which is Whitsun. Although in some countries it is instead erected at midsummer. So that would be a bit later. Okay, so primarily found within the nations of Germanic Europe and the neighbouring areas. Oh, its origins remain unknown. Okay. It says it has often been speculated that the maypole originally had some importance in the Germanic paganism of Iron Age and early medieval cultures, and that the tradition survived Christianization, albeit losing any original meaning that it had.
Right.
Yeah, like many things, there's a bit of a pagan history. Wasn't the thing churches got built on old pagan
Sites, yeah.
sites?
Slap bang on top, so. And a lot of the old pagan gods became saints, so they could still worship them.
Yeah, it's kind of a clever bit of marketing, I suppose.
Yes. It's Christian marketing.
Yeah. Here we go, symbolism. So this is the English historian Ronald Hutton. It says they were erected simply as signs that the happy season of warmth and comfort had returned. There's more things.
I'm so sorry, I'm stopping again. I'm going for another pit stop. I seem to have everything is going through me very quickly. I'll be back in a second, sir.
$20 million are living in food insecurity since conflict escalated. 10 million people are at risk of famine. 3 million to 4 million people are displaced. The damaged infrastructure has hit the water supply. For humanitarian assistance are about 80%. So COVID in Yemen is a crisis on a crisis on a crisis. Of course, funding for COVID-19 needs to come on top of the funding to respond to the pre-existing needs.
وعلينا الحارة حافظة كلها تعبانة أكل ولا شرب ولا مي ولا حاجة الله أقل لنا حمى قالوا ده الكورونا ما أدري إيش دحنا مرضنا كمان أنا واحدة من الناس اللي أسبوع مريضة ما قدرتش أضرب حبة إبرة مخلة جيراني اللي مريض اللي عياله واللي زوجته واللي هو ما قدرناش نعمل ولا أي حاجة والأكل ما فيش أحيانا ناكل وأحيانا لا داخل ما فيش.
The COVID-19 make the WASH team think about new ways of supporting communities. In Amran city, where we'll support the local authorities in reconnecting or rehabilitating the sewage system for the city, to support hospitals that have reproductive health warden and hospitals which have isolation centers, provide them with water supply directly or to fix their water supply network. With the water scare in most of the households, people would prefer to keep water for drinking and cooking. Cleaning will be their last priority. So the awareness raising were intense. The team used different local media outlets like local radios and TVs to reach most of the population.
قبل 3 أشهر جارتي سماح أجاءت عندنا وعلمتني الطريقة الصحيحة لغسل اليدين. كمان علمتني إجراءات الوقاية من كورونا. من ذاك اليوم وأنا أعلم صديقاتي الطريقة الصحيحة لغسل اليدين. إحنا كلنا أبطال ونقدر نقضي على فيروس كورونا بطرق بسيطة ونرجع للمدرسة ونحقق أحلامنا.
COVID has a dramatic impact on Yemen economy and businesses had closed. So as much as we can, we try to support people by doing cash transfer. The main thing that we changed in distribution points, we installed hand washing stations. With all this crisis that people are facing, Yemeni people are still trying to find means to survive and supporting each other in a way or another. Also, their positiveness in receiving any support they get from any humanitarian actors keep fulfilling it to everyone working in a humanitarian sector in Yemen.
Okay. So, Leven.
Andy, I'm going to put you straight through.
Hi there.
Hi.
Hi, am I pronouncing your first name correctly? Go with E, Leven?
Absolutely, yes, Leven.
And
Leven is right, yeah.
Would it be Leven Scher?
Leven Scher. Well, the last name is a bit tricky because we have the typical Dutch g sound, so it's Schere. That's how it's pronounced. But
Got it.
just make your own version.
I can do it. Leven Scher.
That was probably the best pronunciation from an English-speaking person I've had until now. So
should it be
excellent?
More, should I hit the I a bit stronger? Is it Scher or is it Schere? Do you just
Schere.
Okay.
The E and the I are one sound in Dutch.
Yes, of course,
It's
of
A.
course. It's yes, I got you. Brain, yes, that's what I just did in Leven. So Leven Schere. Schere.
Yeah, Schere. Yeah.
There we go. So sorry I'm mangling your name, but I try to get pronunciation.
Well, and you did very well, exceptionally well, actually. Yeah.
Well, thank you for talking to us. So where are you in Belgium at the moment?
Now I'm in Ghent.
Ghent.
Ghent in Belgium, so one of the big cities of Flanders, the Dutch-speaking part, the north. Also one of the most beautiful cities in the world, I must say. And apparently we were one of the biggest cities of Europe for a very brief period of time during the Middle Ages, but it's something that everyone in Ghent will mention all the time. Once we were the Manhattan of Europe.
Right, and what year was that? What year roughly was that?
I do not know. It was Middle Ages, so it's a wild guess, but I would think 14th, 15th century, something like that.
Let's say 1427. I just make
Why not?
Yes. If you don't know, make it up. No one's going to go back there and check, unless they
Yeah, well, on the internet, who would check? Who would?
Yes, indeed. So, now tell everyone about yourself, anyone around the world who's watching at the moment. You are a comedian, you do things, you talk a lot about science, so just tell everyone, give yourself a little history of yourself to the world.
Yeah, so I am a stand-up comedian. I also write and act in TV shows or host TV shows. And probably for the last 10 years, my main focus was science. I studied physics. I've always been very interested in science and technology. And I noticed how interested the audience was too. So I looked around and I thought, there's a lot of good comedians. Let's just take my own flavor here. And that was going to be science and technology. So that's what we've been doing. What I've been doing for the last 10 years was TV shows about science. My comedy shows always have a scientific theme.
Yep.
I was at the Fringe with a show about special relativity, Einstein's special relativity.
Yeah.
The show that I would have been touring with now was about genetics, human genetics, and the revolution in human genetics. And the next one will probably be about AI. So I tried to be there in this science comedy wave that has started in the UK many years ago with Festival of the Spoken Nerd and even Darryl O'Brien doing the science-themed show. So that's what I'm aiming for, science and comedy.
Science and comedy. Now, if we go genetics, I can ask you things because I take it you know a fair bit about genetics and yeah?
Genetics. I did my reading and my talking to the scientists to get the popularized version of genetics. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, well, have you heard, I've always thought that being trans or LGBT plus, anyone in there, I feel it's genetic, but they've had difficulty pinpointing it. But I don't know whether you've heard recently, there's an idea that the brain might get coded at birth or just after birth, in a way, and it's based upon genetics, based upon how much testosterone or estrogen you have, and bizarrely, if you have more testosterone, it goes female, the brain, and if you have more estrogen, it goes male. Had you heard about that? That's quite a new thing.
Well, gender and genetics and gender identity is a hot topic, but it's so complicated.
Yeah.
Every now and then you read in the news, we discovered the gene for X.
Yeah.
It's always very complicated because basically what a gene does is it produces a protein. And sometimes the effects are quite simple. Like, for example, if in my eye, the protein production to make my eyes brown don't work anymore. That's why I have blue eyes. So that's a very simple relationship. But when it comes to gender, there's definitely nurture in there. There's, I think, definitely nature in there. But to pinpoint, to get to know where it is so difficult. And of course, we have this new tool now. We have this genome-wide association studies. So they read your entire genome.
Yep.
And you would expect, if I could get 10,000 trans people and 10,000 people who really identify as cisgender, and I could let my computer look for maybe clear differences between the two,
yep,
we could get the answer. Maybe in the future with better AI systems, but at this moment, it's the only answer we get is it's too complicated. There's too many factors we don't know yet. But I think especially sexual attraction is something so important for, well, just for surviving and for evolution, that I would be really amazed if there was no genetic factor there.
Yeah, I've said that. I couldn't prove it, but I just feel, I knew when I was 5 years old, and it has never moved, the feeling of, I think if I was a girl that would be fine, but I would have been a tomboy girl. So I'm a tom girl, tomboy. That's who I am. And any young girl can be a tomboy and do a whole range of things now, as you'll know, in Belgium, in Britain, anywhere, in Europe, in the European Union, in the world, hopefully, in developed countries, young girls and women can now think, I'll be a prime minister, I'll be a president, I'll be in special forces, I'll be a footballer, a whole bunch of stuff that just wasn't available, even in my childhood, I think. Those would not have been on the radar, or allowed to have been on the radar for young women. So do you think things are getting better? I feel that genetics has helped us in the world. Do you not feel that? Do you feel that?
Well, I've often described myself as I don't know if it translates well to English, but progression optimist. That I had the feeling that humanity was making steps forward in the right direction, and that we were getting smarter and hopefully a bit more tolerant and more understanding of everybody who has an identity that is not completely like ours. This optimism had a beating the last 4 years.
Yes, with Trump.
Yeah, well, and of course Trump, but also the fact that all over the world, these kind of macho male, these macho male politicians were getting elected in often democratic way. The fact that a big group of citizens said, like, this is the style we want for our leadership now. Let's hope that fades away a bit.
Well, I have a comment on that. I feel these are the simplistic politicians. They come up with simple ideas, and what people crave, I think everyone actually votes emotionally. Everyone votes emotionally. Some people add in analysis on top of that and sifting through the facts and figures, but a lot of people are just pure on emotion. And so what they really want is a simplified story. You need to get a story, a narrative out of where you're heading in your country, the world, that is sort of grabbable. But the simplistic politicians, who are the extreme right, they use lies as a tool of their politics, and they just do lies, maybe lots of small lies, maybe the big lie, like Trump just did the big lie that Joseph Goebbels invented, and said this election was stolen when we knew categorically it wasn't. And so if they're allowed to get away with this, I think we're just heading back to the 1930s, as if to say, let's try the 1930s again, and I'm trying to encourage people to head forward to the 2030s. So I call them simplistic politicians because they have oversimplified things, but they make it very grabbable for some people. Say, yes, we just got to build a wall, like Trump said, build a wall and hate Muslims. There you go, job done. And the rest of it will be we'll smash a load of agreements, and that's it, that's all he did. And that doesn't work, it never works. The simplistic way forward. Some people call them populists, but they always tend to have a minority vote. So, as Donald Trump, he lost the popular vote to Hillary Clinton. He lost the popular vote to Joe Biden. So, they are the simplistic politicians. So, but carry on.
The simple lie will often win it from the complex truth. That's something we've seen many times, and let's hope this turns around. But also, I think polarization is something that can really keep me awake at night, because 70 million, I think, people voted for Trump. They can't all be Nazis. It's impossible. Some people have their reasons to vote for it, or had their worries, or believe the lies, or I don't know. And the big challenge to connect to these people and not just become two tribes is, I think that's one of the big problems, one of the big enigmas. I don't know how to start actually. Yeah.
Well, 81 million voted for Joe Biden, more than anyone's ever got, ever in the history of the world, of American politics. So that is the thing to remember. And what is the rump of there's also this thing of disenfranchisement. They talk about people being disenfranchised as if they've been actively pushed out. Now, some people do not have jobs and they feel disenfranchised. I understand that, but Obama worked very hard to get jobs, to keep people working in his country. So he did an excellent job at that. And then in comes Trump saying this is carnage. In fact, he was bringing the carnage, and he lied about what Obama had done. Obama gave Affordable Care Act, and Trump tried to destroy that. And some people also will pull themselves out of the franchise. The franchise is society, I believe. And some people say, I want to be racist, I want to be sexist, like in the old days. And Trump said, well, I'm racist and sexist, said Trump. You know, then you have my permission, said Donald Trump. Go and be racist and sexist, he said. With everything he said, he implied that permission. And I think that's what some people are fighting for. But they have disenfranchised themselves by saying they wish to continue doing things, being horrible to people, different colors, to women, disabled people, LGBT plus people. And these are actually now hate crimes in the developed world. So they are pulling themselves out of the franchise. This is the thing that's been missed, I think.
I think of Hans Rosling, the Swedish, I think, statistics professor,
right,
who wrote the book Factfulness, because he always comes with the optimism and says, like, we have a lot of work to do, but compared to 100 years ago or 200 or 300, the improvements are amazing.
Yes.
So that kind of gets me back in the mood, like, we're getting there.
Yeah.
One step at a time, just focus on the right things, and things will progressively get better. Yeah.
It's also interesting if you take Trump saying, I break with the Paris Accord, I'm going to deny climate change, and 4 years later, boom, Joe Biden just flips back on the switch and on we move. And you can do that with human rights, with ideas about trying to save the world, with the environment. You can actually just stop these negative people who have been in and just turn it back on through democracy. Yeah. So that's the wonderful thing. Democracy ruled in America and he won. And so he's going to do that. And also, if you take it in the Second World War, Hitler came in, and if you think about it, he took rules back to the Middle Ages, even earlier than that. Whatever Hitler says is right. And everyone's going to die who he dislikes, which is an insane idea. Insane, a mass murdering monster of unbelievable proportions. And then in 1945, in comes the new German Chancellor and just turns it back on, and human rights snap back to where they were from before. So we just, 33 to 45, Hitler kidnapped a country. And if you stood up and said you disagreed, boom, off you went and you were murdered in a concentration camp, or murdered just there and then. So I feel that's good for humanity. If we set the examples of a way we can be positive, inclusive, then we can bring people in. But I've got off the subject of science, sorry about that, but I thought I'd mention these things, because this is what we're trying to do, make humanity great. Tell me about, I came up with, at the end of my last show, Wunderbar, I had this theory of the universe, because there's the general idea after that the Big Bang happened once, and it goes on, and the universe is expanding on forever. And I felt more logical, trying to just use universal logic, as opposed to trying out whole lot of different systems and experiments, that the Big Bang blew everything around, and it all came back to a big crunch, and then another Big Bang, big crunch, Big Bang, big crunch. That makes more sense, like the breathing of lungs, beating of a heart, and it just goes on and on and on, no beginning, no end, no one controlling it. And also that any point of the universe is actually the center of the universe. Like if you're standing on the Earth, any point of the Earth is the center of the surface of the Earth. Wherever you go, you'll always come back to that place. And that's how I feel the universe works. What do you think about that? Am I way off the mark on those two ideas?
Well, this idea of the big crunch is one of the theories about how the universe moves. But this thinking about where does the universe come from, and is it constant, or is it expanding, or is it shrinking, it's so young. I mean, Einstein, about 100 years ago, Einstein thought that the universe was stable, that it was not expanding or not crunching.
Right.
So this is also recent, and Richard Feynman, one of my favorite physicists from last century, he always said people often see science as this set of facts that we are certain about, and big parts of science we are fairly certain about, but he said science is a collection of theories, and they all have a flag of let's say, a percentage that we think they are true.
Yeah.
And when you look at the electric charge of the electron, this percentage is very close to 100%. We really know very well what that is. But when it comes to what does the universe do, is it only expanding? Is it accelerating? Or will it in time slow down and go back? And also the thing you mentioned, that is this maybe a circular thing that goes open and then closes again? It's all under investigation, and it's very fundamental cosmology. So there's theories, and well, in cosmology there's a lot of surprises. There's things that we see, like, for example, we thought, okay, the universe is expanding. Let's just say it started with a Big Bang, and then after a while it will stop and it will collapse again. But then they discovered the expansion is increasing, so it's going faster. You would think it slows down, and then it's going faster. And that's why they invented dark energy, because that's what you do in physics when there's something strange you don't really get. You just put dark before it, and then you carry on.
Okay.
So they needed dark energy to see, well, because there was something they couldn't explain, and then dark matter because the gravity was different than we thought. And I'm very curious, in 100 years, how we will look back on dark matter and dark energy. Maybe they are the start of a new discovery. Maybe they are a complete wrong direction, like, for example, we did with the ether. I don't know if this word is still used in English, ether, where the waves go through. So the physicists were convinced, like, okay, there's a wave, like light or radio waves. When there's a wave, then something must be waving, like a wave in the water is going up and down. So they invented this substance called the ether that they thought they hadn't discovered yet. And then the ether would move up and down. And now we know there's no ether, it's just an electromagnetic wave. And maybe dark matter and dark energy will end up there, or maybe not. It's I'm always curious for the future of these theories.
Well, the thing I was trying to put in there was they did I think, looking at the microwave readout from the early readouts from the early time in the universe, that it might be elliptical, the universe, that maybe things are speeding up and going around the back of the universe. Like, as we stand on the Earth, wherever we're standing, the idea that there's the back of the world is insane. And we grew up, they grew up hundreds of years ago. There can't be people upside down on the other side of a ball, but that's what it is. And they're all balls, they're all circular. So if all the moons are curved, the planets are curved, the suns are curved, the trajectories are curved, the galaxies are curved, I thought, why isn't the universe curved? Why isn't it this ball that any point you are, if you go off, you'll come back to the same point, and it curves around. We just can't take it into our heads, like we couldn't take it into our heads, 500,000 years ago, standing on the Earth thinking, if you go that way, you'll come back this way. How can that be? So that's why I think it just continues the logic that is all around in the universe. The curve, everything is curved.
I think you should have a chat with Neil deGrasse Tyson, like a live stream where you and Neil deGrasse Tyson discuss this, because he's, of course, well, he's very into cosmology. He can talk about it in an amazing way. Have you ever met Neil deGrasse?
I haven't, but I have talked these ideas with Professor Brian Cox.
Oh yeah.
And he said these ideas are not crazy, but you see, I'm coming to the table without all the work that you guys have done. So that's the lazy approach, but it's also an objective approach. I'm trying to be objective and just go, it seems to me that if everything is curved in the universe, then why isn't the universe curved? Couldn't it be that everything's speeding up because it's going around the back of the universe and it's going to come back together as a big crunch?
That's almost how the first idea of quantum mechanics came to be. So they discovered that light is a wave, and then sometimes it was a particle. And then de Broglie, the physicist, kind of had the same idea of symmetry and thought, like, maybe it works the other way around. Maybe the particles we know are also partly wave. And so this simple idea of maybe there's a symmetry there started the entire field of quantum mechanics afterwards.
Well, it's interesting. So that thing, every point of the universe is the center of the universe. It just grabs me. I don't know. I thought if I came out as trans back in '85, we could get to a better understanding further down the line. And now we are at a better understanding. So I'm throwing out ideas because I did maths, physics, chemistry at, I got an A in my maths at A level, but then I went to university and they taught it badly, so I got 0 in my maths exam as a protest against how badly it was taught. But it kind of makes sense to me. Just everything goes around and comes back to the beginning. If there is a God, who created that God? Did God get up very early in the morning and self-create before anyone was looking? And this whole thing of the Big Bang, what happened just before the Big Bang? If there was a big crunch to bang to crunch to bang to crunch to bang, it just goes on and on and on. And have you heard of the Goldilocks theory?
Yeah.
Goldilocks theory is used by some religious people to say God has placed us not too close to the sun, not too far away, otherwise we'd freeze if we were further away and we'd burn up. But I look at it and say, in all the eons and eons of time, we are just lucky enough to be here. This is our time. And a rock accidentally took out all the dinosaurs 65 million years ago. And we were one of the creatures not looking like us who survived from 65 million years ago. And we are lucky enough to have this. And we can lose it. Because I don't think anyone's coming down from upstairs. They didn't come for the Second World War. No God has come down during COVID to save lives. And so I think it's up to us and our future.
Well, one of the I think most exciting things that I hope are going to happen in science in the next 10 to 20 years is the discovery of life elsewhere in the universe. Well, in our immediate neighborhood, because we have these new telescopes now. We have discovered hundreds and hundreds of exoplanets, so we know there's a lot of planets around other stars. There's also a lot of them that are also in their Goldilocks zone.
Yeah.
And the next phase, the new telescopes that are going up in the coming years, they can actually, when the light of the star passes the planet, the gases in a possible atmosphere will give the light a certain different color, like we have a blue sky, things like that. And all these colors are very specific for certain gases. So oxygen gas would have a certain mark there, and methane would have a certain mark there. And because of geochemistry, the scientists now know that certain gases are unstable. They can only be there when there's life. Oxygen is an example. When you take all the life away from Earth, the oxygen will be gone in maybe 100 years. And so they have this list of gases, and the hope is that in the next 10 to 20 years, we will find one of these planets that clearly has an atmosphere with a gas that can only be produced by life. And I think both scientifically and also philosophically, this will be the biggest news of my lifetime. We are not alone. It happened somewhere else.
Yeah, which is, I suppose, logical. I don't know what the best word is, logical, the right word. Just think, in all of the universe, is it just us? That seems a waste of space, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's sometimes said that if there was no consciousness, that this would all be just a dead clockwork ticking on. But on the other hand, there's no reason for us to be here either.
No. I think they ask, what is the meaning of life? And I say there is none. We have to put meaning into it. That's
right.
Our job. That's what I say.
That's where I stand too.
Very good. Well, Lieven, it's great to talk to you. Sorry I've been throwing theories here left, right and centre. But good to hear your point of view. And how are things in Belgium at the moment? Are you on a full lockdown like ourselves?
We are on a lockdown, but schools are open and shops are open. Pubs and restaurants are closed. And we are at this moment, when I look at the neighboring countries, we are at the lightest lockdown of the neighboring countries.
Oh, wow.
The reason is very Belgian.
Yeah.
Our numbers are quite good now because we were the first ones to mess up after summer.
Right.
So after summer, the numbers went up really fast in Belgium. So we were the first ones to go in some sort of lockdown.
Okay.
And ironically, that's the reason why at this moment we are kind of okay.
Yep.
But the R value is won again in Belgium. So we're not going down anymore, which is troubling.
All right. Well, best wishes to you guys and to you and to everyone in Belgium. Thank you for being with us, and stay safe.
Yeah, and for you too, keep on this amazing bravery, losing nails and teeth, I was told.
Yes, I lost a tooth last night. No, this morning. No, last night. Yeah, big hole in the back. I don't know what's going on there. That shouldn't happen. But yeah, my body's coming apart. But
how is February 1st gonna be for you? Is it
gonna be very good. A lot of sleeping. A lot of sleeping.
Accomplishment or exhaustion or both?
Sleeping. A lot of sleeping and a feeling of accomplishment if I get it done. But we've got to jump off. Thank you, Leland.
We're gonna keep supporting you and watch your show tonight.
Yes, eddie.com to support. Thank you very much. Cheers. Take care. Okay. Now we are gonna talk to oh god, this is me on my dyslexia. I apologize so much. Adharandan. Adharandan Finn. That's the best. And I probably, when I talk to Adharandan, they're going to say no, it's pronounced a different way. But the H could be silent. But I'm ready when you are Dave, an award-winning author. Adharandan Finn interviews an eclectic mix of runners. So this is a runners podcast, the Runner Podcast. Trying to uncover what gets us out there running around in big, pointless circles and why we love it so much. Running with the Kenyans and the rise of ultra runners. So yes, Adharandan will know about ultra runners. And I'm not really doing ultras, I'm just doing endless marathons and mixed, so I suppose the whole thing is an ultra. Ooh, right foot's gone weird. That's a bit weird. Right foot. Okay, hi.
Hello?
Hi there.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm okay. Now you have to help me. Your last name is Finn. I can pronounce that with ease. I am dyslexic though, so I said, is your first name Adharandan?
No, the H is silent. I heard you say that. That was a pretty good guess, actually. It's Adharanand, and it rhymes with another land.
Adarand.
No, not quite. So there's another way. Adharanand. Perfect. Adharanand. You got it.
Adharanand. And where's your first name from and your last name? What's your heritage?
So the heritage is Finn is Irish. So I've got all my family in Ireland. My mum's a Doyle as well. So we've got Finn and Doyle. So I'm fully Irish by heritage, as I was born in the UK. I was born in England.
Gotcha.
And my parents were, well, they had let's say, an Indian teacher. They lived in a kind of ashram. It was the early 70s. They got quite creative with the naming, and so I've got a Sanskrit name that means eternal bliss.
That's
Adharanand.
Adharandan. Okay, for dyslexics, it's a tricky one. But anyway, welcome.
It's funny, yeah, it's funny. Maybe runners tend to struggle with it for some reason. I think there's some disconnect between runners and my name. So most runners call me Finn, weirdly. So
yeah.
If you want to call me Finn, we can go with that.
Or you Mr. Finn, like they call you Mr. Tibbs, Mr. Finn. That's what we're going to get. So you're going to ask me questions, I take it, in your podcast.
Yeah, we can do that. I can do that. Yeah. So I don't know if you need an introduction, but I wrote some books, running with the Kenyans. It's a book about running, award-winning book. And I also have a podcast, so I'm going to use this for the podcast.
Okay.
Which is called The Way of the Runner. I mean, every time you're on Marathon 24, every time I log on, you seem to be happily chatting away, seem pretty good spirits. You must have had some dark moments, though. You must have some moments where you think, I just can't do this anymore. I'm going to quit. Does that happen?
Well, you can't think that way. If you're going to do something like this, you really can't put that thought in. You can be pissed off with it. At the moment, I'd like it to finish. You can be dispirited, you can be exhausted, you can be hurting, but the talking actually gets my mind off my legs and my body and my exhaustion. So I asked if I could do a 6-hour podcast, because otherwise on a treadmill you go out of your mind, I think. Well, I would.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, in ultra running they call it the pain cave, where there's a point you go into this place where you kind of faced with all your demons and everything. So do you think, like, through doing all these interviews, you're just keeping that all at bay? You just
absolutely
keep it, yeah.
Because in order to, especially if someone's asking me questions, in order to get a positive answer, a decent answer out that makes sense, I have to go away and collect, string the words together and try and make a point with it, as opposed to just saying fluff. I'm trying to analyze what I'm doing, what other people do, what they say to me, and then you forget about the rest of it. And sometimes I can hardly breathe when I'm talking, but it's better than the legs and the tooth. I've lost a tooth now, well, part of a tooth, so don't know why that's happened, but anyway.
That's quite disturbing. Is that anything like that happened to you before?
No, I think it's just timing. There's nothing particularly happening that's stressful there, and it just a bit dropped out as I was chewing something else, and I thought, I don't think I should swallow that bit. I think that could be a bit of tooth, and it was.
Right.
So I've got a hold
there.
I
guess everything is.
I just have to stay away. I don't think I can get it mended. I have just to put Sensodyne toothpaste on it all the time to keep it calm until I finish this, and then I can get it done when I'm finished. Because I'm in a bubble here, so I can't go and really have my tooth done.
And where did the idea for this challenge come? Because you've obviously, you keep coming back to running. You've done a lot of running challenges.
Yeah.
Is there, you run a lot in between the challenges as well? Is running something you do, but something you consider yourself a runner?
Well, I suppose I am now. When I was a kid, I was quite a runabout kid. I loved playing football. I was in the first team for a couple of years, which was a great honour for me. And so I was quite sprint, recover, long distance running. No way. That seemed incredibly boring. And then after 12, I didn't really do sports after that. And the next school didn't play football, bizarrely, I must say. And then didn't really pick it up till late, getting to 30s, going into 40s. And I thought I'd got to do something, and body's getting out of shape. I didn't know anything about carbs or proteins or anything, food coming in, wasn't reading the packets, hadn't done any of that stuff. So so it was 2009, 47 years old, got into taking a day off a week but running 43 marathons around the UK, and from there on I've tried to stay somewhat fit, but I sort of did that one, training for that one, then sort of stopped, and then I did another one 2016. I tried in 2012 to run South Africa, 2016 succeeded, and since then I like the idea of doing a marathon a week, but in fact I do a marathon every 2 weeks and a half marathon on the in-between weeks. So that's kind of what I do at the moment, and sometimes I can't do it, so I cut down to just doing interval sprints, and yeah, so I try and mix it up a bit, but I just thought match fit for life. That's the best way, match fit for life. That's what all the wild animals are, and we are a wild animal that we have domesticated. We domesticated ourselves and said cake and television, and that's not what these bodies are built for.
Yeah, I often think that when you run, you almost feel like more in connection with yourself as an animal, as a physical kind of creature. And I think, I don't know about you, because I was going to ask you, what is do you get any pleasure, any joy out of running? And I've heard you say the best bit is stopping, but
yeah.
In the act of running itself, there's a kind of sense of fulfilling your I heard you say earlier there's no meaning in life, but we have this kind of expectations in ourselves of who we are and what we need to do. And if we spend the whole day sitting eating cake, we probably don't feel like we're fulfilling ourselves. Do you think through running you get that sense of fulfillment to some degree at least?
I don't know if I'd call it fulfillment. I do. There are times when I'm running, I really feel, yeah, this is it. I'm alive. This is all working. This human unit is being used well. Like a car. If you don't drive a car enough, it seizes up. Don't live in a house enough, it gets wet, rot, and dry rot. You need to use this thing. And I do get moments of euphoria. It's when I have to do these ones to a time trial. You gotta finish at a certain time. You gotta go and do another thing. Then it all gets a bit. It's tough. That's already tough, and there's not much pleasure in that. Then the pleasure really is the stopping. But if I'm just doing things and I'm out there, it can be one of, sometimes I can just feel really on top of it. You know, if the weather's nice, not too hot, but a nice bit of sun, great. I'm looking at a park or something, or running. I was running in Bucharest in a park that was full of snow. That was kind of beautiful. So I can't arrange them. That's the thing. I can't get it there perfectly. But I actually first got euphoric about running when I was up in Los Angeles, and I was working out there, and my trainer lived out in Malibu, and there was a university there. And so there's a running track there, and anyone could go on the running track. So she said, just do 70% sprints up and down there, and then walk back and then sprint up again. And as I did it, I felt like the 11-year-old when I came, essentially, I won the under 11 athletics cup, but Nicole Cunningham should have won it. But anyway, I should have come second, but I was quite fast. And I did that, and I thought, whoa, I haven't felt like that for years. And it didn't feel too tough because I wasn't killing myself, you know. That's the thing. If you really push it and go for personal best and come on, then it's going to tear it out of you. That probably is the healthiest way to do it. But I do like that feeling of, yeah, it's all, everything's moving and everything's working. That feels good. So that's when I get the euphoria. But I can't sort of plan it. I don't know quite what the perfect mix is to get that feeling.
Yeah, I find sometimes get that when it's raining and you just kind of, you know, the adult part of you says, oh, I can't face going outside today. Well, then once you get out there and you're splashing through the puddles, you remember that childlike joy, and I think, yeah, to me it's great.
Yep. No,
do you think?
I do link with the childhood thing, so yes, I agree with you.
Yeah. Do you think running has changed you? Are you a different person since 2009, since you started running? Or is that too much to say?
Are you talking physically or mentally, or both?
Probably mentally, but you could both.
Physically,
I imagine physically
definitely. Mentally, not really, but I know I can do these now. Before I thought I might be able to do them, and now I know I can do them, but I've said this before, coming out as transgender, TV transgender back in 1985, that was the very hard mental thing to do. Very toxic back then. People were full of hate. They're probably these same kind of people are still probably full of hate, but they now know those are hate crimes if they unload vitriol on me or try to fight me in the street. So back then that was tough. So once you've done that, everything else doesn't seem that tough, you know. You do this and people say, hey, well done. And I'm a trans woman now doing this and people are going, hey, well done, you know. So except some people are moaning, but I'm just not listening to them. So there's a certain confidence in there that I can do certain things and do a gig after, because I'm doing a gig every night. That's the weird thing. 1 hour stand up and falling asleep during the lines sometimes, which is very weird. I did it in German last night, so I didn't know I could do that. So I'm trying to test the boundaries of my possibilities and push fear back. One of the things is pushing fear back so that you can, you know, have a positive attitude in life.
Yeah. When you wake up in the morning, which is the most difficult prospect? The running the marathon or doing the show in the evening?
Running the marathon. It is running the marathon, because when this finishes, I mean, it's only an hour. I've had a 6-hour show. No, this is so tiring. Whereas the trick I do, none of this throws joy into me, you know, because it wouldn't. I mean, you can hit a thing where the endorphins, as I call them, are going or whatever. You can have a moments of euphoria, but on stage, I'm trying to make myself laugh. That is my technique. I'm the only one who's been to all my gigs. So I'm trying to say things, either if it's an old piece of material, to say it the perfect way to get a nice reaction from the audience. And if it's ad-libbing, I'm just trying to make myself laugh. So I go, oh, that's a nice idea. Oh yeah, I like that. I was talking about dung beetles. I've sort of stopped talking about them. But all they do is roll dung around and bury dung and live in dung and eat dung. And I've got this young dung beetle going to a careers advisor. What do you want to be, kid? An astronaut. What about dung beetle? I am a dung beetle. No. Astronaut. Astronaut dung beetle. A dung astronaut. You know, so, I don't know what I'm going to say. I just like the conversation of the long in the tooth dung beetle careers advisor and the young aspiring dung beetle saying, I don't want to be dung beetle. I just want to be a beetle. I want to play in a band, man. I want to do something. So that just, the idea of that just seems funny to me. So I do it for myself, and that's so relaxed. Well, relaxing isn't the right word. That it must fire endorphins in the head or something. And so you get all this spirit going. And yeah, so that I find that easier. So once I've done this, I go, oh, thank the stars I've done this. And then I go to that one. And as towards the end of the show, it gets a little tricky because I saw the energy is really just dripping away. And once I get through that, I can eat some food. And that's great, that moment. When the show is finished, oh, that's a beautiful moment.
So you got to do it all again?
Yeah.
Do you get the, do you think there's any connection between running and creativity? Does it, like, do you start thinking of jokes on the run? I mean, I guess you're talking to people the whole time, so maybe it's different. But if you're out on your own running around the field,
yes.
you get all these thoughts come to you?
I think there is, because I think they've proved that if you can do something mechanical and repetitive with the body, the mind opens up. Because your mind cannot go and make a coffee. You can't watch a film. You can't do anything. So the mind wanders. And Darwin had a walk in his large gardens, and he used to kick stones to one side to see how many circuits he'd done of the grounds of his gardens as he pondered his ideas. So walking, running, driving, it can work. I find often driving I get ideas coming to my head. Here, no, because I'm chatting. But it would do outdoors.
And if you get an idea, because I have this one, I often, being a writer, I get ideas, but then I never have any means of recording them. So I just kind of hope that if it's a good enough idea, I'll be able to remember it later. Do you stop and record it, or do you just do the same thing? You
can do this. Hey Siri, make a note about this, that, and the other. But Siri's not talking. Hey Siri, make a note. Oh, it switched itself off. Anyway, when Siri works, you can do that.
Yeah.
Oh, Siri's gone on this one. Siri, make a note about a really good idea in notes. And I'll forget that. Anyway, if I got it right, that would work. But I do put it down.
No, that's what we should do.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Do you know much about ultra running? Have you ever considered ultra running? Do you know about it?
Well, I did do a double marathon in South Africa at the end of my 27. After doing 25, I did 2 more marathons, and I continued on until I did 90k as a salute to comrades, which is an ultra marathon. So as soon as you're over a marathon, I think you're into the ultra distance, aren't you? Is that correct?
Sure.
Yeah. So,
yeah, that's correct.
So I've done 1 ultra marathon, 1 double marathon, plus change, and I did it in 11 hours and 50 minutes, the 90k, which is just under the cutoff point for comrades.
Yeah.
So yeah, but they do sound intriguing. The Marathon des Sables, that's the one I think I lean towards, as I was born in Yemen, I think I should try it, but I'm not going to consider it now. But it would be nice to consider.
Probably not the right moment to think about it, but I mean, it kind of feels like you're doing that kind of stuff anyway. But it, like you say, they take you to these beautiful or dramatic places like the desert, and you get to kind of experience a whole other level of exhaustion, if that's your thing, which maybe it isn't.
And have you done loads of them?
Yeah, I ended up doing, so I wrote a book about ultra running. I did one which was 24 hours around a running track. You just keep going for 24 hours. And then I did 100 miles in the mountains, and which ends up going through the whole night. And you run in the day, then the night, and the day, and you're still going. You start hallucinating. Yeah, it's quite a trip. I mean, but if you're doing the kind of thing you're doing already, you're kind of halfway there. You could just probably go and do one. Be interested. You might get some good material out of that.
Didn't you find that the one around the racetrack was kind of less interesting?
It's interesting. It wasn't actually. So something you said earlier actually. You used to think running was boring, and whenever I was going, when I was telling people I was going to run around the track, they said, "Oh, that sounds like something really boring." It wasn't boring at all, and I don't know why. It was almost like you just went into this bubble of movement. It's probably a little bit like what you're doing, and you get to, all the other people are running around in the same space. You get to know them, you get your crew is there, so you have people talking to you. So it's probably similar to what you're doing. And it's run by a spiritual group. It's called the Self-Transcendence 24-Hour Race. And there's this idea that over 24 hours, you're basically going to get to this point where you're completely broken at some point. And then the idea is you can transcend yourself. And I had quite an amazing experience of that, right? I actually was lying down in the car, because you bring your car onto the track, and I had that as my base. I was giving up, I was like broken. And then I managed to get back out there and kind of had this incredibly euphoric 3 hours, the last 3 hours of running around the track. And so I actually recommend it, even though on paper, on the face of it doesn't sound that interesting, but I think you just strip away everything else, all the mountains and the deserts, and it's just you and yourself and your personal, probably similar to what you're going through, but doing it all in one, like kind of squashing it down into one thing.
Right, okay. I will bear it in mind.
I'm not a salesman for it, but if you need the contact details, I can.
Okay, well.
I was also going to ask you, because at one point you were running barefoot.
Yeah.
I was wondering what happened to that and where that came from. Did you really want to run? It was a big trend about 2010, 2011, where everyone was running barefoot.
Yeah, I was thinking it was around that time, and what I thought was that seems very human. Humans do this, and surely head in that direction. And what happened was, I was running in South Africa with, in the end, very minimal shoes. But the road surface was so jagged, I was going, and I couldn't get anything going. And I realized I need to live without shoes. You need to live without shoes. And if you try that in a city, and you're being a film actor in films and doing touring, they won't let you into shops. You can't live your life. They actually banned me. They said, you are a bum, you're a hobo living on the streets. You have to wear shoes. And I realized I couldn't do my life, do both things. I'd either, 6 months of walking with bare feet, your feet will get really hard and you'll be able to do it. But I couldn't. I couldn't see how to mix the two, so I thought, well, I'll just have to let that one go. But it seemed a logical place to go. How much do we need on the sport and shoes if we were hunter-gatherers? These bodies were designed to do that. And obviously those feet were tough as old boots.
Yeah, well, they would be, like you say, if we could live like that, but we grow up in shoes, our feet get soft. I mean, I spent a lot of time in Kenya with the Kenyan runners, and the children are all running around barefoot. Yeah. It definitely has impact on their running, and they've got super strong feet. But then what they all do is they all start wearing shoes when they get serious at running, which is, probably do get a bit of bounce, especially these new, I don't even know the whole controversy around these new Nike shoes that kind of give you an extra bounce.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So, yeah, you know, being Eddie Izzard, famous celebrity, you must have had a few interesting running partners over the years. Have you, or do you prefer to run alone, or
No,
do you,
I
have
kind
you
of
run with some pretty interesting people?
I prefer to run well. I like chatting to people because it takes my mind out, and sometimes I'll just call people on the phone and chat while I'm running along. But so I haven't had really very well-known people running along with me. No, on my own, I know where I am. I know when I can stop, when I can start. I don't have to worry about things, and yeah. So.
So you haven't got any great running stories from that?
I'm afraid not. I'm afraid I don't have that. Sorry.
That's right. And do you ever do races? Do you like you talked about it earlier? You find that quite stressful, having like a time goal or something like that. You prefer just to wander. Yeah.
I do find it stressful. I do holistic marathons. That's what I like. I run when I want. I stop. I talk to people. I take a photograph I want. I tweet something out. Wherever you want, and be at one with the space. Personal bests, VO2 max, all that stuff. It's less interesting. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. So I don't. I'm afraid. Yeah. Sorry.
How far have you got to go now?
Oh crikey! Only on 14k. So.
I'm looking at your stats.
Yeah, it's a third of a marathon.
Okay.
Third of a marathon. Got to get more.
And you're doing this Swift thing where you run in a. So I can see on the screen you've got yourself. Is that helpful? Does that add another little distraction?
In a way, yes. It's beautiful to look down and see some of the vistas they've created there. But I'm often talking to people, so I miss a bit of the stuff. But everyone who's wearing a blue shirt there is being supportive, so that's very nice of them. They come along and wear blue shirts, like the blue tops like I've got on. So, but today's a bit weird. Today, I felt very knackered, lost a tooth, and felt very knackered.
Yeah.
And seemed to have some tummy trouble as well. So, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to stop and go and do another pit stop and sort myself out, if that's all right.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's been lovely to talk to you, and just one bit of advice is they always say don't think about the finish too soon. So just think of today, think of the next hour.
I agree with that.
Stop.
Yeah, if you're focused on the end, it's the last 2 hours I can start looking towards that, but I'm not there yet. So yeah, I will look to the pit stops.
Okay, thanks for talking, Eddie.
Thank you. Great to talk to you. Take care. Stay safe. Okay. Sorry, guys. I think I have got a bit of tummy trouble going on today.
Shockingly, over 2 million tonnes of food a year is wasted within the UK supply chain. FareShare is tackling this problem in a strikingly simple way. We work with farmers, producers, distributors and retailers to save good quality fresh food from being wasted, so we can get it onto people's plates instead. In practice, it's a huge logistical feat, involving hundreds of volunteers working tirelessly to unload the produce, unpack and sort it at any one of our network of food warehouses across the UK. The food might be surplus, but it looks and tastes just like the food you'd eat at home. Most of it arrives well before it would have hit the supermarket shelves. Food becomes surplus for all sorts of reasons. A glut of courgettes from overproduction, or a lack of demand as unpredictable weather plays its part. Incorrect packaging and labelling, wonky fruits and veg, and cancelled orders. Wherever it comes from, with the support of our team of volunteers, we prioritise the incoming food, itemising it for traceability and breaking it down into smaller quantities for redistribution. FareShare gives nearly 11,000 charities access to food. all of whom are onboarded safely and meet all food safety regulations. These charities and groups range from food banks, children's breakfast clubs and homeless centres to small local community groups. Not only does this food save charities thousands of pounds on their food bills, it means they can offer the people they support more fresh, healthy fruit and veg and a wider range of food in general. New innovations like the FareShare Go app have seen direct pickups from the supermarkets, meaning perishable goods like fresh bread and fruit can quickly be redistributed. FareShare is more than meals though. Food brings people together. It helps local organisations tackle loneliness and isolation within their communities, or help connect struggling families with the services that can support them. It's such a simple concept. Food that could have been wasted is instead used for good.
Life is a journey. We set out not knowing exactly where we will end up. It can be tough. It can be hard. Sometimes it takes a "I will." Other times a simple "I do." We take each step with our focus ahead. We have plans and strategies, but they do not always work out. There are times when we get knocked down and doors close behind us. Our hopes can often be replaced by fears. We can lose our direction and struggle with change, become passengers in a life that is spinning too fast. At times like this, we need someone beside us. Someone to listen, to advise and support us, see what is really possible. Someone to give hope and to get us over that line. And someone to say bye when the job is done. Walking with the Wounded supports ex-servicemen and women with physical, mental or social injuries to gain the skills and qualifications to develop new careers outside the military, reintegrate into society and provide long-term security for themselves and their families. Our programs give vital support to the most vulnerable and hard-to-reach veterans, those who are wounded, homeless, or within the criminal justice system. Support more of our wounded to regain their independence.
So ready to talk to Anna.
Can I put you through now?
Hi, Anna.
Hi Eddie, how are you?
I am knackered. I've got some weird stomach stuff going on today as well. my tooth dropped out last night, so bits of me are falling off.
Oh dear.
Yeah, not so good, but I'll just soldier on, see what can happen. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thanks. Yeah, I'm really excited to be talking to you actually, because I've been to some of your shows and I've been following what you're doing for a long time, so it's super cool.
Mm. And where are you at the moment?
In Brussels, because that's where I live.
Right.
I've been here for 15 years,
Right.
roughly, but actually I'm French British, so I've got the best and the worst of both worlds.
Yeah. So, which one was mum was one and dad was the other?
Yeah. So my mum is British, my dad is French.
Right.
And they met in the 60s in Paris when they were both students, and then they got married, and then they had 3 kids. I'm one of them, of course. So I'm in Belgium, my sister's in Ireland, and my brother's in the US. So we all left, and none of us are in the UK or France.
Okay, that's kind of crazy. Any particular reason, or just that's how things?
I just think we were kind of pushed to spread our wings quite early. So either to study abroad or just go and venture into other territories. So we all had to learn German from an early age because we spoke English and French at home.
Yeah.
So, it wasn't much of a challenge for us when we were going to school and learning English. So we immediately, as soon as we were 11 years old in the French school system, we started learning German, all 3 of us, and then eventually I started learning Spanish a bit later. We all did Latin as well, and Dutch a little bit later as well. So it just feels like, we didn't want to stick just to being English or French. We're much more than that. So and I particularly enjoyed the fact that when I went to I studied law. When I went to study law, I studied it in Germany, and I'm not, bilingual German to start with. So it was really walking into somebody else's shoes, Having been born bilingual and raised in 2 cultures, you're thrown into a third one. And then you develop some sort of empathy because you know how hard it is to learn another language and to be in a culture and in a system that is not yours. And I think that made me a bit more humble than I would have been otherwise.
That's interesting because I think you might be saying something which is a theory I have, that when you learn the first language, any kid learns another language at school, they find it really hard. Basically, you get taught how to write it. It's about 80% about the writing and about 20% about the talking. Yeah. Whereas real life is 80% about talking and 20% about writing. And but it's a tough thing to do. But once you've learned one, if you learn another new one, it's not so hard because you know what you're going to go through. But I thought for a bilingual person, well, they'd have 2 languages, so the next one would be easy peasy. But I don't think it is so much. Is it? When you started...
The thing is, you have a huge advantage to start with. You have you kind of know that there are 2 languages, and you jump from one to the other very easily. But there again, bilingualism is very different for every child. So, for instance, when I was growing up, and I started first talking one or the other, I would really draw a distinction between both. So I would either speak French or English. But my brother and sister would mix up the languages all the time. And in fact, they would make up sentences where it was half in French, half in English. And to them, it was the same language.
Oh, wow.
So it's very different. And then, of course, once you start learning a third language, it gets a little bit easier. And then as you go along, it does get a lot easier because you kind of know the types of categories of nouns and, grammar. You know that grammar is quite relative. So, okay, German grammar is a certain way, Spanish grammar a different one. And you kind of get into it much faster.
Yes, I do believe that once I learned French, when I went to German, I went, okay. I'd already done 6 years of French before I started German. So I found it, okay, that's the thing, and the verb goes there. Oh, the verb at the end, right, interesting. And that kind of stuff. It wasn't so scary. Okay, so, but law, so law is your thing, and reading here that some of your all-time heroes are lawyers, or all of them maybe.
Exactly, yeah. Well, I have many heroes, but as law goes, yeah, it would be RBG, Attorney Bezos, Gandhi to a certain extent. Well, Nelson Mandela is definitely in there, but it's more for his activism that his legal practice. But yeah, the thing is, I have to look to these heroes because sometimes you kind of get lost in the corporate world and you're not sure why you're doing what you're doing. And I was admitted to the bar because I did my bar exam in France, so I was admitted to the Paris bar. And you have to take an oath, and it's quite formal, and you have to wear a magic cloak, like in Harry Potter, all that kind of stuff, paraphernalia. And I mean, legal practice can be brutal. It's a really tough game, and unless you're really sure why you're doing it, you kind of get lost. So I know many more junior lawyers and more senior ones who have to find their own heroes, to keep going, to know, why are we doing this? Is it to make money? Is it to make the world better? And we also, it feeds into something else, is that the legal industry is quite privileged, it's people who get to the role of, or rank of lawyer at some point, they've been through the system, they're in a quite privileged position, and I think it's our role to give back to those, to bring the others up, regardless of social, class and background, but really to make sure that this is something that we can help with. So,
so you're a member of this organisation called Lydia, is it?
Lydia, yeah, and a big shout out to all the members. I don't know if some will be watching, probably, but yeah. And in this respect, what we try to do is, so it's a coalition of an alliance of 46 law firms based in Brussels, international law firm, and each law firm has to deal with different problems or issues, like gender parity. How do we retain talent? How do we help young women who are actually, represent 70% of the junior lawyers to get to the top? Because right now, far too many get to the top, but it's not just that. It's also bringing a bit more of, tolerance and understanding. For instance, facilitating meetings or projects with refugees, or bringing a little bit more understanding. Because basically, what I think, my firm belief is that you're afraid of something that you don't know, and there's all sorts of bad talk about indeed refugees or minorities, or LGBTQ. Sorry, and the thing is, as soon as you're confronted with a personal story, I think your prejudice kind of tends to fall away, because you see a person, you don't see a category anymore. And this is also the message of diversity and inclusion, is to say, okay, we want to bring everyone together, and we also want to make everyone feel at home, to have a sense of belonging.
Yeah.
And the legal industry is not advanced yet enough, in my view. There's so much that needs to be done to break down barriers, to make sure that top management is representative of the vast number of people in the firm, but also beyond, and that we don't work in silos. So yeah, that's a little bit of activism we try to do.
You were saying that 70% of junior lawyers are women?
Well, I mean, I would say probably a bit less in some law firms, but it's a well-known fact that in law studies, there are far more women studying law than men, and there are far more women actually going also applying for jobs in law firms, because by the sheer number of them, of course, and there are not enough of them at the top. So and they drop out for all sorts of reasons. They either leave the law firm and go in-house, or they go and work in the public sector, simply because we're often not able to retain them after they go on maternity leave, or because of the hours or the type of work, which is absurd, because starting a family is the most natural thing in the world, so it should not be seen as an obstacle to your career.
Yeah.
So there are issues around this still, and we're trying to find ways.
So to be clear, it's about 70%, or there's more, or whatever the number is, but very few women are getting to the top of the pyramid. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's still in, I'm not talking in third world countries or, less developed countries. I'm talking about here in the EU today.
Right. Gotcha. And you also work with a grassroots NGO based in Zimbabwe?
Yeah,
Tell us about that.
So I know the founder really well, Shamizu Mupara. And the idea is really to be planting trees. Why? Because there's plenty of deforestation in Zimbabwe, and I don't know if you've been to Zimbabwe, but it is one of the most fertile countries there is in Africa. It used to be called the breadbasket of Southern Africa.
Right.
In the 70s and 80s, and the idea here is to be planting trees because it's good for the soil. You can retain water, so the land dries up far less. It can, of course, once it grows, if it's a fruit tree, and we insist that these are always indigenous trees. Once these trees are planted, they give shade. There's a whole ecosystem around them that's developed. But at the same time, there's another aspect to this. Little girls or girls are usually tasked traditionally with getting firewood. Right. So the fewer trees there are, the further they need to go and get firewood, and that means they can most probably they'll be missing out on school days, because if you have to walk 10 kilometers to go and get firewood for the family before you go to school, by the time you get back you'll probably miss school altogether. So deforestation has also an impact on education.
Wow.
So this is why this NGO started. It's really, really grassroots. So founded by Zimbabweans in Zimbabwe, people who are on the ground, who develop nurseries. So it's pure green activism, and we're trying with my sister and others to bring this over to Europe to advocate for carbon offsetting and collecting donations and so on, and then bringing it or sending it to Zimbabwe. And I have been to Zimbabwe to plant trees and to work with this NGO, and it's just amazing what they do. So, and we plant trees in schools and villages, but it's mostly schools, and then that keeps the children going, because there's these trees then yield fruit, which the children can eat and bring home and so on. And these are very, very poor areas.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, well, that sounds great. How did you get linked up with that? How did you hear about that?
Well, it's because I've been traveling to Africa for a number of years now, and it was through. Well, I don't know if you can see him in the background. There's someone else in my flat, Justice, who's there.
Okay. Hi.
Yeah, hi. So that's Justice Mupara, and he was. I travelled from Cape Town, overlanding right up to Vic Falls, and he was our guide, and then we linked up with him, and then he came to Europe, and so it's through really grassroots connections.
Right.
Yeah.
Excellent, very good. All right. Now, because I'm knackered and my stomach's all playing up, I'm going to ask you: is there any questions you want to ask me?
I was thinking, would you be planning on doing more marathons in Africa? Like if you were going, for instance, to, I don't know, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Malawi.
I think my plan is not to do any marathons and to try and rest and relax. So I don't kind of think of it that way. But it hit me on the release of the film Invictus that I should run in South Africa for Nelson Mandela, because I just thought I never did enough against apartheid.
Yeah.
And so I thought, well, I'll do that. So it tends to hit me with things. I don't tend to say I will go there and just run there. I don't do that. And right here, I'm running all around the world virtually.
Yeah, sure.
So, we will be running in Kigali.
Oh, wow.
A virtual marathon for Kigali, Rwanda, because of the neglected tropical diseases and the charity that we are highlighting, the Unite to Combat Against Neglected NTDs. So that's on the 30th.
I've been to Kigali. It's a very interesting place, yeah.
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 So that's how
Another place you could run.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
right now I just want to stop and lie down.
Yeah.
Oh, it's difficult.
So you've got what, 7 more to do? Is that right?
After today, 7 more. Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
7 more.
Yeah. Well, we're all in admiration of what you're doing. That's for sure. So.
Thank you.
Did you? And another question, like when. I mean, given your position about Brexit and so on, so did you ever tour, the Brussels European area when you were here, or?
Yeah, I've played the whole of Europe just about, I think. Yeah, I played Brussels, I think, in French and English.
Yeah. I mean, I saw you in Brussels 2 years ago, I think. But I remember your show was, particularly critical of Brexit, which I fully agree with. But it is what it is now. We're paying the consequences. So.
Well, it's inevitable that we will return to the European Union because it's our continent as much as it is anyone's, and the youth of today will not be held back. And I understand people saying, retreat into an isolationist position, but it's just, Donald Trump and Boris Johnson, they're sort of a similar type, and Trump is gone now. So it's just, forwards, and half the country wants to retreat and half the country wants to go back forwards and rejoin, just like Joe Biden comes in, and so America turns around and goes back in a positive direction. So that's it's inevitable. We've had 2 referendums. People forget about the first that was 66 to 34. So there's inevitable there'll be a 3rd one, and we go on. It's the only way to make the world work. It's got to have a world where everyone has a fair chance in life, not this nationalism stuff of retreating back and saying we're separate, we're better than you. All that hatred that it engenders, it's just, hatred is not the way to for humanity.
I know.
So
but what I find really difficult is maintaining the dialogue with with people of a different persuasion. It's once you kind of lose this opportunity that you can't even bear to be next to someone who has a different opinion from yours. That's where we lose it, because we are supposed to dialogue. So,
you see, I think the truth is that some people, I've looked at everything and I'm quite sure that the way it's forward, humanity must go forwards rather than backwards. And some people say, no, come on, let's go back to how we were in the 50s or the 30s of the last century. Let's pull away from contacts. Let's make trade harder. Let's make it harder for us to go there. And I just think that's not the way forward. So those people, if they're set in that, they're not going to change their ways. It's everyone in the middle who said, all right, £350 million a week is going to go into the NHS. What a fantastic idea they felt that was. But that was unfortunately the big lie of Boris Johnson and the Leave team. So that hasn't happened, won't happen. And that's what they wanted. That's what Dominic Cummings said. We needed that statement to win the referendum, and it was but the big lie.
Unfortunately, I mean, I can't really talk about Brexit in my family because we're really on divided lines. So you've got pro-Brexit and anti-Brexit, and I see it really, having a parent of each country, like so France and England, but even in the English family, when we raised the issue of Brexit, some were just rejoicing and others weren't. And it's usually along the generation, younger generations were against it, the older generations for it, and it's very difficult. I mean, being, in Brussels, working with the EU, understanding what's going on, I mean, it's irrational.
People forget, it's the young and the young at heart. The young and the young at heart are for Europe, for our brothers and sisters in Europe to work together, live together, work together in some shape or form. And the older and the older at heart, we say, no, let's go back to the 1950s, not back to the 1930s, and nationalism, which was a horrible time. So You know, it's and forget the idea. The EU was set up to stop world wars, and that has been completely lost. That's what it's there to stop someone who comes along, a simplistic politician, and uses lying as a technique, as a tool of their politics, in order to whip up hatred against other people. And we see it happening today, and we saw it happening back in the 1930s. I'm trying to say the 2030s have got to be different. We've got to be heading forward.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So,
but it's true. Remembering what the EU was created for is absolutely key.
Yeah.
Because the continent was really, you know, sacrificed by and crucified by 2 world wars. Of course, especially France and Germany. I mean, they were right in the middle of it. You know, when I went to study law, I first studied in Germany, and then I studied in France, and it was designed as a double law degree in French and German law, and there are all sorts of programs like this in science, in all sorts of, you know, areas, simply to create this friendship between the 2 countries. And I have to say, my grandmothers at the time, when they kind of found out that I was going to move to Germany and study law, one of them could understand the concept, but could remember the war, and that was the one on the English side. But the French one, she lived through occupation, and she really wasn't that keen. So, you know, but then, you know, my parents were very supportive. So.
But it's the younger generation, and the truth about Germany was it was kidnapped by Hitler for 12 years.
Yeah.
It's only 12 years, but managed to murder 60 million people, essentially, because of Hitler, even though I'm adding in deaths from the Japanese there and General Tojo, but it all sort of came from Hitler. So let's put 60 million deaths at his responsibility. And he lied, and he lied, and he lied, and he lied, and he lied. And Goebbels said, if you lie big enough, people will believe it. And we've seen that in America, the attempted coup on the American government by Trump. That was a huge, huge lie. No way around it. And some people still are going to cling on to that because it suits them to cling on to that. So, anyway, we must fight for humanity, and we must go forward.
We have to keep positive.
Well, it's the younger generations. The younger generations won't stand for it. They just won't say, so we had no choice in this, we had no vote, and you just voted it away. And older generations pass on, and the younger generations come through. So it's Britain must be proud enough to be at the heart of Europe, and not hiding, retreating into isolation. So that's what I feel.
Oh yeah, no. Well, let's hope that a better kind of relationship can be negotiated. But it'll be a few years. And to be honest, even the Brexit agreement, it's so so many points are open that need to be renegotiated. I don't know if you've ever looked at it. It's thousands of pages, 1,400, and I mean, I think it's created about 18 committees or something like that where they can renegotiate certain points. So we haven't seen the end of it yet.
Well, it was an unsafe result. If we allowed to stand at £350 million a week will go into the NHS, and if they say that as the battle cry, it's a fundamental lie. So a fundamental lie, if that's allowed to go through, what price for democracy there? And Dominic Cummings said it was so important. It was the important thing, and it was not true. So that's a question for humanity again, and for the future.
But fundamentally, I think it's so important to think beyond just nationalities and ethnicities and so on. It's like I think, wasn't it Bono who said this? He was saying, all we're doing is just walking each other home, basically. So what is all this distinction about? Like we color is of no consequence whatsoever. We didn't choose our color in the first place. So it seems, if you look at it from a very high level perspective, it's like, this is ridiculous. Why are we bickering over such things? It's
I know, but it's the difference between nationalism and patriotism. Patriotism, I'm all in favour of. Be proud of your country. I'm proud of my country. All the good things we've done in the UK. But nationalism, saying we're better than you, and you guys can back off, That is what happened in the 1930s.
Yeah.
It does not work. It just does not work. There we go. I got to say goodbye, I'm afraid.
Okay,
So,
thank you. Thanks,
great to
Eddie.
talk to you. Take care.
Take care. Thanks for your time.
Not at all.
Good luck for the end of today and the following days. Bye-bye.
Stay safe now. Cheers. Okay. So I'm soldiering on, and yeah, that's where I am. I have a stomach, trying to deal with my stomach, and I'm going to talk to Trish Tromans. Oh dear. So I'm already behind now, 20 minutes, due to my problems going on today. Not sure how I'm going to get through this. Talk to me, Dave. How are we doing?
Yeah, just getting lined up. Do about 30 seconds.
Okay. Oh God.
Eddie, here's Chris.
Hi there. Hi, Chris.
Hi Eddie, how are you doing?
I am okay. How are you?
I'm not too bad at all. Thanks for having me on.
Not at all. Good to talk to you. So, you've already done this. Were you doing a treadmill? You did 80 days on a treadmill?
Yeah, I kicked off last August and did kind of 80 days on the treadmill, slightly less kind of route length than yourself, between about 4 to 6, 7 miles a day. So it's less of a challenge for yours, but it was over a kind of longer period. Really enjoyed it. Real good challenge.
Well, that's good to know, because I was going to get really pissed off with you if you just beat the hell out of me. So you were doing longer days but shorter runs in the day. Okay. I understand. But how did you find it? Because I find it really tough. I need to talk to people because I find my mind has nowhere to go. How did you find it?
It was interesting because I took up running about 6 years ago. I've got a couple of mates at university who do really long marathons and triathlons and things like that. And I started running when I saw a photo of myself compared to them. And I kind of looked a little bit wider than them, so I thought I need to lose some weight. Let's start running. And obviously that was all outside running towards the first part of running. I bought a treadmill about just over a year ago in November because it was cold outside, didn't fancy running outside. Started watching just Netflix while I was on the treadmill and kind of got bored. And then I found this BitGym app that we talked about on the call we had in November. And that's video routes around the world, kind of live video routes, so you can see yourself actually running there. It's really good. But it was a big change from running outside to on the treadmill all the time, I found. It's just a different experience. And that was one of the questions I wanted to ask you. What kind of what's the biggest physical and mental differences you found on the treadmill than running outside?
Well, it is the mind block that comes from being on the treadmill. You're not going anywhere. I asked if I could talk to people for 6 hours instead of talking to people that's a bit at a time, because it's only when I'm talking that I can get out of the situation. So outdoors, but the weather could change outdoors. But in here, it's not great. The microclimate in here is not much fun because we have to have the doors open. So we're kind of a similar temperature. And it's always kind of freezing. My sweat is always kind of freezing on my back. And so it's only when I get up a good head of steam the last couple of hours I can ignore everything if I'm talking to people. But yeah, but the one thing is I have been able to talk to people around the world at the same time, and that's kind of wonderful, and run with Zwift people who are running along as well. So,
yeah, the talking kind of thing's interesting for me because I remember when I first started running with friends who were really big runners, I just didn't want them to talk to me at all. I was out of breath and I felt like I was going to die. It was just awful. But then I think certainly the last 2 runs I did were for my challenge, the 80-day challenge, were 2 outdoor half marathons back to back. And I was running with a friend of mine called Pete, and I found that talking to him, having next to me, or sort of 2 meters away, but talking to him while on the run made a big difference. As I think you said, it takes your mind away from any of your pain, your legs, or your actual running and things like that. I found it a real benefit.
Yes, it's particularly if you're discussing ideas, the future, how running works, what's going on, philosophy, those kind of things. If you're talking about if one was gossiping, just say, oh, you hear about well, maybe gossip would work as well if you're of a mind to gossip, but it's got to be stuff that's challenging, I find, or making you think, now, how do I answer this question, or what do you think of that, or, oh, that's a good point, you know, so, and then everything's firing up here, and there's no space for it to fire about anything down here. So, yeah, I do find it useful. I even call people, you know, just on my headphones. I just call them up when I'm running on my own and say, can I have a chat? Talk to Sarah here, the event manager.
Yeah.
So
I've always found running good for mental health and things like that, which is why I kind of kicked off the challenge. I think just come up with some of my kind of better ideas when I'm out running, just thinking about stuff. It's kind of a break.
Yes, it is. It seems that if you can do something mechanical with your body, be it driving, running, walking, cycling, then you should be able to come up with ideas, interesting ideas. I think that's a thing. That is the brain almost is happy. Well, if you're doing something mechanical, you can't have a cup of tea, you can't switch on the telly, do any of that.
Yeah.
So that's why it's good. So yeah. So you did 80 days, and
Yeah.
80 days around the world. How did the around the world figure in it?
It was, as I said, I started using this app called Belgium, and it's video routes around the world between kind of 4 and 7, 8 miles. And I just found when I started doing the challenge, I wasn't doing it for fundraising.
Yep.
And it was just something personal. I suddenly thought, video route. I'm learning things around the world. I'm being in places virtually around the world while on the treadmill. Big TV in front of the treadmill as well, so it's quite immersive with the sound and everything. And I suddenly kind of thought, I know I can start doing this for kind of fundraising. And I got quite involved with the Excluded UK group quite early on in the lockdown. People who haven't got kind of funding from the government, you know, when they've kind of lost their jobs and stuff like that. And I started putting the fundraising together probably about a few days in while doing the challenge. You know, I was probably kind of midway around Europe. And I felt like I needed to fundraise for the people who weren't getting support from the government. But I wasn't attracting it. It's quite frustrating early on because I think people around the country haven't realised this thing is going on, you know, people being excluded. But then, because I wasn't getting a lot of traction, my wife Catherine came up with the idea of fundraising for a particular charity. And so the Mind Charity UK was the first one that came to my mind because I'd had mental health problems really early on in kind of COVID period around April.
Yep.
So I put the two together and started fundraising for them really, with a kind of fairly large target. But it was brilliant. I think it was good fun. It kept me going, knowing I was raising money for Mind in the background. And there was some real big boosts along the way. You know what was happening. I got on the front page of the local newspaper, on BBC Radio. But the biggest boost of all was, I think it was that Friday evening when the phone rang and you were on the end of the phone.
Yeah.
And it was a unknown number on the screen. I nearly didn't answer it. I was playing with my son at the time. And I thought, I'll answer the phone. It's Eddie Izzard. And I was like, complete shock.
Yeah, well, it was you're almost doing what I was planning to do, and you were there ahead of the game. So I just wanted to say well done, and I'm going to be copying you essentially. But we're slightly different, aren't we? But similar, but slightly different.
It's good. It's good to see somebody else going through it well, it's way more of a challenge for you with the marathons every day than what I was doing. But it's really good to see someone else on a treadmill running. It's been, again, that phone call from you kind of boosted the fundraising, and kind of 48 hours afterwards I shared it on Facebook, shared it on Twitter that you gave me a call, and it kind of boosted the funding by about 1,500 quid over the next 48 hours. And it's just fantastic that on the back of somebody, really famous, giving me a call, giving me some support and everything like that, making a donation themselves, putting it on Twitter, people then start to realise what's happening, and they really want to kind of join in the fundraising. That was really, really good.
Well, it's great, the mental health thing, which, as you'll know, nobody talked about it before. I think it's great that the phrase mental health, as opposed to just mental problems, people would say. As soon as you put the health with it, you understand it's just part of one's well-being. And And we all have times when our mental health is not in a great place. I mean, I've realized from coming out as trans back in '85 that what I did very positively was get my mental health to a better place by being out and having the discussions. Even if people were shouting at me or fighting me, I still created a space and for myself, and then at least I could have discussions, create the dialogue going. And my career was beginning to take off a bit sometime later, and then you drop it into interviews, or they ask you about, and it can help me, definitely make me stronger.
Yeah, talking about it's a really key thing, and I don't mind talking about what I went through with other people. My work's been really supportive over the whole period, and I think I've seen other people in my work, open up and talk about their kind of mental health issues that they've gone through during this COVID period. It's been interesting to see other people kind of get into the conversation a lot more, open up a lot more, and I think it's helped them as well. It's been really good.
Yeah, yes, it's just it's a good thing. So well done to you for doing it. And now, are you going to do more? Or are you going to relax? Because I kind of want to relax right now.
That'd be a good idea. I ended mine kind of mid-November, and I was a bit lazy for the last couple of weeks afterwards that, and then I kind of got out running outside again. But it was really weird. I don't know whether you're going to find this as well, because with the watching the video routes while I was running on the treadmill, it was really immersive. It was like I was there, big TV and everything, and then I found myself running outside. The next few runs outside. The kind of, my vision was a bit weird when I was running. It was really bouncy, and I'd never kind of had that before. But I felt like I was running on the spot and the world was still moving around me, like I was on a treadmill, so it felt a bit weird. And yeah, that was, I also kind of felt I'd lost something. I was doing this running for 80 days. I had this kind of thing every day that I'd do. Some of the runs were like at 11, 8 at night, because I was having to juggle it with family and work and things like that every day. And I felt like I'd lost something once I'd finished it. I kind of wanted to carry on, but I wanted a break and I wanted to rest. But I felt like I'd lost my something to do every day. That was kind of an odd side as well when I finished.
Right. No, we'll find out when I finish, but I do know when I've done the other ones, challenges I've done, that I feel I want to stop for a long time after. But in fact, I now find that as soon as I finish, I stop for a day, and then I start going back and doing short, interval running, training or something. Yeah, that's I didn't expect that to happen. I sort of want to come back so quickly and not have to just decompress for a long, long time. So we'll see. Sorry.
I remember that after my first half marathon that I did, I came back home and said to my wife, Catherine, I'm never going to do that again. Literally the next day I was signing up to another couple. It's kind of addictive.
Well, I don't know what I find it, because people said, is it running addictive? I'm not sure I see it that way, although I did run when I was a kid. I think it's necessary for me. I find it necessary.
How much do you do running between your challenges? How often kind of a week?
I try to do a marathon every 2 weeks, and in between that a half marathon every other week.
Yeah.
So that's how I do it. But sometimes, I'm filming or I'm touring, and it gets tricky. But then I'll just do interval training, HIIT training.
Yeah, I remember when you called and you said you used that phrase "match fit for life." So you're kind of keeping fit all the time between the big challenges, and generally just in case you want to do something big and you keep kind of fit all the time. I found that approach quite interesting. I think when I finished my run, I'd forgotten I'd got matches, so my match fitness went straight away in a kind of couple of weeks, 3 weeks afterwards.
All right. No, I do it. I want to stay match fit in case I do one of these, but really it's for the life. I just want, if you want to have a long, good one life, live it well. If you want to go with that maxim, then we need to have these things working. And if I don't use it, if I don't push it, it tends to complain to me, even though it seems like things are falling apart at the moment. But that's because this is quite extreme, because it's a challenge to raise money. But normally, I just push on the body, and it gives me better health, I find. Yeah, that's what I find.
What's been your favourite route so far? I know it's virtual routes, but what's been your favourite kind of location?
Do you mean on Zwift or
Yeah,
outside?
I guess on either, on your outside locations as well.
Oh, outside locations. That's probably easier because the Zwift, there's wonderful places to go into the Zwift, but I'm often talking to people, so I miss things. But what I'm sorry, just people at the window here. I'm not sure what's my favourite ones to do because, well, South Africa generally was favourite because the morning, the sunrises were so spectacular. I think that one was the most epic feeling and wonderful to start as the sun rises in Africa. Kind of amazing. So I did like doing that.
Yeah, I was re-watching some of those this morning when you were running, and it's just phenomenal, you know, the heat and everything like that you were having to go through.
Yeah.
Crazy stuff.
It was getting so hot by 9 a.m.
Yeah.
I was going, oh God. And then trying to work out how to get used to it. But I did acclimatize after a couple of weeks. And these are so cold, these ones are so cold. That's not good. I wish I was warmer. So, hey ho.
Yeah, the virtual ones are interesting. I went to some amazing places around the world, got some great ideas for holidays, you know, once we're allowed out again and once we're allowed on holiday, I got some great ideas from holidays from all locations. Some brilliant ones in kind of Europe, Germany, Bavaria and Austria. Just lovely places, lovely views.
Right.
Phenomenal places. A few beach runs in Hawaii and things like that.
Yeah.
And you get an idea of what the people are like around there because you get facts on the screen while you're running with this app, and I just thought it was brilliant. They were learning things about the world as you kind of going around. It was quite a lot of fun.
Yeah, no, that does sound like a good thing to do. But Chris, I'm gonna have to let you go because I'm afraid I've got this stomach stuff going on and I have to go sort myself out again. But well done for doing what you did, and I'm glad if I could just help you in any way. And good luck in the future. And well done for fundraising.
Thanks for the chat. We've got a ticket for your gig tonight, so we're going to watch that.
Okay.
And we'll enjoy that. In fact, my wife's organised comedy nights in our village over the kind of last 4 or 5 years. So if you fancy heading over once you're done, let us know. We'll have you in.
All right. Well, I will bear that in mind. I can't promise anything of that. I'll bear it in mind. Thanks. You take care.
You're doing an amazing job. Enjoy yourself.
Thanks, Chris. Okay, I'm off to the loos once again. Sorry guys, this is a weird day today. Oh, bugger.
Hi, I'm Kevin Ryan, the President and CEO of Covenant House International. For nearly 50 years, Covenant House has been a place of promise and of hope for young people experiencing homelessness. Now more than ever, we need partners in the community to unite with us to end youth homelessness. Every person deserves a safe place to sleep and hope for a brighter tomorrow. For young people, homelessness interrupts progress toward adulthood and a future of independence and self-sufficiency. Covenant House's doors are always open to all young people who need housing and help, regardless of their race or their religion, their sexual orientation, their gender identity or expression. Our trauma-informed services help bridge the gap between potential and progress, and we also advocate for systemic change through public policy while promoting awareness of the critical issues related to youth homelessness. The Covenant House mission is centered and built on community, where youth and staff and volunteers and our partners love one another unconditionally, respect each other absolutely, and dedicate ourselves to a covenant of compassion and hope. Learn more about resilient young people at Covenant House and our life-affirming services at covenanthouse.org.
social media questions coming up with. So have we got more facts and figures?
Yeah, let's do some more facts and figures. Find some more interesting things. Okay, I'm gonna go to some interesting. This one says interesting and fun facts about Belgium that you probably didn't know. There we go. Right, scrolling down.
Oh God, I'm cold.
Interesting. It says Belgium can function without a government. It says Belgium is a constitutional monarchy. It says we have a king and 6 governments, a federal government and 5 regional governments. It says Belgium has proven time and time again that the country can function without a federal government. Oh, it just said they have a federal government.
Sorry?
Okay, so it says once it took 589 days for a government to be formed. Oh, here we go. And people found it totally acceptable. Some things just take time, they say. Others argue that it is actually even better this way because we don't have any new tax increases during the period that it takes to form a government. Okay. Okay, and it said the longest it took was in the 2019 to 2020 government formation period, where it took 652 days for a federal government to be formed. So that's nearly 2 years, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It said the reason for this is that political views are very different in Flanders and Wallonia. So the political parties that get the majority of votes in one region don't necessarily have a related counterpart in another region. That's very interesting.
Yeah, because it's the Dutch-speaking side and the French-speaking side.
And actually, yes, here's something on language. It says Belgium has 3 official languages, and none of them is called Belgian. People speak Dutch, French, and German in different parts of the country.
Oh.
And it says in the Dutch-speaking schools, kids start to learn French in the 5th grade at the latest. So the majority of Flemish people also speak French, whereas the schools in Wallonia don't have obligatory lessons of Dutch, so very few French-speaking people from Wallonia can communicate in Dutch. That's interesting. So the Dutch area tends to learn French, but the French area doesn't tend to learn Dutch. It says most Flemish people also speak English. Kids often learn English from the TV long before they learn it at school. It's not the case in the French-speaking part of the country because all their TV programs are dubbed. Oh, how interesting. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so there we go. It says, Belgians are crazy about football. Belgium's football team is called the Red Devils, and the whole country colours red when there are any major football events. This is soccer, for anyone in the world who calls it soccer. And it said at the time this article was published, the national team were number 1 in the world on the FIFA rankings. And it says football is the only thing that can unite all Belgians. Yeah, that's kind of your theory about football.
Football can save the world. Yeah. It's slightly the flip side of it, but yeah.
So they say everyone goes big on when the football's on. There's with flags and devil horns, I guess, because of the nickname of the team. Okay, here's another fact. There are tens of different types of Belgian waffles. It says you can find more than 30 types of different waffles in an average Belgian supermarket.
Wow.
Wow. It says, but most Belgian waffles in Belgium don't taste anything like Belgian waffles in the US. It says the 2 most popular types of waffles that you'll find for sale at tourist places are Brussels waffles and Liege waffles, L-I-E-G-E.
Liège?
Liège? Yeah, Liège, yeah. The Brussels waffles are airier and not as sweet, whereas the Liège waffles are very thick, rich, and full of pearl sugar.
Wow.
I don't know what pearl sugar is, it sounds amazing.
Sounds like it could be past sugar, maybe.
Yeah. It says the Belgian waffles you find abroad are somewhat similar to the Brussels waffles. So there you go. Oh yes, chocolate. Belgian chocolate we should talk about.
Yes.
It says as far as Belgians are concerned, Belgium has the world's best chocolate. Giving foreign chocolate as a present might be taken as an insult by Belgians. There you go. It's one to know.
Yeah.
And is it? I mean, Belgian chocolate's lovely, isn't it? So, the Belgian national symbol is a peeing boy. There's a boy having a wee. It says usually he is not dressed, and foreigners always find it amusing. But the little guy also has hundreds of different costumes. This is a statue. Hundreds of different costumes for all kinds of occasions, and somebody takes the trouble of changing his clothes 2 or 3 times a week. There's pictures, they're brilliant. One, he's got a top hat and a medal. I don't know what for. And in the other one, he's got kind of a chimney sweep hat, kind of looking. A jacket and a rosette. I don't know what that was for, but there we go. Yeah, he's got a full-on wardrobe.
Yeah.
Wow. There's a lovely thing that there's a statue in Brighton in the UK here. There's a statue of Max Miller, great old variety performer, and someone always knits little socks and puts them on his legs, which is very lovely. Statue, which I always like.
We got it's social media.
Oh, it's social media questions. Right, here we go.
Have you got?
Let's look. Yes, so I should say to everybody, now is the time for social media questions. So if you have any questions for Eddie, if you put them in the chat or comment section of the live stream on YouTube, Facebook or Twitter, and then we should be able to see them. So if you do that now, we should see them. If you put them in a little early, then do repost them, so we can see them here now. So I will have a little look. Oh, and I should say before we start, Tim let us know, our brilliant physio Tim, about a brilliant thing that some women are doing, and it's actually a team which has a lady named Paula in it, and we spoke to Paula previously. She was a guest of ours, and it's the team of 4. So it's Paula Reed and also Joe Blackshaw, Felicity Ashley, and Pippa Edwards. And their team, I think, is called the Mothership, and I think they're training for a transatlantic row. So they're a 4-person team. They're going to row the Atlantic. They're in training, and this is going to be for later in the year. And what they're doing is today, they're live streaming it as well. They started at the same time as we started at noon London time. And they are all on rowing machines in their houses because we're all in lockdown here in the UK. And they're going to row for the time that you're doing this marathon. And they're I think they're taking donations, I think, for the cause, which is lovely. So there you go. So a big shout out to them. They're doing it at the moment. They're on a live stream. Yeah, I think if you want to take a little look at them on Facebook, they're doing their live stream. Mothership TWAC. So Mothership TWAC, I think you can take a little look too. And Paula was the adventurer and psychologist who we spoke to. Yeah, she's got her 3 other teammates, and all money raised today will be going to our Make Humanity Great Again crowdfunder. Well, they're going to donate through the crowdfunder site, which is very, very lovely of them. So there you go. They're with you on rowing machines right now. And we should say this is now a good time as well, isn't it, to say about donations again.
Yep.
So yes, we should say if you would like to make a donation for what Eddie is remarkably doing right now, it's very easy. Just go to eddieizzard.com, hit the donate button, and you can give as much as you like via the crowdfunder site. If you have, and that's from anywhere in the world. If you have a UK phone, you can send a text instead to donate £10. Text the word 10, TEN, to 70810. And to donate £20, text the word 20, TWENTY, to the same number, 70810. And on that note, we'll do some questions, I think.
Oh, God.
Okay, here we go. First question is from Tracy Emery. And she asks, when you were learning to fly planes, did you have to learn about different types of clouds? Also, do you drink tea? Love you, you've got this, says Tracy Emery on Facebook.
Tracy, I do sometimes drink tea. And half the time, I suppose, I go through tea phases and a coffee phase. And yes, clouds. We had to learn clouds for geography actually before, but yes, for flying it, to learn about weather and fronts and stuff. Never got perfectly on top of it. I used to look at weather maps where you take off and go. And I kind of need to be more of an expert in that, but yes. Anyway, so I did do that. Yes. Yes to tea and yes to cloud formations, cumulonimbus.
Okay, next question. Do you find that going out without makeup helps you stay more incognito when you want to be? And that is from Karen Lindale.
Well, no, not really, actually. Well, if I have no makeup on, I'm kind of in boy mode. I kind of look more boyish. I'd be happy to look more girlish, but it's the genetic cards I've been given. Even though I feel or wish to express myself, more feminine side of myself, so it doesn't really matter if I'm wearing makeup or not. But it is my choice to express myself. Well, I'm running here with lipstick, which gradually wears off during the day. Yeah, so, but I'm not, no one gives me too much hassle. I'm known in a certain way. Some people are known in a kind of, everyone stop traffic kind of way. Mine is different. People tend to be pretty nice, pretty positive. Occasional people are horrible, but they're horrible people themselves.
Okay, next question. So, greetings, Eddie. Admire you always.
Thank you.
If you've answered this, forgive me, but how do you relax after running or work? And that is from Deb Reed.
Well, sleeping is great. And watching some of the things on, the streaming platforms. There's so many now. So much good stuff out there. That's kind of how I relax. Snowboarding is nice. Going up the mountains is nice. But that's a whole thing. It's a whole holiday. So, yeah, I just relax and have something nice to eat. And watch something on the telly. But I don't watch mainstream television anymore much. It's more streaming series or films or something like that.
A lot of Simpsons episodes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, next question. Hi, Eddie. Congratulations on your 24th marathon today.
Thank you.
You're just amazing.
Thank you.
My question is, I live in Hythe, Kent. I think I heard you mention in your past marathons that yourself or your family have a connection to Kent. Whereabouts in Kent is it, please? And do you visit the area at all, or have you ever done a gig in Kent? Thank you. And that is from Amanda French.
Yes, I'm pretty sure. That's interesting. Have I played? I think I've played Folkestone before. Done a gig there. My mum's born in Ashford. She lived in Appledore, the village of, and at Tenterden, where the Kent and East Sussex Light Railway is. So yeah, so that was Mum. Mum grew up there. Kind of Tenterden and Appledore, but born in Ashford. I think went to a high school in Ashford, I think. But that doesn't quite make sense. But yeah, Appledore is where my grandfather lived. And yes, I think I've played nearly everywhere in the UK. So
You probably, I'm just thinking in Kent there's the Gulbenkian, isn't there, in Canterbury? And I'm sure
yes,
you've played there. Yeah. Next question, kind of slightly related actually. This is from Melissa Schickel, who says, I know it makes you emotional to speak about your mum, but I would like to know what you feel was her greatest influence on you, and that's from Melissa.
well, Mum liked performing. She liked doing her amateur dramatics and music, so I think that's probably gone through. I've got that genetic interest from her. And she was a loving woman, and she was a nurse, so a caring woman. So I try to be a caring person, I think. I know it's for other people to say, but I don't work as a nurse, and nurses do amazing work. And yeah, I think it's something like that. Creative, love doing creative things. Damn it. Can't keep up with speed at the moment.
You okay?
Yeah, just every time I get going I have to stop it. We might overrun today.
We'll do a honey sandwich boost after this.
Yeah.
Okay, you ready for the next question?
Yeah.
Okay. This question is from Monica Heslop, who says, we watched Whiskey Galore at the charming Art Deco cinema in Bowness in the Lake District. Have you ever been there yourself? That's Monica.
The Bowness?
Yeah, Bowness in the Lake District.
I don't think we have. I don't think we played there. Where did we play?
That was Keswick.
Keswick?
Yes. Lovely theatre by the lake in Keswick, which was on the UK run.
Yeah, that was one gig. That was on a day off.
That was one gig on a day off. Yeah, in 2009 around the UK. How things have changed.
Yeah. 23 gigs up now. 2 of them in German.
Yes, I should mention, if anyone doesn't know, that after every single marathon, Eddie is also doing a stand-up show here at Riverside Studios in another room in Studio 2. And that's at 7 p.m. London time. And also, that's if you go to eddyizzard.com, then you can see how to buy tickets for the shows as well. And all profits for the shows are also going to the Make Humanity Great Again Fund. So you can go there to do that. So yes, not only marathons, but also gigs. So we are Marathon 24 today and also Gig 24 today. All the shows are in English now. Yesterday was German for Berlin, except for the 28th, which is our marathon for Paris. That will be in French.
Next Thursday.
And that's, next Thursday, yep.
Yes.
Okay, next question. We'll go back to YouTube. A quick question from one of our regular people on YouTube, Liz Blue, who I think has had an eye operation. And they ask, Yes, I think they're recovering at the moment, and they ask, Eddie, when you had stitches, how did you keep yourself from scratching at them? I think Liz is dealing with them at the moment.
Oh. I don't know, scratch around them. That's what I found. If you've ever got a thing that you can't scratch, go up to the edge of scratchability and go round the whole thing. I found that's your best way of relieving an itch. That's not a medical thing, that's just what I've found. For some area, I can't think of what it would be. It's a wound or something. But if you scratch around it, that can, all the way around the circle, that can, or an oval perhaps, that can help. Try that. There you go. That's my appendix. Scar which had to be ripped open because it got infected. I'm not sure how.
Next question is, do you enjoy voiceover work, more specifically the movie Eagle? And that's from Andrew McCullough.
Eagle, yeah, did I do Eagle?
I think you did.
I was in there.
I think you did, yeah.
Yes, I do. I remember, I just haven't seen it back for a while. Yeah, I do like doing them. If they let me play, then I can give them gold dust, and if they won't let me play, then less golden. Just dust, I suppose. But, yeah, I can just muck about and find stuff out there. Robin did it. I mean, it's anyone who likes comedy improv, it's a perfect vehicle for, and he did it in Aladdin. So, Robin Williams. So, yeah, I do like mucking about on that.
Actually, I was going to ask you, when you do films where you're doing the voice like that, do you ever meet the other actors?
Only once.
Okay.
They do this thing, I can understand it, they keep the cost down by having no real stars, or if they are stars, they're just on favoured nations, equal pay with other names. And also, they can fit in with the talents, in inverted commas, that would be actors' timetables. So it's easy, even though you might be interacting with a whole bunch of people, someone else is just reading the lines, could be the director or anyone, and then you react to it, and your reaction is hopefully a very good reaction to the lines that are read by whoever's doing that, and then that matches the other person giving it back. But that happens even in films. You have people having huge arguments or discussions, and probably not lovemaking, but you know, discussions or arguments, and you'll see the people there, but they weren't there at the time. They weren't in the same place. They were shot at different times. So that's how that works. But yeah, with Luke Wilson on Rock Dog, we were in. There's a section where the cat that I'm playing, who's a rock god of a cat, and the lead singer in a band, and he comes out of his big house and complains about Luke Wilson's dog, Dobie, I think, Bodie, that's it. And he's singing this song that's annoying me. And then that whole interchange, I think we were in the same room. It's only happened once. But we did do a lot of mucking about, and a little bit's left in. Including swearing, which is quite nice. Because they got someone honking a car. So yeah, it's a nice little section. You can actually, it's on YouTube. If you put in Rock Dog, by my name and Luke Wilson's name, it will come up one of the clips when we're outside the front gate. Then the gates are electrified and they close upon me, my own gates. Yes, fun movie. Rock Dog.
Okay, next question. This question from Virginia Mills Barfield, who says, Eddie, loved seeing you here in Jacksonville, Florida, USA. will you return after all this? And they also say you are such a fully realised human being, and I appreciate and admire you so much. Take care of yourself, please. And that's Virginia.
Thank you, Virginia. Yes, we'll be back. I have to go and do some politics first, but maybe I'll be back before that. I will do sporadic touring from now on until I go into politics. And then after politics, I'll do more concrete touring. But until then, I'm sort of in the waiting room. And I'm not going to be doing a lot of drama up to that point. But yeah, love to come back. You know, I've played all 50 states of America. And when I've played 45 countries, we've got to get... There's about 195 countries, so there's a lot more countries to play, which I'd like to do.
Yeah, a few more left. A few more left to go.
Yeah.
45's not bad, though.
45 is not bad, not
pretty
sure.
good. Next question. Any words for my transgender, non-binary, almost 21-year-old? When did you start using the word transgender for yourself? And what are your pronouns? And that is Miriam Banash.
Well, my pronouns seem to be now she and her. But I was asked that on a TV show, Young Portrait Artist of the Year, and I mentioned it. That was what I prefer, but it's a request and not a demand. And people can just call me Eddie if they've got a problem with it. And but that kind of went viral around the world. So now I've been promoted to she, which is very nice. I'm happy with that. And to the person you were talking about, who is trans, what relationships?
I think child. So any words for my transgender, non-binary, almost 21-year-old?
Almost 21-year-old. Well, itgetsbetter.com is a good, very good website to look at, which talks about sharing people's stories. I say once you come out, there's about 10 years before you get settled in your preferred identity, so you've still got a bit of a fight to go, and just got to stay tough and stay motivated, and things do get better, but it's a long haul, and it's not easy. It's a knight's quest, Arthurian knight's quest, and everyone has that. Everyone has come out who's LGBT+. They've had this struggle to get through. So yeah, so be strong and be tough, and keep going, and look to find other people who can be your support network if you need that. But itgetsbetter.com is a good start.
Okay, next question. Eddie, have you ever played Dungeons and Dragons? If so, what character and what gender were they? I'm still a gamer now at 49, love it. And that is from Kendrick Horde.
I'm afraid I haven't, so I assume you choose a character and gender. I would always like to have chosen female before, so now I would choose female. As my avatar is in Zwift. And yeah, I'm not sure what there is to choose from in Dungeons and Dragons, so I'm afraid I don't know of that. But yeah, it sounds a lot of people play it, and but I don't know. Don't know how to choose that, because I don't know that bit, I'm afraid.
Yes, I too am not much help on Dungeons and Dragons, but I think you can choose what you like. I think. Ian and Dave, you don't know, do you?
We don't, unfortunately. We were just discussing this ourselves. I think an orc is a thing.
Okay.
No.
I think I'm going for orc.
Orc, yeah. I only know. I think the dice has got about.
Both sides.
Yes.
Dodecahedron, I think.
Dodecahedron dice.
I'd be Wonder Woman. That's who I'd be.
Yeah.
That's who I'd like to be.
I think that would be alright. Dungeons and Dragons. I don't know. I'm assuming things here. I know.
The Wonder Woman character in Dungeons and Dragons. Whoever's close to that.
Yeah, the closest one. I know the Dungeons and Dragons world is huge. But yes, I am not knowledgeable on it, unfortunately. Right, next question. So, hello Eddie. Hello Eddie and Sarah. Hello. Question. What are you eating and drinking throughout the day and then for dinner? Thank you for making the world a better place. And that is from Killer Queen 1.
Killer Queen 1. Well, Sarah knows this more than me. I drink some iPro Sport hydration drink. I have different flavours of that and water. And I have some carbohydrate baked things and some protein bars. But then afterwards we have, what do we have afterwards?
Afterwards, so straight afterwards, recovery shake, one of the SAS Rego recovery shakes. I think it's strawberry flavour, I think.
Is that protein in there?
No, I think that, oh no, maybe it's like a combination one, I think. I think it's a combination one. And then, then dinner is kind of made up of either white meat or fish as the protein source. A portion of carbs, so that's either rice or potatoes, and then a bunch of vegetables, so green vegetables or salad. And then actually just before bed, glass of
a pint of milk.
A pint of milk, yeah, pint of milk, which is a kind of a protein
delivery system.
Yeah, a protein hit just before bed, which is a thing that helps. I think it's to do with helping repair. I think it's muscle recovery and repair. I think that does. I'm saying I think. But yeah, and then then in the morning. Did you say the morning breakfast?
No, I haven't.
Oh yeah, breakfast. So there's two breakfasts. Breakfast one is usually kind of like a bagel or either bacon or mackerel, and eggs, sometimes avocado, sometimes a bit of granola as well, a bit of yogurt. And then breakfast two, which is an hour before starting, is porridge, blueberries, and honey. Yep,
right,
that's about us. Yep.
I have to stop, I'm afraid, because it's a loo break again. It's my stomach is not good today, guys. So apologies, but gotta get. I'm overrunning. Sorry, everyone.
It started with a box, and 2.8 million more just like it. Rations meant for war would now help those victimized by it. Passed from hand to hand, they moved together across land and sea, to a place where everything was broken, where everything had been lost. The box revealed its gift: food, survival, hope. The knowledge that someone, somewhere far away, wanted to help. Goodwill put into action, a world embraced, and yet only the beginning of the story. The need was bigger, deeper, more fundamental. It still is. A chronic absence of food and clean water. Hunger, starvation, desperation. Sickness that racks young and old, mounting pressure on communities already in distress. The ones who can change the world for the better, stripped of their gifts, every path blocked, and seemingly no way out. But as understanding of the problems grew, our simple box changed. It now turned to the roots of suffering, to empower those at the brink, life flowing back into communities, nourishment sustained, the seeds of hope planted, communities freed from sickness, the good building on the good, powering the engines of change, the future we will all share, built on a simple truth, that when you give of yourself, you can be the difference in people's lives. You can help deliver lasting change. Its colors are different. Its mission has grown, but it's the same care package. The simple box that gives us all the power to change the world for good.
that right, Sarah?
Yes, we've got Louisa coming up.
Okay. Ready to talk to Louisa.
I'm going to put you through now.
Hi there.
Hey, Eddie, what's going on?
I am okay. How are you doing?
Would it be weird if I was like, I'm having a whiskey?
Excellent.
I'm having a scotch.
Having a scotch, very good. And I think I'd quite like to be having a scotch as well, but I'm not. I've just put my big parka, my big anorak kind of thing on, because I'm so bloody cold.
Why?
I'm so cold. I'm freezing. Because we have
Why?
Because we've got the windows open here. We have to let it in, and it's freezing outside. So.
Oh man, okay, I get that. I understand that.
Right.
Why do you do this stuff, Eddie?
Well, you know, someone's got to, haven't they? Someone's got to.
No, I get it, and I'm like, why? Because when you came to South Africa, I asked the same question. I mean, that was a long time ago, and I think Nelson Mandela was still alive then, and I was like, why do people do these things?
Well, it's to make a point. I mean, when I ran for Nelson Mandela in 2016, which wasn't that long ago, 5 years ago now, and it was a salute to all the guys, him and everyone who fought against apartheid, and I never thought I did enough. So I suddenly thought, I'll do this as a salute to the guy, 27 years in prison. I'll do 27 marathons. I had to have 2 goes at it, the first time in 2012. I got rhabdomyolysis, and then 2016 I got it done. So it felt like a good thing. You can raise some money, create awareness. It does a few things at the same time, so that's kind of why I do it. And
okay, cool. You know what my strategy was?
What?
My strategy was sort of kind of like a contrarian comedian. I was kind of like trying to discourage you and be like, why do you do this, you loser? Why don't you just stop? And then now you're just giving me a whole speech, and I'm like, oh, I need a new angle.
Yeah, well, you see, I can't be a loser doing this because I win every race, you see. There's only me running. So I win every marathon. So even though I'm slow.
So crazy because the first time, a friend of mine whose parents just passed away, literally a week ago. He lost both his parents to COVID, and
oh dear,
in 1 week. And he is the human being who introduced me to you.
Wow.
To your stand-up.
Right.
I was in high school, and we were touring and stuff, and he was like, oh, you gotta see this act, Izzard. And I was like, his name is Stuart Taylor, and I was like, okay, I gotta see this guy. And then you remember back in the day, it was like DVDs.
Yeah.
And then it was you, like, I was 18 years old, and it was you, and you were like in a dress, and I was like, get out of here. And I just got up, and he was like, trust me, this is the guy to watch. And I watched you, and I've been a fan since. Well, I thought you were the funniest, most original thing I've ever seen in my entire stand-up life. And that was only 2 years of engaging with the world of stand-up comedy.
Well, that's thank you for saying that, Christ. That's a wonderful thing, because you're doing so much now. I've got some information about you, and you're doing specials all over the place. Netflix specials, Vimeo specials. Are you playing in America as well?
Yeah, it takes time, Eddie. But you know, it takes time.
Yeah.
You just have to chip away. But I think for me personally, I am less obsessed with goals of what my stand-up can get me, and more appreciative and more accepting that I'm already winning. If I'm a stand-up comedian, I'm already winning, because that's the reward.
Yeah.
The reward is being the stand-up. The reward is having people come to your show and you telling them what's in your mind. For me, that's the reward. And everything that comes after that, it's a bonus. I say that not to be humble, but I do believe that. I've stopped trying to be like, oh, I need this award, I'm always like, oh no, this is the reward. I'm being rewarded already.
No, I totally agree with you. When I was younger, it was very much, I couldn't get anywhere. Then I started getting somewhere, and it was all about going up. Now I quite like going sideways, and everything I do, I mean, I just did a gig. You know, I'm doing a gig after each marathon. Did they tell you that? That I run?
No.
Yeah, so I run until 6:30 London time, and then at 7 p.m. London time, I do a show, streaming, stand-up show for 1 hour here, and it streams all around the world, and then the next day I do it again. So I've done 20...
You are a mad person.
Well, it's trying to, you know, it's trying to do stuff so that people say, well, that's pretty good. I'll put a $5 in. I'll put a $5, £5, you know.
I got you.
You know? But I did it last night in German. And I'm just saying that because when I do the gigs in these other languages, German and French, Spanish, it feels so good to me. It's a real reward. And I didn't quite expect it to be that, but I just find it so fun to go, Guten Abend, Berlin, deutsche Personen, ich bin Engländer. Ich mache meinen Show auf Deutsch, motherfucker. What the hell? Das ist schön. And it's so beautiful. And I just like to think of Hitler revolving in his grave, where he set fire to himself with petrol, because anything we progressives do in a positive way, probably any stand-up in the world, is going to just piss that kind of thinking off. And I love going to Berlin and doing gigs there, anywhere in Germany, it's just, or in Austria. Such a fun thing, and that is the reward. As you say, stand-up is the reward, because we don't have to carry anything. No, we don't come on with a briefcase, got no costume. Just go on and talk a lot.
So true.
I know, it's crazy. So at what age did you think that you might be a stand-up? Was it on your horizon? Did it exist when you were growing up in South Africa, or did it come very quickly?
When I was younger, I was like, I was aware of stand-up, but I had no desire to pursue it. It was actually a high school teacher who was like, you need to be a stand-up.
All right.
Yeah, he was just like, you need to be a comedian, man. You just sharp and you know how to articulate yourself. You have your voice kind of figured out. You're on the edge. You need to be a comic. And he kind of persuaded me to do it.
Wow, it is the articulation. That is the thing, isn't it? If you can articulate.
It's I think, yeah, stand-up, I just did a special now, and the special is, it's called Unlearning, but it's what I was kind of going through in my life, and I was like, what parts of my life do I need to unpack and sort of like reprogram? And I was like, this is such a grand idea that I need to tell this to the world. But what's my only medium? My only medium is stand-up comedy, so I need to tell this via jokes. So I had to figure out how to tell this via jokes, and I think like with stand-up, you get, how can I explain? What people do with specials generally is a series of jokes. And what I learned in Britain is that no, people don't want to hear a series of jokes per se. What they want to hear is a story and a narrative. And yesterday I was talking to my manager/agent, and they were like, are you ever thinking of going to Edinburgh again? I said, of course I'm going to Edinburgh, because I get to develop a show that gets reviewed. You do a shit show on a Tuesday, you get reviewed on a Tuesday, someone writes about it on Wednesday and tells you about it. It's like a weird, and so I understand why people don't want to go do Edinburgh again. It's because it's uncomfortable and it's rude and it's in your face and it's hard work. But when you come out on the other side, you're a better comedian. So for me, I'm stuck with comedy. I'm a comedy fiend, and I'm sorry that I've just babbled.
No.
I've just
What I think is Edinburgh is ninja training. It's
street ninja training.
Yeah. It's 26 shows, yeah? Show after show after show. You have to get better. You cannot help but get better by doing it.
It forces you to get better.
Yeah. And sometimes you're playing to just 5 people sometimes, you know, and you've got to get those 5.
Yeah. For me, when I was in Edinburgh, I started off with like 3 people, then 2 years later I did 5 people, then at some point you like, oh, I have 20 people in the audience.
Yeah.
And for me, 20 people was amazing. Like 20 people in this city came to see me. Get out of here.
And what's it like when you're playing in South Africa? Is it easy now? The crowds come free and full?
Yeah. The mass crowds are cool. Now, here's the thing that looking at you and what you do, because you do shows in Germany and French and English. In South Africa, we have 11 languages.
Yeah.
And as you know, each language has its culture and nuance.
Yeah.
So I am Xhosa origin. I speak Xhosa every day. I'm actually at my mom's house, so we speaking Xhosa every day. It's Xhosa, we speak Xhosa, it's fine.
So I should say.
But
I should say Molo. Molo.
Yes, sir. Molo. Yeah.
That's what I learned when I ran in Eastern Cape, to say to everyone,
yeah.
Molo.
Molo. Yeah.
And then they were.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
That's great. Like, so that's the thing. So but you consume culture and you interact with the world in English.
Yeah.
It's different because I perform in English, and so because that's how I consume the world. That's how I think. It's in English. And so I realized a couple of years ago that to perform in Xhosa is not to just translate what I'm thinking in English into Xhosa. Right. I have to think of the joke from the beginning in Xhosa.
Oh, wow.
It's a crazy thing because otherwise it doesn't translate culturally, nuance-wise. It just doesn't. Right. So 2 years ago, just a year before COVID, I really had a deliberate effort of trying to do more shows in my home language and trying to translate the style of performance that I do in English into my home language and still have the same sense of pertinence.
Yeah. Great work.
So that was a work in progress. That got, obviously canceled because of the pandemic. But I admire highly what you do.
Well, that thing, when I was younger, I wanted to get somewhere. I said this to my parents, I want to get somewhere and cruise on in to the end of my life, Get that,
right.
Cushy job and boom. And now I realize that pushing ourselves individually and trying to be happy with what we're doing, as in different languages, that gives me a lot of joy to do that. That's what you should be doing in your life. Keep expanding your edge. Keep pushing the fear back and seeing where you can go to explore the worlds you want to explore. Yeah.
When I'm performing in Europe, which is probably where I perform most of my shows, is that they use English in a very practical way.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I mean?
I'm not sure. Actually, expand on that.
I mean, like, they know how to use English functionally, not decoratively.
Okay.
Right. So if a person is writing a sentence and they're not English, they're not used to using the English language, they would write, "I put the cup in the corner."
Yeah.
A person who knows how to use language would say, "I adjacently place the you know what I mean?"
Yeah.
It's still but people who don't speak the language don't understand. They don't get that. So when you've developed a routine that is a play on words. It's based on a London nuance. It doesn't land as much. So you gotta use your language in very functional ways.
Yep.
It's a crazy thing that I've been in Finland or like Iceland or Helsinki or Geneva, and I'm like, oh, you guys totally missed that.
Yeah. If
you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's a curious thing. You have to. I try and talk. I talk about human sacrifice in an older show, and that was very universal. I knew I could go anywhere in the world and say, why the hell did we have human sacrifice? What the fuck were they saying? The main guy saying, look, the crops have all died this year. We're gonna kill Steve, and then they'll be better next year. And everyone going, hang on, so what's Steve got to do with it? Don't argue with me, otherwise you're next. Okay, okay, fine, Steve. Good luck, Steve. I'm off to do the washing up. That kind of stuff. And I love that plays anywhere. I like taking very heavy-duty subjects and coming in and working out what the angle is, and then fleshing out a scene. Dung beetles. I'm talking about dung beetles now. Young. Right. There must be some young dung beetle who goes to the careers advisor officer, says, what do you want to do? I want to be an astronaut. Well, you're a dung beetle. So why don't you roll dung around? No, I want to be an astronaut. It's not going to happen, kid. Oh, fuck off. It's the overachieving dung beetle who doesn't want to. Why dung?
Shit.
There's a whole scene in there of some kid going, I could have been a contender, Dad. You just roll dung, you eat dung, you live in dung. This is not good.
It's not about life's ambition.
So I love playing with those kind of things. Then I just got I got to find out what the French is for dung beetle, and then I'm off again. Or the German, and it should translate perfectly. Now,
but what if they have a different name for dung beetle? What if they just call it a beetle?
No, that's not a problem. In fact, I'm going to look it up right now. How about that? So,
please do. That's very interesting. I'm actually very interested in how you land this plane.
D-U-N-G-B. So in German, it's a mist. Oh God, this is a tricky word. Hang on a sec. I gotta slow down because
you're gonna get hit by cars.
Well, no, this is gonna ring odd. Mistkäfer. Mistkäfer.
Which means what?
Dung beetle.
Yeah, but remember, that's the direct translation from Google. So they don't remember the joke only exists in the dung beetle rolling the dung.
Yeah.
And so a person who understands dung beetle, that's a very intrinsic visual, right? But a person who doesn't visualize that, you might have to explain it first, no?
Yeah, no, I could say a mistkäfer is some dung beetle. That is correct. So a mistkäfer, and he just it's mythic.
What does mistkäfer mean? Like
I remember one is dung and one is beetle. Hang on, mist is
these are the
mist is poo. Mist is poo. A käfer is a beetle. Yeah, because there was
no.
Yeah, not so good. Anyway,
this is what this.
Yeah. So anyway, that, and then French will be something else. But you just use the word and then you talk about it because we all know that dung beetles exist. People have heard of them, and they're just kind of crazy. What's the apparently?
But would that, despite of Brexit, would that not be just a general sense of Eurocentricity?
What Eurocentricity? What, talking about dung beetles?
No, I'm saying just the how languages kind of like are parallel to each other.
Well, they are all. We see, this is the thing I found. We were 20,000 people 200,000 years ago. We're now 7.8 billion. And if you think about all the wars that any of the simplistic, opportunistic, sort of warlord leader kind of, you know, from Hitler to whoever, they've always said, look at the separations, look at the differences. But if we look at the similarities, we're all the bloody same. And so we can talk about these stuff and families and haircuts and gods. Do we believe in them? And so on. So there's so much to talk about that makes us similar. That's what I like talking about. And silly things like dung beetles and things and rabbit holes. Everyone's talking about going down the rabbit hole. So anyway, I talk about these crazy things. Now I take it you've got a Netflix special. Does that play all around the world in Netflix anywhere in the world?
Yeah, well, I've got the 30 minutes special,
right?
Which is on this show called Comedians of the World.
Right.
Yeah. So I mean, so people can just go on there and search Comedians of the World and look at South Africa, and they'll find me. I'm over there. Okay. But I could possibly. I mean, we in talks with Netflix about doing another project, which I'm excited about.
That's great. It's great that they have that reach, and they're now talking to people all around the world. Because how old were you when Nelson Mandela was released in 1990? How old were you then?
I was 6.
Wow. So
I was 6. It's so crazy because I just shot a special. I don't know who's gonna release the special. It could be Netflix. It could be. There's just a bunch of people that are interested, but I'm not. But that's the opening show. That's the opening line of my show. I talk about that, and it's so. The way the show starts is about me talking about, like, people asking me that question and how I go, yeah, I was 6 years old, but also I was actually upset because everything had shut down. And then also I talk about like this, how I, as a 6-year-old, 5-year-old, which had this plan, because when we were young, we were told you got to free Nelson Mandela, you got to free Nelson Mandela, you got to free Nelson Mandela, you got to free Nelson Mandela. So now this kind of burdens you a little bit because now you're 5 and you're in kindergarten and you're like, oh, I have a plan. And then you're trying to, you know, mobilize the rest of the kids to like not eat food and go on like this, what do you call it, hunger strike. To, yeah, and you know, so that it's funny that you asked that because it's such a personal part of my show. People always ask me how old was I. I was 6 years old, but I was really aware of what was going on at the time because there was a lot of political violence at the time. Yeah. It was a very a politically uncertain time. So a lot of people were leaving, a lot of people were dying, a lot of people didn't know what direction they were going to go. I really remember a lot of, like, I'd wake up one day and go to school, and on my way to school, I'd see this burning. I'd be in the playground at the school, and there'd be tear gas. Although sometimes you couldn't come home because it was just insane. Yeah. I remember those times. When I was 6, I was young. I was really young, and it was just a dangerous time to just be alive.
But do you remember that exact day? Was there a lot of joy in your community or that day? Or?
Not in my community, which is crazy because I was in Cape Town. But I think that everyone had gone to the city to welcome, because he gave a speech in the parade in front of a lot of people. But I don't think my parents didn't go. My parents we were at home. I think where I was just empty. That's all I remember, was empty. So I was like, it was just like you can't buy anything because everything is shut down. Everyone is going to town, and you know what I mean? Yeah. It was that kind of situation. But I do remember the image of him coming out of prison with his hand up and going, oh, this is quite an old man. I didn't think he was this old. That's all I remember thinking.
And he said, Amandla, power, yeah?
Yeah. And it was like, oh, yeah, this dude's old. And then I just kind of went outside and continued with my day.
There you go. Well, at 6, that's what you do when you're 6. Yeah.
That's what you do when you're 6, yeah.
Yeah.
Because you're like, I've got homework and I've got all kinds of stuff to do. This doesn't mean anything to me. It means something, but it's like, it's a hindrance to my day.
Yeah, I understand. But obviously, it's a positive thing. Well, can you say now, after this time that has passed, are you hopeful for country, for South Africa moving forward? Is it still very tricky, or are you hopeful moving forward? Let's put it that way.
I'll put it to you this way. I'd say that none of our problems are unsolvable. I think we just need the right people to be in charge of the issues at hand, and we'll be fine.
Do you think you might ever enter politics?
No ways.
Okay.
There's no ways I'll enter politics.
Because I'm going in.
I know. Mick told me that you that's one of the other reasons, like, that's a crazy human.
Well, it's articulation is the thing. And one of our jobs is to analyze problems, and we might take a comedic view on it. But within that, there is the ability to think of how to make it better. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go in and see if I can help. I don't know what I can do, but I can do more than nothing. That's what I say.
But my question is, are you going to start from the bottom in the political landscape, or are you just gonna shoot for mayor or president or that kind of stuff?
And I think you have to start at the bottom in ours. And Sadiq Khan is the man. He'll go again. He's going again. He's way ahead in the polls, which is great. He's Labour Party, same as me. And so he could go 3 times whatever he wants. I'm going in to be Member of Parliament, and I'll start at the bottom. You have to learn your trade. But I have been an activist for over 10 years, and in a lot of different campaigns. So I think the good people at the Labour Party know that. So I will be pushing to do as much good as I can, as fast as I can, if I can. Anyway.
My problem, Eddie, is that I'm lazy.
Well, I'm lazy.
So they'll be like...
No, but you're the same as me. You are lazy.
No, yeah.
No, hang on.
No.
Let me tell you this now.
Okay.
You are lazy, but very driven, wouldn't you say?
Right.
Yeah, lazy but driven.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, once you get going, you get going. Once you stop, you don't want to start.
Right.
Yeah, that's me.
But politics, still scared.
Yeah, okay. You don't have to go politics. You just do what you do. I'm going to have to let you go because I've got my next guest, the wonderful David Howard,
great.
coming on. So,
well,
thank you so much.
Good luck, Eddie. Thank you. Thank you for having me. This was fun, man.
Thanks for talking to us. Stay safe. Hope everyone in South Africa is getting through this hell like we're all getting through, but stay safe, man.
Thank you, Eddie. Be safe and good luck with everything.
And you too. Take care.
See you soon. Bye.
Cheers. Okay. So now, if David's there, I'm ready for David. Sorry about the overrun. And we'll do the film after David. The middle video.
Okay, no worries. Just in the turnaround.
Okay. Oh. Do you think I should stay on these? I probably should. Yeah, different flavour to one of them, wasn't it?
I'll do a sandwich.
Okay. So we're running a virtual marathon for Brussels in Belgium. And you see Brussels there. Pictures going behind me. The flag of Belgium there. And I'm behind. I have
Eddie.
Stomach problems. Yes.
Sorry, David's for you.
Thank you, David. Hi, David.
My God, you're making me exhausted, Eddie. You're already making me exhausted. I've only just tuned in.
Well, then you've got to have a sit down, haven't you? And have a cup of tea.
I'm having a sit down right now as we speak. How are you, sir?
I am okay. Sir/madam now, I am.
Yes, of course. Sir/madam. Congratulations.
Thank you. I've been promoted to she, so I'm very happy about that. Where are you in the world, David?
Currently, I am sitting on my sitting in front on a desk in Vancouver, Canada.
Wow.
Where I'm writing my first book, directing an episode of the show, and also acting. So I've got my hands full at the minute.
Very good. And you are, thank you. I'm just having a sandwich here. And you are directing an episode of, is that, which is?
It's the television show I'm doing right now called Supergirl.
Supergirl.
Which is like a sort of superhero, a superhero TV franchise. It's lots of fun, and it's sold all over the world. So it's done very, very well. I've been doing it for 6 years. This is my final year.
Oh, really?
And I should be heading back to Blighty at the end of this year. I've been away for like 9 years now.
Well, now that I know you're in it, I'm going to check out Supergirl. I'm afraid I've missed it because I didn't know you were in it. But you are a fantastic actor. If people haven't seen David, we were in Treasure Island together for a short moment. But did you come with us to Puerto Rico? Or did they not take you to?
No, I was in Portugal. I'm astonished that you can continue running and do interviews at the same time. I really am.
I know.
Quite astonished. So you're doing 31 in 31 days?
Yeah, with a gig afterwards. I got a gig at 7 p.m. as well, London time. A virtual gig that goes out to the world.
I mean, how do you do that, Eddie? I mean, physically, how do you do that?
Well, you're doing Supergirl, but someone was mentioning Wonder Woman, and I do like the idea of Wonder Woman. That's kind of who I'm, so trans Wonder Woman. I was always very tomboy when I was a kid, so I've got all this boy stuff and this girl stuff, and so I'm a fighter, and I've actually said, and this is quite true, coming out as TV trans back when I was 1985, back when I was 23, that was a hellish mental fight to do back then. It was very toxic back then, how Britain was that time, the world was at that time. But once you do something like that, you can do other crazy things. You can do gigs in different languages. It makes you strong. So that's my starter point, really, and I'm being quite serious about it. It's just it sort of toughens you up. So if I do this, people hopefully donate. And I'm talking because it's mind-numbing on a treadmill. It's just not easy. So I asked if I could talk to people like your good self.
It's just extraordinary. It's just, I guess, I've seen your activism, and I've done a little bit of activism around mental health in the last couple of years.
Yeah.
But I must say that I still sort of continue to sort of, perhaps I struggle with the idea of being mentally tough in the wider world.
Yeah.
How do you keep yourself mentally tough with all the kind of slings and arrows that are coming in your direction? How do you stop yourself from getting sort of sidetracked or waylaid or sort of knocked off your course?
Well, I didn't join a political party until I was 35, and coming out, I did self-analysis to come out when I was 23, so I feel quite confident that, my worldview, make humanity great again, and everyone should have the right to a fair chance in life. These seem like good values, decent values, and if someone gives me a negative knockback on my political views, I just think, well, I think you're wrong, I'm afraid. And sorry, it's people at the window waving me on. So I'm very happy with my all-inclusive make humanity great again, and that's how I work. And meanwhile, in the career, in comedy or in drama, I just keep trying to hack my way up the mountain.
Yeah.
Because you might understand me saying this. I did a weird thing in comedy. Normally you go up the comedy mountain if you're a stand-up, then you get a sketch show, then you get a sitcom, then you do comedy films, and then you might say, I'd like to do a drama, and you would get parachuted in because you have a big profile. I decided not to do that, and so when my stand-up was taking off, I decided to block all the comedy. No sketch show, no sitcom, no comedy films. Go to the bottom of the drama mountain and try to hack my way up that mountain. Acting with people like yourself, great actors, you could look at and you go, watch what they're doing, absorb and learn until I could get better and better. Until by the end of Treasure Island, actually, I had changed. Something had changed in me. Maybe because it was 10 weeks playing John Silver. I was in the groove. This is our director was saying this to me. Yeah, the second half, I was really cooking with gas, and I took it up from there. So my early work is not so good because it couldn't be good. I came from comedy, and I had no training, but I loved it. I wanted to act from the age of 7. So when people say negative things, I kind of bat them to one side. That's what I do. How do you deal with it? How do you deal with negative stuff?
Oh, I struggle. I do struggle with it sometimes. I try not to say. I mean, I have a weakness of sort of running things over in my head.
Yeah.
And I've taken to meditating. I've taken to writing. You know, just trying to put my energies into something creative. And that sort of tends to sort of tampen down. I can get very self-critical of myself at times.
Right.
And that's a battle that I sort of have to continually fight, because what I found going to America and working in America is that the Americans have really given me a whole lot of support. They've given me great roles. They've given me great complexity in the roles that I've done. They've allowed me to direct. And I mean, this is something that I really never had in England.
Yeah.
And I'm realizing that I've always had this sort of a problem with the issue of valuing myself in the UK.
Yeah.
It's almost like I've had to go abroad to find that sense of value. And that's really come from America. The way that they've given, the way, as I say, the way that the industry's really opened up here and really welcomed me in.
Yeah, America is good at that, isn't it? They did that for me, I think, as well. You feel America is a very good place?
Yes, I mean, but as I say, my therapist almost says it's almost like America's been the sort of supportive mother, and England continues to be the absent father who never comes to my football matches.
Well, I think
so it's.
I think in Britain we can be slightly behind the curve sometimes, but America, the one thing in our business, say in the world of dramatic acting, it is the golden time. We are living in the golden time. There is so much new stuff coming in, and since HBO worked out that original content was the key thing, and then other people said, yeah, original content, FX, my series was on FX, original content, and everyone said, original content, that's the bloody thing. And that, I think, really helped us, you, me, anyone, because they needed more people, needed more directors, needed more actors. Then diversity comes in like a train from, I don't know, 5 or 10 years ago. The word diversity said, come on, guys, what are we doing here? Is it just going to be a completely white thing? And then that great, the film Black Panther, boom, changed.
Fantastic.
Yeah, changed the whole. You could just feel people going, really? How much money? What's going on there? And
yes,
as a trans person, 2014 in America was a tipping point, and that was the series Transparent, and that was the different things in Caitlyn Jenner, and so people got to say, trans people exist. They're members of society. Okay, we need to sort of admit that or bear that in mind or something. So
yes.
It got easier for me from 2014. I feel like I'm part. Yeah. So we shall see as we go forwards. But so I mean, how many years have you been? Because I've just been very proud today. I've just been made a UNICEF ambassador. Yes, excellent. Well done.
Thank you so much. I'm very, very proud of that. How long have you been working and working on behalf of the UNICEF and being an ambassador?
I think it's about 10 years, and I don't feel I do enough, and I constantly I want to sort of be able to work out in advance, you know, because if you're filming, you suddenly I can't come out of that to go and do this. And if you, it's tricky to try and get, I want to do events for UNICEF or go out on missions, you know, to highlight things in different places, different camps. I was born in Yemen. You may not know that. I was born in Yemen.
I do know. I didn't know that.
Yeah, the city of Aden, which the British called Aden, and we took as a colony, just like took it one day, back in the 1700s, and then in '67, they said, "Can we have it back, please? It's ours." And I'm terribly sorry about that. And but they now have COVID problems and a proxy civil war conflict. So I try and help whatever I can with things that are happening in Yemen. But anyway, it's great with UNICEF. You can do this, and you played in the football team, and
I played. Yes, I've done 2 years. 2 years of soccer aid, and I must admit, I think the first year, Eddie, I was slightly overawed by playing with. You're playing football with your boyhood heroes and people that you've watched, it's weekend in, weekend out, sort of, supporting your favorite football team. And I think I was slightly sort of taken aback by it all. It was only until I went out into the field myself, and the following year I went to Kenya, and I went to Sierra Leone, and saw some of the work that they were doing in the field there. Then I think I walked into a sort of neonatal unit and saw these very small babies, sort of being intubated, and it was such a moving experience. I suddenly realised exactly why we do these things like soccer aid. It isn't really just about playing around with celebrities and having fun. It really is. There's a very, very serious point behind it, and I think I was very glad that I went through that experience of actually seeing it firsthand, just to remind me of exactly why you're doing it.
Yeah, no, it is great to get there on the ground and see what's happening. And as I said to them, it's great if the public can see. I like the idea of tracing a child's progress. If you see a child that has been saved by health, by different groups, by UNICEF's help, their life is saved and they're young, can we track them through life a bit and see where they get to? Because those are the great stories to hear as we move through. So you'll be doing it.
How many miles have you done now? I can't see your thing.
It says 27 kilometers, about going to 28 kilometers. So I'm doing it in kilometers, Ks, 5K runs, 10K runs. It's an easier grabbable number. So 42K is a full marathon, and that's what I'm going for. But I've had bad sort of stomach problems today, or sort of not bad ones, but tricky ones. So I am behind the time, and I have to finish at 6:30. Whatever happens, because I have to go and do this gig in English gig tonight at 7 p.m. So I might have.
I'm extremely proud of you, Eddie. Really, really, really proud of you. I think what you're doing is really amazing and thoroughly inspiring. So I'm really very proud of what you're doing. It's a great achievement what you do.
Well, thank you, and I'm going to just flip back on something. You're directing now an episode of Supergirl. Have you already directed a number of episodes?
I've directed about 3 episodes. This is my 4th one, and I'm going to be directing a movie, I think, in London next year, or later this year. So it looks like I'm moving in that direction. I really enjoy directing. I enjoy working with the actors and bringing the crew together, and it's something that I've always wanted to do, and I really, really enjoyed the opportunity that Warner Brothers have given me. So it's been a sort of a new passion. It's a new passion of mine.
Yeah, and are Warner Brothers being color inclusive like you would like them to be? Is the fact you're a black actor and doing great roles around the world and now directing, is this all changing? Because I must admit, a lot of white men have seemed to have been directors for a billion years. Could it be?
A billion years.
Yeah.
And what's wonderful is that Warner Brothers particularly since the Me Too movement, have really tried to encourage women to join the industry. So there's a lot more women, a lot more younger women, a lot more black women, and I think Warner Brothers, as I say in particular, really diversified their directing roster, and I don't think that's been entirely welcome. Obviously, it's displaced. There's a lot of people that have been displaced, and I'm sure there's a lot of sort of bitterness and angst around that. But I think it's great to bring fresh blood in, and as I say, bring in different perspectives and bring in these new people into the industry. I think it needed that freshness.
Yeah, I think so too, and hopefully, as I say, golden age. There's more work around. I mean, COVID accepted. So if we take COVID out of the equation, there is, particularly in Hollywood, within inverted commas, more work there than maybe there's ever been in a more, with cable stations, with a Netflix, with an Amazon, all this kind of stuff, encouraging work, hungry for original content, and that's what I find fascinating.
Yes.
And
absolutely.
Yeah, and women.
I mean, I haven't actually worked in the UK for about 10 years now, so
right.
It's going to be interesting going back to see what changes there have been there, and now I go back or I flick on my TV. It's wonderful to see this new generation of young black actors coming through. Daniel Kaluuya, John Boyega, Damson Idris. There's all these wonderful young black actors doing really well in America.
Yeah.
And that wasn't something that was prevalent in my day, but it's wonderful to see that those actors are finally finding opportunities and success.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question that's curious? It's a political thing, but it's not overt political. It's titles. Like I've just been through a whole pronoun thing, and people get worried about.
Sure.
For a black person in America, African American is a term that is used. What about British, the black community in Britain? Do you know what is the accepted? We say this is a black person, member of the black community, or is it British Caribbean would be like, or does that not even exist?
Well, again, there's different because unlike in America where you can be Irish American, Polish American,
yep.
Italian American.
Yep.
I think in England it's slightly different. So as a black person, you're either Afro-Caribbean, which is your descendants are from the Caribbean, or you're Nigerian, you're from Nigerian descent or Jamaican descent. So we tend to stick more with our we kind of over-identify with our roots from our specific regions.
Right.
I don't necessarily think as yet there's a collective identity for Black Britons, as it were. I think that's actually been very difficult for us to carve out a sort of cast iron Black British identity. I think it's happening over time. I think I was born in the 60s and 70s. Was born in the 60s and grew up in the 70s, and the push for me was always to assimilate.
Yeah.
Which was almost iron out your individuality and become part of the masses.
Yeah.
And I think that it was difficult for me to sort of, as I say, carve out a distinct Black British identity without sort of ironing out my own heritage. And I think over the years, it's been my task to sort of create an identity that feels comfortable. Because often at times in Britain, you don't feel completely accepted.
Yeah.
You don't feel completely welcome. You don't feel like as I say, growing up in the 70s, there was quite a lot of racism, and the National Front were very prevalent.
Yeah.
And I certainly got the idea from time to time that I just really wasn't welcome.
Right.
So to sort of identify as British has always been sort of fraught with difficulties for me. I mean, I know I am British, but I don't always feel in my heart of hearts that I necessarily feel that I belong.
If someone came up with...
It's an eternal conflict that I have.
I was going to say, if someone came up with the term African British, would that fly, or am I being, far be it from me to come up with any terms, but I take it people are not gonna say grab that, because that's the equivalent, I suppose, of African American.
Yeah, but again, you know, I think many Americans went direct or came directly from Africa on the slave routes, and were taken straight to the Americas.
Yeah.
So whereas we, the Caribbean, people who went to the people who were taken to the Caribbean. You know, I think we migrated here by choice in the 60s and 70s, looking to better our lives. Britain was seen as the mother country, so so our connection is predominantly more to the Caribbean.
Yeah.
You know, I really don't have. For me to find my African roots would be very difficult.
Right.
It would be extremely difficult, simply because those connections have been pretty much taken away from me. So it'd be difficult for me to find that connection out. It's much more, my primary connection would be much more with the Caribbean than it would be with Africa.
And can I ask, which Caribbean island was your heritage?
Barbados.
Barbados. Well,
yes.
My event manager here, I don't think you've ever met Sarah, but she's half Belgian. She's white. Actually, I'm going to bring her on just for quickly. You haven't met Sarah, but can I get Sarah on the screen, Dave? Because this is your first,
Sarah on the screen.
You're the first Belgian coming up. So there's Sarah.
Hello.
Hey, how are you? Nice to see you.
You can see she's very white. Explain your Belgian connection.
I am very white, yes. I'm half Belgian, so my dad was from Barbados, and our heritage is the Highland clearances, so it's a Scottish heritage. My surname is Johnson, and there was a whole kind of heritage of, I think it was indentured servants were taken over from.
Right.
Yeah, so that's my route in, but I always surprise everyone with my half Bayesianness. But yes, fellow Bayesian roots going on there.
Fellow Bayesian. I think historically, he would have been referred to as the Redlegs.
Absolutely, you know this.
The Redlegs came over, and then they shipped over the indentured workers, shall we say?
Yes, yes, Redlegs. Nobody, not many people know that phrase, but yes, Redlegs. We were Redlegs. There you go.
She told me Redlegs. I was about to say Redlegs. You said it before me, because that's it. So it's interesting, because unfortunately your heritage, your ancestors were probably they would be brought over as slaves to Barbados. Would that have been the situation?
They were, yeah. So in the 1700s, it was one of the wealthiest places on the planet.
Right.
The profits they were making there were really quite extraordinary. So sugarcane, rum, molasses, and it was like a production line. They would work from morning till night for no pay, obviously. Yeah. Clothed once a year. It was a pretty brutal and tough existence. I've just done a documentary with David Olusoga, which will be hopefully screened this year, called 1,000 Years a Slave, which is sort of taking prominent Black Britons back to the places that have a significant story on the slave route. And it was really quite moving to uncover the history of the life of everyday life of a slave. It was quite a brutal experience for them. And of course, there were what's called slave codes that were written in order to kind of keep them in check. I mean, these were laws that was specifically designed for the Caribbean, which basically gave planters and the plantocracy carte blanche to do what they wanted to with these people. So it was a really brutal existence for them, and pretty amazing that my grandparents survived. But I now have a family tree that dates back to 1820. So it was a really nice experience to sort of uncover my family roots, but kind of understand, just the tough sort of life that they have.
So David Hayward, when I play Barbados, because Sarah will be there as tour manager, I need to tell you, that I'll be playing Barbados.
You need to tell me. You need to tell me when you're on, and you need to get me some Cockspur rum, and I shall sit and enjoy myself there.
Yes.
I'm going to make sure we have a few days off after the gig as well. I think I'll make sure we do that.
If you happen to be free, it'd be wonderful if you can. But I don't know when it will be. But I'll try and get. You notice because we share the same agent with Nikki back in London,
Yes.
I believe. Yes. So I can get through to you. But I'm going to be touring the Caribbean in French.
Oh wow.
In French, English, and Spanish, channel hopping in French, English, Spanish. That's the beauty of what we set up. So everyone I know is saying, "Oh, I'm coming to that one. I'm coming to that tour." So there you go. All right, David, we're going to have to let you go. Thank you so much. Keep doing it.
Thank you so much, Eddie.
Not at all.
Good luck with your gigs. Good luck with your with Make Humanity Great Again. Absolutely. It's a wonderful cause, and I'm very proud to be UNICEF ambassador, just like you. You inspire me, sir. You inspire me.
Thank you very much. No problem. You take care, David. See you.
Take care.
Okay. So now, can we show that video? I know we're lining up Rob Griffiths and Tim, but can we get the video on to the middle video of Brussels, please? Just whack it out there.
Yeah, ready for it?
Is Tim coming on with Rob?
Let me check. Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Okay.
Get the VT.
Yep. In Brussels, in Belgium, 11 kilometers to go. Should be stronger, should be easier. It gets to this point, and you'd like to be at 2 to go. 2 kilometers to go, that's it. But it isn't. It's 11k to go, which is several miles. I have to just dream of the end. Okay. I'll talk to you at the end. Bye bye. I think it's the same lipstick I've got on now, but I think it clashes with the yellow. I think the yellow's making it look a bit odd.
Oh, what, the jacket you have on in the video?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
It works very well with the blue, but I think with the
retrospectively,
yellow, it looks too purple.
Oh, I suppose, yeah, the colour combination, yeah, it probably look more, yeah.
Okay. Ready when you are, Dave.
Pass me over.
Okay. Tim.
Hello, Eddie.
How are you doing?
I'm very good. I was just saying to our next guest, I'm sporting a bit of a bruised hip. I went out with Martin Yelling on our mountain bikes today, and it was a little bit icy. A wee tumble.
Oh.
On the ground, but hey ho.
That's okay.
Nothing in comparison to what you've been doing.
No, I've had a bit of stomach problems today. But,
well, I think if you remember back to South Africa, we kind of had this same thing towards the end, didn't we?
I remember it very much on the last day, but not so much coming up. But if you remember it, then it must have happened.
Yeah. Cape Town, I remember we had a little bit of this, but we can have a chat later on. Anyway, has there been a shout out recently in terms of where people can donate? Does Sarah need to do that quickly?
Yeah, well, Sarah can go for that.
Do a little shout out? Yes, we should actually. It's high time. Just so everyone knows how to donate, as Eddie is doing this incredible challenge. It's very easy, and you can donate from anywhere in the world. You just go to eddyizzard.com and hit the donate button to give as much as you like via our crowdfunder site. So that's eddyizzard.com. Or if you have a UK phone, you can send a text instead to donate £10. Just text the word 10, T-E-N, to 70810. To donate £20, just text the word 20, T-W-E-N-T-Y, to the same number, 70810.
Oh, there we go.
Excellent. So, Eddie, our next guest, a wonderful gentleman called Rob Griffiths, who I've known for quite a few years, and he is basically the term of all knowledge in terms of things training. So I will let Rob introduce himself to you, and then we can just have a question and answer session, I think, just see if we can explain all of these things like overreaching, overtraining, VO2, etc., etc. So, yeah. Rob, without further ado, here's Eddie.
Hi there.
Hey, Eddie, how are you?
I am okay. How are you doing?
I'm great, thanks. You're doing tremendous. I've been following your every day as you've been trundling along. Fantastic.
Thank you. I am trundling. I think that's probably a good word for me, trundle. It's I'm not quite smooth, am I? I'm not quite getting there, but then there is no recovery time really. So today has been rather tough, and stomach upsets, which is whatever it is. But I'm hanging in there and soldiering on.
Absolutely. Amazing.
So, if you set up your own coaching business, consultancy.
Yeah.
22
yeah.
years ago. So,
yeah.
Take us up to that point. How did you get into coaching? How did it all start in your life? When you were 1 year old, from then on.
Oh gosh. Well, I've been a sports nut all my life. Always wanted to do sport. Always loved sport.
Right.
So, I got involved playing squash in my early teens. That carried on. Got into playing full-time squash, which was an absolute passion. Was involved in athletics from a very early age.
Right.
So that was what I was into.
And what do you mean by full-time squash? Professional squash?
Yeah, I played professional squash. Both played on the circuit and did a bit of made my living from coaching. So it was fantastic.
That was from the age of 1. That was very quick. You just summed that up. Yeah. You need to put more drama in there. And then when I was 5, and then when I was 7, and then I'll tell you a story. Here's my story. This is just okay, because you must do motivational speaking. So this is my story for football. So the 11 and 12-year-olds at my school were pooled. So the best 11-year-olds could play with the best 12-year-olds in the first team, and the second best would be in the second team. And I thought I was pretty good. Not the best, but pretty good. And dogged, determined. If I lost the ball, I'd go back and get it off the guy. This was the classic thing. Big guys taking the ball, getting past me as a midfielder, and then they'd shoot off, but I'd hair after them, and as they brought their leg back to kick it in the goal, I'd nick the ball back and take it away. I did that a lot of the time. But when we went into this 11 and 12-year-old mix, they were doing, before the first game of the year, they were doing trials and testing people and who's this, and you could see that the head teacher was putting together the first team. They were all in green, that was our colour, and the people in white were the second team, and I was in the white colours, and he wasn't seeing me. And anyway, I went down to the last practice before the first game of the season, and there was a phone on the way down. You weren't allowed to phone, but I phoned my dad and I said, Dad, I'm not going to make it in the first team. I just won't make it. They're not seeing me, he's not putting me in. So I'm a bit pissed off, but what can you do? And I put the phone down, went to the practice, and I noticed in the practice that the head teacher seemed to be practicing the 1-2 with the winger and the inside left, inside right, whichever way it was. So the 1-2, if people don't know around the world, is basically if someone passes the ball to you, the other person immediately kicks it back first time, first touch, and so you can get past the defender by the person going at the defender, you knock the ball, and then the person to the next to him on his own team kicks the ball behind the defender, and the person runs on expecting that ball to come to them. So I saw he was practicing this, and I realized all I had to do as a midfielder is let the winger and the inside, left or right, whatever it was, come up to me, and it's going to be with the winger probably, and he would come up, and I'd go, my face would say, I don't know, what's going to happen? And as soon as he kicks it to the side, because I knew he was kicking the side, I didn't even have to cover my left. And I just put my foot out, took the ball, and off. And I did this about 4 or 5 times. And then the immortal words, he said, Izzard, change your shirt. And I was in the first team. I phoned my dad on the way back. And I said, Dad, I'm in the first team. And I was for 2 years. So there's my story. I'm just trying to show you've got to get a story like that for your life and build it into that. Those moments, you must have those moments in there. Squash is amazing. Nobody knows in the bloody world that you can be a professional in squash. Did you know when you were a kid, when you were getting good at squash, that you could be a professional in it?
Yeah, I think I did. I was following it so closely. And of course, in the late 1960s, early 1970s, we had this guy called Jonah Barrington who won the World Championships a number of times. So he was a bit of a hero, and And so yeah, it was a game that I really, loved and followed, and those players that were at the top of the game then, they were the kind of typical inspiration for me at the time.
Right.
So it was,
did your dad play squash? Your mum play squash? Was it in the blood? No.
No. I had a sort of one of the main reasons of getting into squash in the very first, because I played tennis first, was my girlfriend at the time. Right. And her dad played squash at a local club. And so he kind of invited me. I had a few lessons at school, but it wasn't something that was particularly regular. And then no sooner I really had a few regular games, it became it became almost like an obsession. So I would practice, a ridiculous amount, and we had a number of local squash courts. Where I lived then was on Salisbury Plain. Fundamentally, lots of army camps around, lots of squash courts around. So I'd run down there with my squash kit and be practicing for hours on empty courts, and then occasionally you'd get the odd soldier that would come in to play, and then I'd ask them if they wanted to play, and that they would or they wouldn't, and they'd have the courts booked or something like that. So then I'd get off the court and then hang around waiting for somebody else to turn up to play a game and things like that. So it was.
And one last question: could you practice on your own? Can you practice on your own in squash? Can you? You got that?
Yeah.
Wall there? Yeah. But
it's a fabulous sport because the ball always comes back. It's kind of because you're hitting that against a wall, it's going to return to you. And there's loads of drills that you can do that just keep the ball coming back to you.
Yeah.
And that was part of it. It was a really helpful thing to do to be able to practice. So
it must be one of the few sports in the world that you can play it on your own, even though it's a competitive sport. Would that be right?
Absolutely. Yeah. It's certainly easier to practice on your own. Obviously it's brilliant when you've got partners to practice with, but you can certainly do it on your own. I think the sad thing now is squash has taken from those heydays of the 1970s, 1980s, where there was loads and loads of courts, they're all over the place. Through the 1980s and early 1990s, a lot of them were knocked down and they were made into gyms and things like that. And
right.
And so squash has taken a real dive over the last number of years. It still has an elite coverage, right. And there's still some brilliant players, but it's just not seen as much. And the big challenge there is getting it into the Olympics, because it's not gone into the Olympic Games.
Right.
It's struggled. It really has struggled.
Okay, Tim, over to you.
I'll give you my little squash anecdote. I used to play squash as well, and I used to play in Chichester, and we were so skint that we didn't have enough money. So it was an open court where you would just go and play, and you would have the money you would pay for the court. So it was like an old electricity machine. You had to drop a £1 coin into the machine, turn the lights on. So we drilled a hole in a £1 coin and put a cord through it, and we dropped the £1 coin and then pull it back out again so that we could carry on playing because we didn't have enough money. But that's probably not the right thing to admit. But hey.
But were you any good?
I wasn't as good as Rob. I was good because I was quick. I think I said to you before, when I was a football player, I was a sprinter, so I played on the wing, and it was the same in squash. I did a lot of running around, but expended a lot of wasted energy. And I never forget, I played this guy from Zimbabwe who was called Gilly Potter, and he was about 10 foot tall. So he basically could stand on the tee and have one stride and be at one side of the court, and another stride would take him to the other side of the court. Absolutely impossible individual to play, but it upped my squash because I had to learn to be really kind of like wisely with my shots, because there's no way I would beat him by, just playing it down the line, which is what you do a lot of the time. But I love it. It's a great sport. Really good fun. So, but what level did you get up to, Rob? Where did you get to?
Oh, I was a reasonable player nationally, but there were, one of the reasons for stopping playing was that I just wasn't really making it. I wasn't cutting through, and whilst I loved it, and I really enjoyed the coaching side of it almost as much as I did the actual playing side of it. So for me, it was an easy step over into continuing my love for the game involved in coaching.
And is that where you learnt the art of motivational coaching, which is obviously what you do a lot of now? And did you realise that there were carryovers, you know, not just the squash, you could take that into athletics? And in fact, I know you've taken that into business as well.
Yeah, I think it's not so much that I knew at the time. One of the guys, you know, I've been fortunate enough to have some amazing coaches, both in athletics, you know, through road running and track athletics, and squash. I met some really interesting coaches. They were all very, very different characters, but brilliant motivators, and all of them had unbelievable knowledge. You know, fantastic, both technical knowledge about the game or athletics or, you know, running, and great physiological, you know, psychological knowledge. So spending time with them was awesome. You know, you just learn so much more than just about the game. So that's, you know, that kind of mentoring approach that many of those guys really spent time with me really rubbed off and helped me understand the importance of building those relationships you have with as a coach and an athlete working together. That's so important. And that's, you know, great learning.
And in my world, in terms of physio, you know, unfortunately, I'm a bit long in the tooth now. But what that does bring with it is experience, you know, and what we refer to in the trade as pattern recognition. You've worked with so many people now. Do you, when somebody approaches you and says, "Like, I'd really like to be coached. I really want to achieve this," do you almost? How long does it take before you kind of go, "Yeah, this is going to work," or "No, this isn't going to work"? You know, is it much easier now?
Much easier, yeah. And I think partly it's knowing what the right questions are to ask, and understand how they want to work and what's important to them. Because I know a lot of the time, you know, what's important to me is the relationship side of it. I really enjoy working with people, and you know, if you're in an endurance sport, if they're going to get any good, it's going to take some time for them to become good, because it's you can't hack it. It's not something where, you know, you can spend 2 years at it and suddenly become good at it. It's going to take time. So you know that the relationship is going to be important, and people that want to invest in that and commit to that, then it's pretty quick now in terms of understanding what people want. I don't really enjoy coaching people that just want to get through a single event. You know, so sometimes you'll get people that come, "Oh, I really want to do a marathon, or I want to do an Ironman," which is, you know, in itself, it's a fantastic achievement. But you know, the fun for me is coaching somebody through through time, and it's and you build up a fantastic, you know, most of the guys I'm coaching now, we've been together a number of years, so you kind of build up that relationship, and you see them as they grow and as they go through very, very different events and different life events too, which makes it really interesting.
Can you say what the essence is of a good coach? If you're a consultant, you must have worked out what it is that you have that works so well. What is it that a coach does that can really make an athlete or anyone succeed more than they thought they could?
That's a great question. I think, well, my take on it is, you know, obviously that, you know, the foundation is just some good, basic, solid knowledge about the sport. But then other than that, it's really understanding the individual that's in front of you, because, you know, even with general principles about physiology, psychology, all the rest of it that goes into that mixture, it's about understanding that the person in front of you is a complete individual, and how they operate is completely different to the next person you're going to speak to.
Yeah.
And so getting to understand that and understand how they work, both physically, mentally, all those elements, absolutely critical to being able to help them.
Right.
And I would add into that, I think the key, what you do when you're coaching an athlete is very similar to what I do in my world. And I think one of the keys is listening. And Greg Grieve, who was a fantastic physio, who sadly is no longer with us, but he had this great line, which was, listen to the client, they'll tell you the answer. And it must be exactly the same in coaching athletes. The issues that they've got, they'll tell you what they are, even though they don't know they're telling you, but they'll reveal it if you give them time and you just sit and listen to them.
Yeah, spot on. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so Tim, what are my problems?
What your problems? I think we've only got 10 minutes left, Eddie. I don't.
Hang on, well, I'm sort of almost untrainable, don't you think? Because Martin will have ideas, or you could have ideas, but I kind of just go and do things in an odd way. But as you say, maybe bloody-mindedness is what gets me to achieve.
Well, I used that term the other day, and you kind of twisted that to determination, and I think probably determination is a good word. Yeah. I think the thing is, what Rob said is exactly right, is that each individual that you're working with is an individual, and you have to. And I have to say, you have taught me more about assisting somebody through to a goal in a completely different way. And I always kind of like say to you, you will eventually write a book on how to train for marathons, and it will just be your book. You tear up the chapters and you write them completely different from anybody else. But at the same, it comes down to exactly the same thing. It's not your problem. If you wanted me to be serious about the answer to that, your problem is time. Is that you have so much going on in your life, is that you do not have the time to dedicate to the fitness element to it. Yeah. And you've done more this time than we've ever done before, and we're kind of seeing those benefits. Yeah. So I would say that's the issue. Your issue is time. Okay. No, I accept that, and I won't give you any more. So Rob, we were chatting about sort of questions. This whole thing that Eddie's always asking me, that the watch always says to her that an aerobic number and then overreaching, and Eddie's always asking me, what does this mean? And I generally don't know.
What happens is, and maybe this is what you've just described as time being the problem, is when you're trying to cram training. Often athletes do too much over a very, very short period of time. So they're train, what's known as their training load. Yeah, the amount that can be the number of sessions, the frequency of sessions that they're doing. Right. It can be the intensity of the sessions that they're doing. So how hard they're working, and putting them together in a very, very short period of time. So when you do that, the body is always trying to get back to its original state, this homeostasis kind of state. So the challenge is that when you really load it very, very heavily over a really condensed period of time, it doesn't like it. It gets really, really fatigued. And then the algorithms in your watch, what they're doing is they're picking up on that loading. There's probably some quite complex maths in there that's working out that your heart rate has done this, and maybe your heart rate variability has done this, depending on the kind of watch that you've got. And what it does is it works out just how hard you've been working, and then it gives you what's known as a training effect. It'll give you a score effectively. Yeah. And when you've worked really hard, it's saying to you you're overreaching. If you continue that, then and without proper recovery, you get to that point where you become overtraining. And that's bad news. You don't want to get there. Overreaching, you can probably sort out the few days, easy, or separate the harder sessions, or just taking a few days off makes it all go away. If you continually doing that for a really long period of time, then you can get to overtraining, and then you can really do yourself some harm with that. And can't my watch just be wrong? Could be. Well, is it the weird thing on this is, Tim, you can back me up on this. I was doing a marathon every 2 weeks and a half marathon on the weekends in between those. So marathon, half marathon, marathon, half marathon, and it just kept saying overreaching, and it was a brand new watch. So how did it know that I was overreaching? This is what, it's the volume that you're doing over a short period of time. So what would happen is if you were doing that same volume over a week, it wouldn't give you that number. It wouldn't say you're overreaching because you'd spread it out over a long period of time.
I understand that. But how can I practice marathon running then if I can't do a marathon because it says I'm overreaching?
Well, it's about building up to it, and that's the challenge of what Tim was saying is it you know, when you've got when you're crunching it together like that, where the only thing you can do is go and run a marathon rather than building up to a marathon, you know, in building blocks and in training blocks to run it, then it's really challenging. What you're doing is, and that's what makes what you're doing is so amazing, is having such a short period of time to train for it. And when you do, you have to train really long in those blocks that you've got the opportunity to train.
Well, I've just had to. Well, I did 29 marathons in 29 days, and then it said I was overreaching by doing one a week. And I think, well, it would have been screaming if I'd had it before on the 29. And what it would say about this, I don't know. It would just shoot me in the head. Because I can't know how to get a grip of it. And it says a little bit of, you know, yeah. So maybe I'm doing everything wrong, but, well, I'm getting them done by...
You're getting them. These watches are not made for people that are running 30 marathons in 30 days, for sure. You know, I mean, it's that's you know, they're made for normal humans, Eddie. You know, not superhumans.
I'm not superhuman. I'm just determined human. Determined human. See, I can motivate out of the blue. This is the weird thing I can do. And again, Tim and Sophie said this before. Coming out as trans back in '85. Now, if you think of the mental fight, I did self-analysis to get me there. And I realized that people would shout abuse or fight me in the streets. Not everyone, but you know, you have to be ready for that. A lot of people giving you looks. And but once you get through that, you create a little space for yourself. And the mental health you gain is fantastic. The confidence it gives you, saying, right, I knew this was in me since I was 5. I'm now expressing myself, being more truthful. And that is the strength I can take into doing this, or doing gigs in French and German and Spanish as I do. I can motivate when it's not necessary, because it's not necessary to do this. But I've said in my mind it is necessary, and like it wasn't necessary for me to come out back in '85. I could have just lied my whole life, but I thought no, it should be better for myself and hopefully for the world. If I'm honest, get the dialogue going. Let's get trans out there and let's talk about the situation, and then people hopefully will knit trans into society. I knew that was my goal, to try and get it as part of society as opposed to on the extremes or even outside society. So that's what it is, the motivation which gets, I mean, in your coaching, you'll know the people who really get it. They are motivated very single-mindedly, and that's what I...
Well, I think it's interesting, Eddie, because your story and motivation is such a critical part of, especially endurance events. You know, it's the combination, and I think it's we've got great evidence now over the last 20 odd years that will tell you that people stop running, people quit running, not because physically they're exhausted, but psychologically they're not motivated enough.
Yeah.
They lose their motivation. And so having a great purpose, which is what you've got right now, having that purpose is a fantastic motivation.
Yeah.
But also you can psychologically manipulate the situation. You know, what we're doing right now, having these kind of conversations, and having conversations is a fantastic distraction from what is an exceptionally hard thing to do, which is run on a treadmill for 6 or 7 hours a day. It's incredible. So, you know, that's a nice psychological manipulation which stops us thinking about running and engages us in a whole, load of different conversations.
That's exactly it. You'll be pleased to know I asked to set this up. You know, I said, please, can I talk to people for 6.5 hours? Because I can't face not just running on a treadmill. Anyway, I agree with you on that. We have to go, I'm afraid, for our next guest. Tim, do you have a last question or anything?
Have we got time for one? The one I'd like to, Rob, we had a conversation the other day about BMI. Just very briefly, what's your best take on how can we best manage or test for BMI?
Body mass index, are you thinking of?
Yeah.
Best test for it?
Well, so in terms of we were on the other day and someone was telling this very healthy, fit guy that he should lose some weight, despite the fact that he's as lean as you like. He was basically a bodybuilder. And we were like, so clearly just go by height, age and weight is not a good way of working out what your BMI is. So I just wondered what your take on that.
I just don't use that kind of measurement because it's so unhelpful.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's one of those metrics that people do use, but actually from a fitness perspective, it's completely unhelpful. You know, you'll look at a lot of elite athletes, particularly the throwers, the rugby players and people like that. You know, Kevin Sinfield, I know you had on the other day. You know, just run 7 marathons, 7 days. You know, in ridiculous times. If you measured him on BMI, they'd probably say he's overweight too. It's an unhelpful kind of metric, really.
Okay. Good.
That's a good.
Thanks, Rob.
Good thing to end on. Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Tim.
You're welcome.
Say goodbye. Stay safe, and I'll plough on to get to the end.
Keep going. Absolutely.
Take care.
Cheers, Eddie.
Good to talk to you. Thanks, Tim. Okay. It's going to be toilet, and I'll be back for Chris in just a second. I have to go to the loo. Oh. What I think I'm going to do. Oh, so talking to Chris Moyles now, DJ and other things, which I'm going to ask him, how would I list the other things?
Take your time.
Chris.
Hello, Eddie. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm good. Your introduction there was DJ and other things.
Yeah, because you've done presenting. Well, what would you add to that? Tell the world, because you're talking to not only the UK but every corner of the world, and maybe out into the galaxy as well. So.
Well, hello world. By the way, thanks to everyone for joining. Oh, I must retweet. I'm so bad at social media. I must retweet. I'll retweet. Right. So. I'm a DJ on the radio. I'd like to say broadcaster.
Broadcaster.
But,
okay, that's good. Yes, that's a better word. Thank you.
Do you know there's a really weird thing when you're a DJ? You're always a DJ, and no matter what else you do, you're always introduced as DJ. So, I've written. Can I big myself up for 10 seconds?
Yeah, do what you want.
Thank you. So, by the way, you look fabulous and you're doing a great job. Now, back to me. So, I'm a 2-time best-selling author. I've had 2 albums out. I've been in a Andrew Lloyd Webber musical. I've climbed Kilimanjaro. I've done my own TV show. Yet I'm always just a DJ Chris Moyles. And the worst time ever I had that was I got my own show on Channel 4. I had my own series on Channel 4, and we ended up doing 5 seasons. And on the first time that they introduced me now on Channel 4, DJ Chris Moyles with Chris Moyles Quiz Night. And I'm like, hang on, I'm hosting a television show. The television show has my name in, yet still I'm DJ Chris Moyles. So it's just, and I'm proud to be a DJ. It's just, you never, like, for example, nobody really just calls you comedian Eddie Izzard or actor Eddie Izzard.
Well, they kind of do, actually, because I think they kind of delight in this country, not in America, but it's actor and comedian is probably too much to ask. But I'd just like to be actor. But all the acting that I've done for the last 25 years, including Victoria and Abdul with Judi Dench and Stephen Frears, that just kind of gets ignored.
Yeah, no, you're probably right. Actually, and I worked with Tim Minchin, and Tim would have that as well. Comedian Tim Minchin, and he'd be like, "Oh, yeah, I guess I am," but you know.
I know.
But it's very big-headed of me, I guess. I don't want everything else. It would be just nice to be, you know. Maybe it's a UK thing. I don't know. But do you think the day will ever come when somebody goes, "Hey, it's Chris Moyles," rather than it's DJ Chris Moyles?
Well, I think you have to. Yeah, you have to get to the stage where it's so, you know, there's. You have to get to that ridiculous level of. Maybe there isn't a level. Maybe you're always this person, or the foreign secretary, this person, or whatever it is. Plumber Jeff Ding.
Yeah, it could be that.
Yeah, it's all some sort of adjective that goes with it.
Let me ask you, how are you feeling? By the sounds of it, I've dipped in and out today, as I do most days. It looks and sounds like you're having a great time today.
No, well, you missed all my stomach problems. I've been going to the loo. I had the runs, which I don't know why that started, but that's not a good thing. But I've then taken a couple of pills from a box that says stuff to bung you up. So hopefully I am more bunged now than I was. But I don't know why. I remember that when I did South Africa, I got very anxious towards the end of the double marathon. And so that was understandable that my stomach was all churned up. Yeah. But I don't know why today, in particular, I never know what's going to happen. On the legs, it just swaps over. A toenail on the toenail on the left foot. This one just lifted up. It's like I'm going to rip off. And I go, why? What's happening? What am I doing with my left shoe? You can't work it out. And then it goes to something on this leg. Tino Synovitis, who sounds like a band. Ladies and gentlemen, Tino Synovitis and his Mexican rhythms. And
I've been watching. I've been watching with great interest and keeping abreast of the toenail situation over the past few days.
Yeah, it comes out on Twitter, and then, well, the tooth. I don't know if you saw the tooth situation. My bloody tooth exploded last night for no. You know, sometimes the teeth, they do just go, fuck it.
But was that out of the blue? Did you have tooth problems leading up to that?
Completely out of the blue. I was chewing something, and there was a bit in there, and I was going to go, I'm going to keep going at that bit, because it's not breaking down. And I thought, actually, I am quite an older person now. I think that's a bit of tooth. And so I found it, and it was. And a chunk had fallen out. But luckily, my dentist is very good. Simon Godley, who is a comedian as well, and dentist to all the comedy people of London. He really is, and he's a very nice dentist as well. But he backed it up so much that even though a bit fell out, and it's obviously from at least 15 years ago, it's the rest of it is okay, and I can't go in until I finish this to get it done. So I have to wait until the 1st of February. Could
you not get I was about to say, could a dentist not come to you? But then that would be difficult trying to get in your mouth while you were running.
No, it's the COVID safety bubble.
Right.
The COVID safety bubble.
Well, I'm coming out in sympathy with you because so in lockdown 1, I chipped one of my teeth.
Yeah.
and out of everything that I ate, that we all ate during the first lockdown, bizarrely, it was a fruit pastel, which is quite a soft thing. And I bit into. I just went ow, 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 and then took out a little piece of my tooth, and I could feel it with my tongue. And obviously, being a man/boy that I am, I did absolutely nothing about it because it will fix itself. It'll be fine. And then in lockdown 2, or in tier 4, or whatever you want to call it, I then took a bit of my tooth out on the other side of my mouth, whilst I was having like a pita chip, like a Dorito-y type thing. Again, another soft food. And so now I've got 2 chipped teeth on the bottom, one either side. And again, I did nothing about it. I thought it would be absolutely fine because I'm dumb. And I just thought it'll be fine. It'll be all right. And then last week, I started to get what can only really be described as toothache, which then goes from about here, and I can't really work out where, all the way up to my ear. So I'm just praying that I had some kind of ear infection, but I think it's probably all connected. Anyway, it's kind of going away, and I'm old enough now to realise I still have to go to the dentist, but I'm praying that it will just go away and mend itself, because I'm petrified of the dentist. I hate the dentist with every bit of me.
Well, I do find mine is a very nice dentist, as I mentioned, but they do invent things. Dentists seem to invent things that scare the crap out of people.
Right.
The drill, such a high drill. Why can't they put a silencer on it? Hitmen have got silencers for big guns. Can't we get something that does that, but doesn't make that whining noise that scares?
Yeah, it's the noise, because the drill doesn't hurt. The weird thing is, if they're going to drill your tooth, then generally you'll be needled up to the eyeballs, so you can't feel anything. You're numb as anything. Yeah. But the noise sounds painful in itself, even though you don't feel it. It's the noise. You're right. If they could silence the drill, or put a little tune on it. I've got a fridge I've done all right for myself. I've got a freezer drawer that when you open it, it plays a little tune. It goes like that. Why can't a drill make a little noise like an ice cream van?
Yeah, well, I think
like that.
I think we might go mad from the endless playing of diddle-diddle as they're drilling your face off, but a silencer, surely, ladies and gentlemen, we can do that. And isn't it interesting in dentistry that what you pray for is the pick, that one thing with the metal spike? That's the joyous bit. If it's getting plaque off with the pig, you go, that's not too bad. Okay.
No, I don't like it. I don't like it because I've got very sensitive teeth. I can feel. It's all about the nerves. Right. And if he touches a nerve, I hit the ceiling. I'm out the chair, and that for me is like, even if I go, like, chances are, and I'm no expert in this, if I've chipped a tooth. Maybe there's an exposed bit there, so you'll have to stick the needle in. That's fine. Numb me all up. I kind of like that sensation, weirdly. And then he will have to clear it out, take out the old filling, I guess, and then fill up take a mold and then put a temporary in. And maybe he's got a mold from last time. I don't know. And so that's that. But it's when he goes in and he starts touching it, I'm like, I'm just waiting. Any second now, he's going to hit a nerve, and I'm going to fly out of my own skin. I'm such a baby.
Well, I find the pick okay because it never seems to give me pain. But the water thing, remember they invented the water thing for plaque, the water sprayer for plaque.
Yes.
And I thought it's water, fantastic. What can you do wrong with water? But it's so high powered, it goes wee, and it's as scary as the drill, and almost as painful as the drill. So I don't know.
Do you know, I'm so, honestly, and I swear to God, what I'm going to tell you is the truth. I'm such a baby that when I went to, so basically a couple of years ago, I had to go to the dentist, and I realised I'd not been for 10 years. 10 years. And I had to have major root canal surgery on one of my teeth and a few bits and bobs on my other teeth. My teeth are like broken tombstones. If I lived in LA, I would just have them totally done and just have these fake beautiful teeth, but I don't. And I'm luckily it could have been a lot worse, and so I do make a point of looking after my teeth more. I'm better than I was, but I still could be better. So when I finished, I asked if I could have a sticker, because I always got a sticker when I was a child, I asked if they did sweets and lollipops, but weirdly they've got rid of that because maybe it wasn't a great idea to give kids lollies at the dentist. So genuinely now, when I go to the dentist, they will give me a sticker when I leave. I even asked for a sticker when I went to get a COVID test just before Christmas, and the woman went in the drawer and found a sticker for me and put it on me, and I was very pleased with myself for being all grown up.
Well, I agree with the lollipop thing. When I get through in the security of airports, going through the machines, if I get through without a beep, I punch the sky in a very outlandish fashion and say, "Can I have a lollipop?" And they laugh, and we move on. But they never...
Lollipops and stickers should be given out for all sorts of things. Like literally, you go to vote, you get a lollipop or a sticker. You should have the option of a lollipop, sticker, or maybe a digestive biscuit or something.
Yeah.
I think that would make life more fun for everybody.
I think so.
Also, the other thing is I wanted to tell you was, so obviously you were kind enough to come on the radio show the other week, and then you said, would I come and do this? And of course, naturally the answer will be yes to anything you ask me to do. And there is no exception to that rule, by the way. And then I thought what I'd do is I would go on my treadmill, so when you came to me, I'd be running at the same time. And then I luckily watched John Bishop when you spoke to John, and John was on his bike.
Yeah.
And you said, did my people ask you to go on the bike? And John said, no, I thought I needed to do the bike because you're doing something and I'm doing something. And then you went, yeah. And you politely said, which I took as, yeah, I'd rather people didn't do that because I like to be distracted from what I'm doing rather than to see the effort of it all. So I was like, thank God for that. So if it's all right, I poured myself a cider, and maybe later I might just sit back and have a cigarette.
Yeah, anyone relaxing, because I get into your world. Oh, that looks nice.
Thank you. It's pineapple and raspberry.
Pineapple raspberry, and you're drinking it out of a jar.
Yeah, my girlfriend thinks it's cool, and she's right, I believe. So yeah, we drink out of jars.
That links to my first. It's the joke I do. You know, I'm doing the show at 7 o'clock every evening.
Yeah. And I won't be tuning in, by the way, because I don't speak German.
No, it's not German. German was last night. It's English tonight.
Oh, you're right. Okay, then I'll tune in.
But the first joke, I'm going to tell you the first joke. It's the first joke I ever did. They said this thing in stand-up that you need to get them in the first 30 seconds. And in the clubs, it's kind of true. If you're unknown, they look at you, they can turn, especially the more established clubs. So if you can make them laugh in 30 seconds, especially if the joke, it signals your kind of humor, then it's good. And I got this joke after this little idea after about 1.5 years of doing stand-up. And it goes like this, I said, because it links to what you've just done. So I come on stage and I go, oh, I'm knackered, ladies and gentlemen, because last night it's a friend's birthday, so we went down a pub, and we had a few jars, and then we went on to another pub, and we had a few jars, and then we all went back to his place, and we had a few jars, and after that I thought, that's enough jam for me, thanks. And that one, thank you, that one would work. It worked nearly every time. And when I do it on stage, I talk about, if you think about it, a few, it's got to be 3, because a couple is 2. So a few at minimum is 3. That's 9 jars of jam. If you went out and had 9 jars of jam, you wouldn't be able to throw it up. It would come up to here, and it would just go back down. You'd have to hang yourself upside down like a bat in order to empty the jam from your body. So
do you when you write a material, when you write a joke, I'm a huge Jerry Seinfeld fan, and Jerry will talk about writing a joke like the great songwriters will talk about lyrics to a song. And he will say, he'll have the joke, he'll have it, but the wording of it is not quite right, and there are certain words that are funnier than other words, and he will literally go, it's not right, until he finds, actually, that's the wording, that's it there, now that's perfect. You don't work like that, do you?
Well, I do, but not on paper.
Right.
Because I'm dyslexic, because my mind works faster than my hands can write or type, I actually just workshop ideas.
50 minutes to run.
Thank you very much, Dave.
Thank you.
Can you see the clock above your...
Yeah, there.
That's how much we got left, 50 minutes, and I've done 24 marathons. So he's going to do it every 10 minutes. He'll just come in and do a countdown, just so you know.
Shall I get someone to do the same when I'm like, you know, as I drink? Should I get someone to go, half a pint left?
You can if you wish, but just know that Dave will be saying, if we're talking when it crosses the 40 threshold, Dave has to come in and say over the top of us. So we should just pause a second and carry on, and then we'll count down. But
can Dave just do that if he sees that there's half left?
Dave will not do that. I have instructed him with instructions about jars particularly, and Dave he's just trying to get through the numbers.
I feel you're not utilising Dave's voiceover skills to their full.
I don't care.
You know.
I don't care. I'm just trying to get the numbers working. Let me tell you the story. What the hell was the story? What was I talking about?
You were talking about.
Anyone
I know. Composing wording jokes.
Yeah. So, like dung beetles. I started talking about dung beetle, and I was looking them up on Wikipedia. They roll dung, huge piles of dung. They bury dung up to 250 times their body weight of dung in a day. They live in dung, they eat dung, they have babies in dung. It's just too much. And I just thought this is a perfect situation for a little scene. So what I get is I get the stream. I see a stream of gold, a stream of comedy. And then I knew I need a conversation to go in the dung beetle world. What is it? And at the moment, I haven't got very far with this, but I've got a kid going to the careers advisor, a young dung beetle, going to the dung beetle careers advisory office. And the dung beetle advisor said, what do you want to be, kid? I want to be an astronaut. Well, what about a dung beetle? No. No, my dad's in dung, my mum's in dung. We got dung everywhere. We live in dung, we eat dung. I want to be an astronaut in outer space. One of those beetles. Well, no, dung beetle. You keep saying dung beetle. Isn't there anything else? So I need to, and I don't have it written out. I will just play until I can add some more. Maybe he goes home to his parents. Dad, did you always dream you'd be a dung beetle? You move dung around? Son, my dad moved dung around. One day, he moved 700 million tons of dung from here to there. And we marvel at the situation. And I sit here smoking dung, and it's just the whole world of dung beetles. And so I have nothing written. I just play around with the scenario until I get something going. That's how Darth Vader at the Death Star canteen happened. If you've ever heard that.
Oh, are you serious? Have I ever heard it? That's like asking a Beatles fan if they know Hey Jude.
Yeah, well, this might hate you, but actually it's Darth Vader at Leicester Forest East service station on the M1 in 1983. That's what I'm channeling. When they used to go up there and they started bringing pasta dishes in, and dishes from all over Europe, apart from sausage, egg and chips. So he's saying, I'll have the penne alla arrabbiata. She's saying, you need a tray, and he's going, it's this whole status exchange. Do you know who I am? No, do you know who I am? And it's just, no, this is not a game of who the fuck are you. This is, and he's doing the big stuff, and she's doing, what are you talking about? I'm your boss, you're Mr. Stevens. What? What are you talking about? Then he gets the tray, comes back, and someone else has, Jar Jar Binks has pushed his way in. So it's just stupidity, but endless data exchange, and I never wrote it. I just played it, and the one that's recorded, that is now a Lego legend out there, from Thorn 2200. That was just one night, and it's nice to know that Led Zeppelin did the same thing. They would play the song different every night, and the one that's laid down is just, well, that was the one from the studio, but the one at my Death Star canteen is just the one I did that night the recording happened. Every other night was different.
What's your? Let's take the Lego version.
Yeah.
If we can go to that. What, if anything, and I know you don't really, I know, just answer the question. Don't be modest and whatnot. Out of that version, what's your favourite bit of it? Whether you think it's the funniest bit or it just came out of your mouth and you're really happy with it. Out of all of that gag,
Well, all of that scene, I would say, and that riff, I would say it's a bit where he's going, I'm Vader, Darth Vader, Sir Lord Darth Vader, Lord Vader of Cheam. Because if you know the Cheam reference, that's a Tony Hancock reference. So I managed to get Tony Hancock in there. You know, Baron von Vaderham, Baron, he's just making up titles like any dictator does. And I love that, and they would be different every night. And people were getting hysterics because I didn't know where I was going.
Right.
That's the thing, I didn't know, I do know. I have certain pieces which are designed and left open, and they're chess games between the two protagonists. I do not know what the other's going to say, and I leave it open, and it's fun for me. I came up in the last show, I was talking about Batman, attacked by bats, understandable, nightmares, fights it back, becomes Batman, embraces it. But I said, bat's going to attack anyone. A giraffe in Africa, eating leaves, very peaceable. We're going to have bats everywhere. Whoa, bat giraffe. So you got bat giraffe with a mask, with a belt with stuff from the travel section from airports. And he's against you bad giraffes. You've eaten too many leaves. And then there's bat crocodile, who's just swimming up small There's bats underwater. What's going on? Bat crocodile, who is essentially just a crocodile. But my best one is Bat, who is a fruit bat, who looks for fruit at night, can't find any because it's dark, and get a bat. I am a bat. Why are you attacking me? He becomes Bat with a pair of two bats, disguised as a different bat, and fighting every bad bat he could find. So they're just crazy stuff, but I love taking them to the end conclusion. It's really Monty Python as stand-up, as I did tell all the members of Monty Python. I have been wholly influenced by them, but the narrator part of my stand-up, that's all me. That's just me linking with the audience, which isn't from Python.
It's so lovely. When you do those gags, they're just so lovely when you're playing against yourself and you're just going back and forth, and it's that I could watch that every day to the day I die and be very, very happy.
Well, me too. I'm trying to impress myself. Everything I do, I'm just trying to make myself go, oh, that was pretty good. Who did that? Oh, I did that. Oh, all right. Well, that's okay. Pat on the head. You know, as opposed to a lot of our times in life we're going, ooh, didn't do terribly well there. And I found if I could do things and push out, then it could help. It helps your mental health. It helps your mental health. That's good.
I do a lot of that on our radio show from time to time, and because the radio show is ad-libbed every day, and I've got an amazing team around me, but often I will have a joke of something, and you don't have time to say, do me a favor when I say this, just feed me that. You haven't got time, and obviously it's 3.5 hours daily radio and I'll hear something in the news or something will get mentioned, and immediately my brain, and I'm not saying that you and I are the same, but in that similar way of, you know, I'll hear a news story, and the first thing that comes into my head is, how did that get passed? So for example, during the news one morning was when the British government were trying to get people to go out after lockdown and spend money, and so they gave restaurants with a discount and all that, and it was like, I think they called it Eat Out to Help Out.
Yeah.
And immediately my brain goes to how is this is in the news already, but it's already got a catchy little name and it's got a logo, and I wanted to, I'm thinking, how do they get from we need to do something to boost the economy, let's do a cheap restauranty thing where the restaurants get a discount and we'll give them the money back, and then that get the people out, great. Who around the table went, it's got to have a name, we've got to call it something. Well, no, we'll just tell everyone that we're going to do so I'll often do stuff on the radio and it's just me doing, and it's never meant to be a poor impression of you, but I guess now we're having this conversation, it really does sound like I'm doing poor versions of Jeff Vader. But I love it, and I like it, and I'm lucky to work with people who, if you do a radio show like mine with kind of zoo format or people in the studio, the people who don't like it just think that the people in the studio are paid to laugh out loud at everything you say, but it's not the case. So when I do make Dominic, who I've worked with for many years, I like to make him laugh. If I can make him laugh out loud, I know I've said something funny.
Right.
It's always nice to have that.
Yeah, no, I've got you. Is there a perfect number for a team?
Is there?
Yeah. Or different people have different numbers in their team. Some people don't have teams. Terry Wogan used to just would be on his own voice, wouldn't he? Yeah. Was it a shorter show?
Well, that was. I guess it all kind of changed. And for me, I started on my own, and then I kind of accidentally acquired people in the studio, and I like to peel back the curtain if somebody comes into the studio. I like to say somebody's just come in or whatever. It's just the kind of radio that I like. And so that we have 2 producers. We have Pippa, who is our exec producer, and then we have James. And we have an audio producer / sound designer.
Oh, wow.
Matt, I know. And Dominic, who reads the news and to all intents and purposes is my co-host, I guess, but it's not in his contract, so and he doesn't get paid the same. And then we have, because radio it's modern, we have to film everything's streamed. So we have Sam, who sits in another studio with the cameras and the gallery, and it's like TV.
I hear what you're saying. But I just got to interrupt you, but in the room with you, bouncing off you, how many is in that team?
So at the moment, there's just 3 of us because of social distancing. We don't have any more than 3. So I sit here, and then Pippa sits over in front of me to one side, and Dominic sits over in front of me to the other. But before COVID, there would have been myself, 2 producers, Dominic and Matt. So there would have been 5 of us.
But can all of those interject?
It's mainly Dominic, and then Pippa, and then everybody's microphone is on, and if they want to add something, they can. And I'm very good at getting stuff out of people. The one thing I will put my hand up to, and it's a skill that I'm not known for. It's not a thing that's even talked about in radio, but I'm very good at finding somebody and getting the funny out of them, getting the interesting out of them. And we had a guy, James Robinson, the Jam Eater, on our show. When he started, he came from Heart, which is very different, very kind of, family radio. Everything's happy and great, and turn up the feel good. It's all lovely. And ours is a bit more real, and I don't mean that as a bad thing against Heart. And James would try and be funny if I asked him a question.
Right.
And one of the compliments that I got from Pippa, she just looked at James and went, "Don't try and be funny. He'll find the funny. You just answer the question. I'll find it, whatever it may be."
Right.
It's a useless skill unless you have a radio show. But yeah, so
that is a very. Sorry, carry on.
No, I'm done.
Well, I was going to say, it's a very interesting point, finding the funny, because I had a confidence in an interview that I could find the funny in a chat show situation, but. There was a tradition in Britain, and I think in America, that if a comedian came on, they would have worked through some pieces from their stand-up set that they would get the host to sort of lead them into. So you have trouble with supermarkets, don't you? Let me tell you about supermarkets. This kind of thing, which I hated doing that, even though some people were very funny doing that stuff, and it was hysterical because this stuff was already honed. But I thought it was somewhat cheating in a way. And then you'd have an actor come on, and they wouldn't have any, they just have stories. And I remember going to do, who was it? I think he's just recently passed away. Des O'Connor. The Des O'Connor show. Now he seemed a nice enough guy, but he's very mainstream. And they drove me down to Teddington Studios, and they said, "Now tell us all your stand-up." No, hang on, this is what happened. I said, "I won't do it if you're going to do the stand-up. I don't want to do that. I'll just do it for a chat. Treat me like an actor, because I'm doing acting as well. I'll just come in and I knew I could find funny out there." They drove me down with this kind of thing. They drove me down early, I think a day before that it was going to happen. I thought, well, I don't know what this is for. And when they sat me down and they said, "Tell me all your stand-up," I said, "No, I'm not doing it. I won't do it. This is ridiculous. We've been through all this."
It's the pre-interview.
Yeah, the pre-interview, but they actually wanted my physical stand-up, and so he said, no, let's just talk about anything, what I'm doing recently. I'll find some funny when we're out there, but if you undermine me and keep going, but there must be more stories, you know. Didn't your legs fall off when you were 3? How didn't you eat a banana or a car or something? You know, you're thinking, hang on. If you've seen any of my stand-up, I should be able to get to funny at some bloody point. Otherwise, what's my career all about? So that's what I try and do. I just try and talk, and I could be serious, talk about being trans, or talk about politics, what's happening in America, or I'll talk, you know, about show, and I'll find some funny story.
That was a real Des O'Connor thing, because I was going to say it was Des. It would always be a comedian would come on and they'd sit on the sofa next to him and he'd go, "How are you? Everything all right? How are you doing?" "Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, everything. You know, did you any problems getting here today?" "Well, yeah, Des, you won't believe it." And I guess at the time, and actually, it was very gracious of Des, because, or arguably sensible, because as you know, a lot of comedians who are very, very funny, you stick them in an interview scenario, they're not as funny, they're not as good, and some, dare I say, are just. I've interviewed some comedians, and it's been like pulling teeth, because they don't feel funny when they're not on stage or when they're not doing their act. So I get why Des would have done that.
It's because of ad-libbing. If you're not, a number of us trained ourselves to ad-lib at the turn of the 80s into the 90s, and if you can't ad-lib now, I think you're pretty. Well, you know, you can have a career just by not doing that, but you need that for the panel games. You need to be able to ad-lib. It's what we show is speed of mind. That's what we're selling, kind of, in a way. Speed of
30 seconds to Dave's next announcement.
Very good. And see, there you find the comedy in that. You look for the comedy for 10 minutes, and then you thought, I'll come in there. And the glass of cider is almost drunk.
I know. But don't worry, I have a fridge over there, which is full. I don't normally drink on a Sunday, but to celebrate your amazing achievement.
Sunday. I forgot it's Sunday. Every day is like another day. Here we go. Here goes. Now we're going.
30 minutes to run.
Thank you, Dave. 30 minutes to run.
What does he do now for the next 9 minutes and 55 seconds?
Well, he's got a dartboard up there, and he's going for a triple top, and then the bullseye. Isn't it weird that darts is all about the bullseye, all about the bullseye. But when you get there, they're always going for triple 20, triple 20, triple 20. And so why isn't triple 20 then? Why isn't the bullseye 100? You know?
Yeah, I know. What can I just ask? I know we're on a piece about dartboards. What have you just got there? What was that?
That was this, which is a carby type thing.
Right.
Carby thing, and then some bits of doodah. Is that some bits of? Or was it dried mango?
Doodah or nougat?
No, doodah. It's a. I thought I wasn't doing this. It's not so easy to eat. But not. What about the protein? Yeah. I'm happy with the protein. I'm happy. It's just. Yeah. That's Sarah.
Can we? Do you want to? Hi, Sarah. Do you want to go back to the dartboard, or can I ask more questions about Dave?
I think the dartboard story is dead, but it is interesting. Just from an aesthetics point of view, you know, you got this whole target. Everything about target is the centre, but dart is about triple 20. No one gives a damn about the centre. They hardly ever put a bloody dart in there. It's weird. Why don't you make the bullseye 100? That's my idea to the dart spot. Make it 100, and actually it'd probably be worse, because getting the darts in that little centre bit, they'll be going for millions of those. No, you can get 3 in there. You can get 3 in there.
I'm still fascinated about what Dave does now for the next few minutes.
Well,
do you think Dave, like, can you see Dave?
No, he's completely separate from us. I don't even know. I actually don't even know what Dave looks like.
Do you think Dave, after he goes 30 minutes to go,
yeah,
do you think then he sets his iPhone to go, hey Siri, set timer for 9 minutes 55 seconds, and then he goes off and has a wagon wheel or a poo?
He could have a wagon wheel, but he's probably playing Snake on a very old Nokia.
Yeah, and then of course it goes beep, 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 and he goes, oh, Christ already. 20 minutes to go.
Yeah, do you remember there was a thing that reminds me of I think it was a sitcom, and it was set in an airport, and they had a woman, I think with quite a strong Glaswegian accent, and she was doing the announcing, and she was going in a kind of a more Englishy voice, with the passengers, please, for flight 645 to Lumbago, please call now at gate number C27. Then she came off it, and she said, "Will you fucking get that shit? What the hell are you talking to me this thing?" And there's a huge argument going on there in a very strong accent. And she's saying, "Well, you better think about it again, brother, because you've just hang on a sec." And also, anyone, and it was cutting backwards and forwards. It was really nice.
What was that? Do you remember what that was?
I have no idea, but I remember it stuck in my mind. The idea of flipping from a strong argument in a stronger accent to very polite messages going out over the tannoy. I can't.
Can I ask you a question about a comedy show?
Yeah.
You're clever. What is the comedy show where there was a sketch in it where they would fingers, a thumb and a finger would appear?
Kids in the Hall.
Was it Canadian?
Canadian, Kids in the Hall. Very good. Yeah, they were. What they did, they were the next program after Python. Anyone who knows Kids in the Hall, just from me, honor to the Kids in the Hall, because what they did was they took what Python did, and they took it to the next level, and what they did also with their women was they humanized them. Because Python had very funny women, but they were pepper pots going, "Oh no, I don't think I'll ever do that." And they were very much older women with shrieky voices, and Kids in the Hall played them as women. And I thought that was very kind of wonderful. Nowadays you probably have a group that's got 3 women and 3 guys in it, but for that time, for where it was, I thought they were doing that in a much more human way. And it's great fun, and it's crushing your head, and I'm squeezing your face, crushing your head. Yes, that is Kids in the Hall.
Was it? That was never shown here, was it?
It was, but sort of late night, and no one really championed it. I would have, but no one asked me. Just you see it there, and it was the time before. It must be out there somewhere on like a Netflix or something. But it's great stuff. I'm gonna have to search for it.
I love the fact that especially now, these times, the gap between America and the UK it's almost minute when it comes to comedies.
Yeah.
And where we are way more aware of American TV than Americans are of British TV and American words and phrases.
Not necessarily. We get their best and their middle best, and they get our best. So Downton Abbey, they know in spades, anything that's, they had Are You Being Served on PBS.
Yeah, true.
I was a big fan, so they got what was considered the best of our stuff. But yes, carry on.
Well, no, there are certain, and there are certain shows in America that are just stellar in size and popularity, and one of those is Saturday Night Live, which is a main staple of American television, which has never really, it's not a thing here at all. And I find it so bizarre that we've got, and sure, you might have to search channel 7911, but you can find Jimmy Fallon and Stephen Colbert, and you can find The Office, and you can find, there's so many American shows that you can see, but the Saturday Night Live never, as far as I'm aware, has never been a thing. The American version I'm talking about, the original version, in this country at all. And it's I find that so bizarre that after all these years, it's just still, it's not a thing here. You can't see it. It's not on any channel, even at 1 o'clock on a Sunday morning.
Here's my thinking on that. One, it's live. One of the big things, it was live on Saturday night. Yeah. And that doesn't mean anything over here because we'll all be in bed. So they never bothered to encourage people to watch it, 4 in the morning over here.
Yeah.
And 2, the people who were on it got famous, and then new people come on and they get famous. But all of them are not known over here. So even if they started bringing it over, we would not necessarily know who they are. The other thing is, if you go on YouTube, put in SNL, you'll see all the best bits there, and great compilations. Not the full show, but you see the compilation. So you can grab hold of some great sketches and some great performers on it.
Yeah.
But yeah, for whatever reason, and it's probably from their end, they thought they don't really mind whether Britain is totally into it. Their stars are not gonna spend their time trying to push it in Britain, and so they just want to live and die. It's an American staple, and
it's fun. I do like it when the British have so much power is the wrong word, but I'll say power when it comes to America, and that could be. British people get away with murder in America because we have such a cute accent and we get away with saying things and whatnot. And it really does interest me because Britain it's the size of Philadelphia. But there seems to be, not from everybody, I'm sure there are American people right now sitting out, I don't give two shites about England. I'm well done on saying shites in America. But it's always fascinating me that it's like, oh yeah, London, England, and Britain, and all that, and John Cleese and Monty Python and blah blah, and it's tiny. It's just a tiny little piece of America.
I have a view for that as well. I've got theories on everything here.
I like this. This is like you've said to me, like, Des O'Connor, ask all these questions. I've got bits on everything.
Well, I don't call them bits. I'll call them riffs. I think riff is a much better word. Bit. Okay. We call them bits, and that's not so good. I know I've got your attention when you. Who's come in? Who's come in? Did someone come into the room?
My room?
Yeah.
No, that's like a shelf.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said hello to the shelf.
Oh no.
This is my theory. My theory is that the Atlantic is a magical ocean. It's a magical ocean. We sent people to the New World over it, and the people who got there came from the Old World. And so, generally, and this is not true, but it's kind of true, there will be a generalization from an American point of view that everyone in Britain is the children of Shakespeare, the children of Dickens. We're all related to royalty. We all live in castles.
20 minutes to run.
20 minutes to run. And from our point of view, we think every American has his own spaceship, has been to the moon, has more money than Croesus, and lives on a mountain, and is in basically Thunderbirds. We think they're Thunderbirds and they have their own islands. So we think they're very rich, they're all making movies that are amazing, and they've got all of that going. And to an extent, there's a thought that, well, you guys know it's culture up the wazoo, and castles and royalty, and what is all that about? So that's what kind of happens from one to the other. We do, I won 2 Emmys for my show Dressed to Kill when I went over there, and some of that must have been, I'd just come across, 3 years before I'd come across the Atlantic and started doing stand-up in America. No one was doing it that way. And they gave me extra plus points for being weird, probably being trans as well, and talking about Pol Pot and colonialism and weird things, like I normally do. And they gave me one for performing and one for writing. I think that kind of annoyed people, and I do understand it. But yeah.
Was Dressed to Kill the red outfit?
I think that was definite art. What the hell was on the front of Dressed to Kill was the Jean-Paul Gaultier.
Right.
Come on, what's on the front? What's on the front of Dressed to Kill, sir?
Dressed to Kill?
Yeah,
I think that's the one where you got the sort of blue suit with the flowing thing on. I think you've got red hair, though.
Yeah, there you go. Can you see that?
Ah, there you go.
Oh, yes, that was from a photo shoot. Yes, that was from a fantastic photo shoot. It's a dress over a pair of trousers. And
okay, well, let me find my favourite. My favourite was Definite Article.
Oh right, yeah.
That's my favourite. I think that outfit was the hottest.
Oh right, well that's Judi Dench and her family like that one too. Definite Article. That was.
Oh really?
Yeah, well, I arrived out of a book. The family, I didn't know this, but once I met her, got to know, She said the family used to listen to it. And I was talking about parrots. When they're going pieces of eight, they're essentially going a tenner, a tenner, a tenner.
No, don't get me wrong. I find it very funny. I just liked your look on that. I thought that was...
Well, that was Gautier as well. That was an orange jacket. I just bought them in shops. I just bought them in the Gautier shop in London. And the interesting thing happened on the press night, on the actual press night. I was doing my stand-up, you know, you're trying to get the press with you, hopefully do a good gig. And one of the buttons, it was a double-breasted jacket, one of the non-stressed buttons, so not tying on anything, it fell off. And I said, that's not what you want to happen on a press night. And then someone from a box had a sewing kit from a hotel, you know, the hotel ones?
Sure, because we all take those from the hotel, right, when we go out?
Well, they're there for you to take, actually. But she threw it onto the stage, and I said, and I picked it up and I showed the audience, needle and thread. And I thought, shall I? And I thought, I have to do this. And I knew as a street performer, if I say I'm going to do this, I have to sew that bugger on.
Yeah.
And I can't try and fail. I have to do it. So I did it, and I thought, I'm going to lose all the energy. And I was doing this thing until, so my grandmother used to do, she did a knot round her finger. I never knew how she did it. And I talked to them, and I talked to them about this. We put it on, and we broke the thing, and I carried on. And it got the best reviews, Definite Article got the best reviews I've probably ever had, because there were 13 positive reviews. Wow. All the dailies and all the Sundays, even people who normally just eviscerate things, because they were all told to go. I think it was my third West End, so even the big hitters, the theatre critics, were told you must go and see this idiot. It's thing you could just see them going, oh God, stand-up comedy. But they gave me a wonderful, yeah, I just couldn't believe it. I actually read them and counted them, 13 of them. Amazing, lucky 13.
If you're in a scenario, and I think I know the answer to the question, but I'll ask it anyway. So a scenario like that with the button, and then somebody throws a needle and a thread onto the stage, and you go, I have to finish this now, which I totally get, by the way. And it goes down really well, and it gets a great laugh, and you throw a few ad-lib, well, they're all ad-libs, because you haven't prepared for that situation, and you come out of it the other side, and you, in your head, I assume, because I would, go, that was brilliant, that worked so well. And for me, I would guess there's a little bit of you going, that would be so great to just stick that in every night, but I can't because it wouldn't be real.
No, that's exactly it. I never actually hold on to that. In fact, I used to do that. Not the thread throwing on, but I'd sometimes make mistakes. One of my breakout piece, I suppose, my breakout riff story was about being brought up by wolves. And I said, when I was doing this thing, I said, you know, I was escaped from Nazi Germany and I was brought up by wolves, and they gave me a name, they called me Izzard. And they taught me how to hunt, how to fish, how to play backgammon. And I said, and wolves, you know, they hunt, they're like cigarettes, they hunt in packs of 20. And then I said, they've got 4 legs between them. I said, no, they got 4 legs each. Because 4 legs between them would be weird, because they'd be on one leg, holding on another wolf. And I did that, and I made the mistake one night, and I covered it by acting out what 4 legs between 19 wolves would look like. And it was really funny. And I kept it, and I thought, this is cheating. This is, if anyone sees this, they'll know.
But it's not, though. It's really not.
No, I've got my rules, and I won't do it.
But hold on. Okay, so let's get into this then. Let's have a fight, okay?
Yeah.
Which will be difficult, because I'll give in easily. When you're workshopping ideas, okay?
Yeah.
You are workshopping an idea. You have an idea about Dave, who announces every 10 minutes and what he does in the other 9.5 minutes, right? And then what you will do, you've got the basics of the what is it?
The riff.
Riff. And then one night you play a little gig, and somebody shouts something, or rather you come up with another line and you go, that's nice. That's an even better way of getting into that. And because you're workshopping, you will take that and then you will add it in and you'll keep going.
Yep.
So why is it cheating once you've got the bit, you take it out there, and then you come up with another bit and you go, actually, that's really nice, I could put that right in the middle. It's not cheating if you then, because you've still developed it yourself.
It looks like, because of the way I was doing it, looked like I'd made a mistake and I'd recovered from it. And in fact, you're right. What I could have done was not look like I made a mistake. I could have gone, because they got 4 legs between them. 4 legs each. 4 legs each. It's 4 legs between them would be stupid, wouldn't it? Because you'd have to have one. Because I could have done it that way. Actually, that is true. But what I was doing was like this. I was going, they got 4 legs between them. No, what am I talking about? They got 4 legs each. 4 legs between them. What am I saying? Because it looked like I was making it look like an ad-lib.
I get it, but there's nothing wrong with that. But equally, I totally understand. And I have a thing on the radio show where I used to never repeat anything. So if I made a little song parody, I would play it once and I would never play it again. Right. And it got to the point where I just had to. And also, it makes more sense to play a song parody again to make that a bit for the next couple of weeks or something. But I remember hearing a DJ on the radio when I was younger, but before I got a job. And I was just starting on the radio, and I heard a guy on the breakfast show, and I had to. I heard him at 6:10 in the morning, and then for whatever reason I heard him at 8:10 do the same joke, and I remember thinking, oh. He basically is just doing 2-hour shows, because at breakfast radio people switch on, they listen for 10, 15, 20 minutes and they switch off again.
Right.
It's actually a very clever thing to do in radio. Why waste all that stuff? But I felt a little bit cheated because I caught him do it twice. And I thought I never want anybody to go, I've heard him do this before, I've heard him do, and I tell a lot of the same stories just because I've been on the radio for so long. So I get it, but at the same time, you're kind of giving away some beautiful stuff.
Yeah, well, I've just taken back what I said. I found that if I do it a different way, I could have done that and kept that, and maybe I'll try that tonight and do that piece.
Do you know what you're doing tonight?
No, it's old material. I'm doing the best of sort of stuff from the past, but I'm really
It's time for Dave again.
Dave time.
10 minutes to run.
Okay, I don't know what I'm doing tonight. Hang on 1 second. Dave, I want you to run the last video from 11 months ago. So, Chris, this was me actually running in Brussels 11 months ago to the day, 24th of February, actually out there. So I'm going to run it so everyone sees, because we're playing all the videos from last time. Roll VT. So, just coming up to the end of my 24th marathon, running through rainy Brussels. Rain, so much rain. Here we go. Is that it? That is it. What have I done? 6 hours and 43 minutes. But I had an interview in the middle of it, so it's less. It's probably 6.5. One day I'll be faster. Thank you everyone who's supporting. Our totals are getting higher and higher. Last few days, I need 4 or 5 more marathons and I can rest. Thank you for helping. Thank you for being supportive. Make humanity great again. Cheers. That was me 11 months ago. That was 6 hours and 43 minutes. Today I'm going to be 6 hours and 36 minutes. Not much different. Oh, God.
Oh, quicker.
A little bit quicker, but I've had stomach problems today, so...
This is probably a good moment to do donations.
Chris, can I call you Dave? Because I've got Dave on the mind. Chris, would you like to ask people to donate? Do you know how to do that? Did they tell you?
Oh, holy Christ in a basket. I was just about to say exactly the same thing. To the point where I've just opened up Twitter to say, right, everybody watching now, if you would like to donate, if you've been watching this for however long, 5 minutes, half an hour, and we've made you smile or you've been interested. Forget Eddie running. She's running like every day in January. The woman has nothing better to do. But please text because there are 5 amazing charities, and we're making humanity great again. Notice I said we there. I'm jumping in.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. You're helping.
Thanks. And if you would like to text, I guess it will. Okay. If you'd like to give £10, if you can give £10, it goes to 5 amazing charities, and you can find out all about this on eddieizzard.com. Okay, no script. I don't need.
Yeah, you don't have script. Okay, so it's 70810.
Hey, you just asked me to do it.
I thought you said you had no script.
I don't need a script.
Okay, you do it. What number is it?
Okay, if you would like to give £10, you text 10, T-E-N, to 70810.
Very good.
That's 10 to 70810. If you would like to give 20, if you can afford it, text the word 20 to 70810. That's the UK. From anywhere else in the world, by the way, it will be eddieizzard.com, which is really, really easy to donate there.
Yeah.
If you're in the UK, a text would be great. And the text costs your donation plus 1 standard rate message. You need to be 16 or over. And full terms and conditions are on eddieizzard.com.
There you go. Very good. And also you can buy hats. You can buy Make Humanity Great Again hats and masks and T-shirts at eddieizzard.com. All the profits to charity. And you can buy tickets for my show tonight at 7 p.m. all in English, live streaming around the world. So that's in half an hour from now. And I've got 6 minutes and 20 seconds to run. Not too long.
Now, have I helped the last 40 minutes or so go by?
And you don't know this, but I'm running 10. No, I'm running I normally run at 7.5. I tried to do that kilometers now. I'm doing 8.5. I've been running at 8.5 for the last hour because I'm so behind. So this is kind of a killer pace for me. But we've only got 5 minutes or so. Keep asking me questions and keep my mind off of my body, and I'll get there.
What should I ask?
Or I can ask you. Did you always want to be a broadcaster? Here's my question to you.
Yeah, since I was a kid. The story goes, it was Christmas and my mum was making mince pies. The local radio station was on and they were doing a competition, and I shit you not, this is genuine now. The DJ, looking back, the DJ must have been like, I got nothing. I can't be bothered with this anymore. It's almost Christmas. So the competition was name the Christmas song. That was it. He didn't play any music. It was name the Christmas song. Now the beauty of this is, he didn't even need to think of a Christmas song. He just said no for 2 hours, and then
5 minutes to run.
Thank you. So I rang up and I got on the radio and went, "Is it Radio After Red-Nosed Reindeer?" And he said, "No, it's not. Thanks for calling. Try again though." And I walked into the kitchen and my mum went, "We heard you on the radio," and I was like, "That's the coolest thing ever." And I rang back and I got on the radio again, and I just got fascinated by, after that, just the whole medium of it, and working out what a jingle was and how they put the songs on, and I just was fascinated with all the aspects of radio. And the first time I ever went to a radio station and sat behind the desk of the buttons, and I have a few radio friends who are like this. I knew exactly what to do.
Really?
I knew technically exactly what buttons to press from watching a DJ do it once. I knew how to cue the records up. I knew how to put the cartridges in to play the jingles. I knew that the jingle...
4 minutes to run.
Thank you. I knew that the jingle before the news, which said 15 seconds on it, actually sounded better if you played it at 12 seconds to the hour rather than 15 seconds. I just knew. I was very technically really good on the desk. And then I got on the air and I was a DJ for many years. In fact, that's what I was going to tell you. I'm so pleased that you asked me this because I would have forgotten.
And know that Dave is going to do all the minutes now.
That's fine.
Yep.
Every 30 seconds?
Every minute.
Okay. The first video of yours that I bought, not even a DVD, but the first video of yours, and I'm not sure if it was the first video you released, which was, off the top of my head, live from the Ambassadors.
Yep.
Was that the first one?
Yep.
So I don't think I've ever told you this, so, and I'll pause for Dave. I was working at a radio station in Bradford in West Yorkshire in England, and I was doing the evening show there.
3 minutes to run.
Anyway, I got fired But what happened was they called me in for a meeting and they said, look, you've said something terrible and we're not sure what's going to happen. You need to come back in an hour and we're going to tell you what your fate is. And I walked into Bradford City Centre and I walked to HMV and I bought your video, went back to the radio station, got fired and drove home and watched your video that night to cheer myself up.
There you go. There we go. Well, I'm glad I can help in a small way.
And now look at us. So that was 1990. I would say that was early 1994. And now it's 2021, and here we are together.
Here we are, chatting away. Chatting away with only 2 minutes to go. And then when Dave gets down to 1 minute, he'll do it every 10 seconds.
I love this.
So thank you.
You've done so well today, you really have.
2 minutes to run.
Thank you, Chris, for being here. And keep it going, 'cause it really is. I asked if I could talk to people and do this 6-hour podcast, well, 6.5 hours. And it's just, it gets my mind out of it. And thank you to everyone watching, everyone on Zwift. I don't know if you know this, Chris, I got an app called Zwift. And
I know, listen, I'm all over this because I'm obsessed when you have, where is it? There, the people walking when you walk and then they jog when you jog. And I'm obsessed with this.
Yeah, they're off the screen at the moment just because we've got the big clock. We're concentrating on the big clock. And, it's not long now, but we'll get there. Because this...
Well, it better be thick. Thank you, Roy.
This pace is killer, but I know it's going to stop in a bit.
Yeah, but you've done it, and you did it, and you've done faster than you did this time last year. So you've got to be pleased with that, especially with the fact that the tooth and the tummy and the toenail and all the T's.
60 seconds to run.
60 seconds. Okay.
You've done it. You've absolutely smashed it. You should be very proud of yourself today.
I'm sort of...
50 seconds.
I'm quite proud. I'm really...
You should be. You should be. Yesterday, no, but today you should be proud.
No, yesterday I did the gig in German. That was...
40 seconds.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, but you're saying that somebody doesn't speak German. How do I know you weren't just making words up?
Don't worry, I know, and I was good. My German teacher told me I was good.
30 seconds.
You're Neinen, Kleinen, Heiden, Acton, baby.
No, you can't come in, you can't come in. You can't come in, you can't come in. I'm so sorry. You can't come in. You can't come in, it's COVID safe. Please, you have to go, Please, I'm sorry.
Holy moly, that's a bit of excitement
No,
at the end. Call it, Dave.
Do not! Stop! It's COVID safe, go out, please! Please go out, Go out, it's COVID safe, we have to be, please! I beg of you. COVID safe. You have to, please, stay out.
Eddie, you're done.
Well, that was alarming. Okay.
I love how you saved that excitement till the last 15 seconds.
Holy moly. Okay. Chris, thank you. Thanks for being there. Guys, you came in. I'm sorry if you look it up. We've done it. If I can have that, thank you. I'm going to run out the door because I'm late for doing the gig. Thank you, Chris. That was very long. 2 guys tried to get in. And because we've got the doors open ajar to let the air in from outside. And they came. Chris, be safe. Everyone.
Love you.
Alarm is gone. We're still COVID safe. Thank you very much. See you soon. Cheers.